Since he had nothing to do, he could only return home. The backyard of the Lin mansion. Lin Fan laid on the chair and ate fruits, occasionally looking at the Een demon. The Een demon was captured just 2 short days ago and was played like that. He was considered half a cripple. But he was still useful, so there was no need to throw him away for now. Looking at the data of the small support system, it was not bad. Physique. 120 Martial Path Grade 4 Internal Strength. 120 Martial Path Grade 4 Mental Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture Second Heaven Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique Returning to True. Bug Controlling Technique Basics. Unmovable King Body Unlearned. Lightning Blade 4 Strokes. Mastery through Comprehension. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand. Unlearned. Rage Points. 5863. Relying on the small support system to add points, his cultivation speed was already really quick. He didn't even cultivate much, just adding points when he had nothing to do. He was really happy. Adding points. Internal strength rose all the way to 150. Martial Path Grade 5. Looking into his body. The internal strength in his body continued to strengthen, much stronger than before. He didn't care much about all this. He didn't want to cultivate and just wanted to be a rich family young master, eating and waiting to die. However, he was forced by others. If he didn't cultivate, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. There were people who came to cause trouble every day, so what could he do? Adding points to the Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture. This heart cultivation technique was not bad. He felt that after cultivating it, his internal strength became more destructive. 1000 Rage Points. Heart cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture. Third Heaven. Grade 2 and Grade 3 consumed the same rage points. Was this because it was hard to get started and easy to cultivate? The purple internal strength was much stronger. This was the special internal strength of the Purple Sun 4 Sacred Scripture. Cousin, why do I feel like you became stronger? Zhou Zhongmao said. He had such a feeling. He noticed that a purple mist flashed across his brow, so he shouldn't have seen wrongly. Lin Fan smiled. No, I saw wrongly. Zhou Zhongmao thought about it. That was impossible. He had seen it clearly. How did he see wrongly? He shook his head. Since cousin said that he saw wrongly, then so be it. Yuan Manor. How is playing with young Master Wang? Old Master Yuan asked. Rong City Wang family young master came to Yu City, so naturally he had to play well. Some of the Yuan family's businesses had a close relationship with the Wang family. Rong City wasn't their territory, so they couldn't stretch their hands there. This was why they had to have a good relationship with the Wang family. The more Yuan Tianchu thought about it, the angrier he got. Father, let's not talk about it. I met that Lin family piece of trash who specially went against me. I could only come back early. When Lin Fan was mentioned, the Yuan and Liang families all had a headache. He was just like a dog. He would bite anyone he caught. Who knew what he did to him in the past? How much hatred did he have? Father, he is sick in the head. He let his cousin carry a person whose limbs were cut off and face us. He disgusts me and young Master Wang every day. He pretty much follows us everywhere we go. Yuan Tianchu went on, completely making Lin Fan out to be a sinful villain. When old Master Yuan heard that, his expression became really ugly. This Lin family kid was so lawless, it was obvious that he didn't care about the Yuan family at all. Their Yuan family was entertaining such an important guest and he came to cause trouble. If something really happened, who would be responsible? How is young Master Wang now? Old Master Yuan asked. He is in the back courtyard. I invited the daughters of some rich merchants to accompany young Master Wang to help him relax. Yuan Tianchu said. To some of the rich merchants in Yu City, when they found out that their daughters could accompany the Wang family young master, they were really excited. They felt that their luck had come. If their daughters could be liked by young Master Wang, they wouldn't ask to be the main wife, but as a concubine, they would be able to become a phoenix. It was true that the rich merchants were rich. However, they didn't have power. They looked really cool, but there was a high chance that they would be taken advantage of. It wasn't like there weren't cases of them getting fat and being cut off. However, to Yuan Tianchu, this young Master Wang was really perverted. 2 wasn't enough and he wanted 5, 6, 7, 8. He was just lustful. One couldn't tell just from his face. One would think that he was a proper young master. Each time he went to the back courtyard to see young Master Wang, Yuan Tianchu would feel like he was in a brothel. His Yuan family suddenly became the biggest brothel in Yu City. Of course, Yuan Tianchu would hypnotize himself. His family wasn't a brothel. Chapter 74. Next day. Brother Yuan, I heard that Yu City has a brothel known as Hongxiu Pavilion. It is really famous. Wang Yunfei said. When he mentioned it, his brows danced and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. One might know a person's face but not their heart. Yuan Tianchu really didn't expect that Wang family young master would be so lustful. When they first met, he felt that as expected from Rong City Wang family young master. His aura and way of speaking were extraordinary, normal people couldn't compare to him. But now, fuck off. Everything was fucking fake. When he first came he wasn't familiar with them and could really hide. Later on he didn't hide at all. On a certain night, Wang Yunfei sat in the back courtyard drinking and talking. The night was beautiful, but unfortunately, he didn't have a beauty to accompany him. What a pity. He said it so clearly, so why didn't he understand? Yuan Tianchu wanted to suck up to Wang Yunfei, and immediately went to arrange it. He directly said that Rong City Wang family young master was in the Yuan manor, and wanted to recite poems with the daughters of the merchants. There was no need to say anything more. Who knew how many merchants sent their daughters over right away? Brother Wang also knows about Hongxiu Pavilion? Yuan Tianchu asked. Haha. Wang Yunfei smiled. I just heard rumors. I heard that Hongxiu Pavilion's special technician created 36 cloud flipping stances and 72 overturning rain stances. Nowadays, all the brothels in the world offer services that are imitations and not authentic. But even if they are imitations, they still make countless men linger and forget to go home. They are addicted to the taste and can't stop even if they want to. When it came to this, Wang Yunfei was an expert. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. What was Brother Wang talking about? He didn't understand at all. 36 cloud flipping stances? 72 overturning rain stances? Were they already so fucking domineering? Usually, he wouldn't go to such brothels. The Yuan family's teachings were rather strict, and they forbade anyone from entering these places. This was to prevent them from ruining the family's reputation or coming back with some diseases that would harm the entire family. Brother Wang, if you are interested, then let's go, Yuan Tianchu said. He had no choice. Looking at young Master Wang, he obviously wanted to go. If he stopped him, he would probably offend him. That isn't good, right? Young Master Wang acted like he was in a tough spot. After all, he was someone with status. If he went to a brothel in broad daylight, it wouldn't look good. Yuan Tianchu complained. How despicable. He obviously wanted to go, but he pretended not to. It was obvious that he wanted someone to lead the way. There was no other way. He was the Wang family's young master. Brother Wang, what is wrong with that? No matter what, this is one of the specialties of Yu City. It isn't a bad place just reciting poems, Yuan Tianchu said. Wang Yunfei smiled. Right. Brother Yuan is right. I was thinking too much. How could I think of such things when I'm just reciting poems? Yuan Tianchu sighed. What a hypocrite. The two of them walked towards Hongxiu Pavilion. Yuan Tianchu looked around warily, not because he was afraid of being seen, but because he was looking for that despicable Lin Fan. But that's good. He hadn't found anything yet. In the dark, a figure sneakily watched Yuan Tianchu, following them to see where they were going. When he saw them enter the Hongxiu Pavilion, he hurriedly left. Hongxiu Pavilion. The girls stood in the attic, gorgeously dressed. Even though it was daytime, it could not resist their enthusiasm for work. That was their profession. To serve the customers. After the matter, when the customers said that their service was amazing, they would be delighted. That was recognition of their work. Wang Yunfei didn't have a paper fan, but for the sake of his aura he bought one along the way. He had the special aura of a young master visiting a brothel. Brother Yuan, what do you think of my aura? Wang Yunfei asked. Yuan Tianchu thought about it. In his heart he only wanted to say that he looked like a dog. However, he couldn't say that. If he did, he would offend him. Brother Wang, with your temperament I admit defeat. Those women from the Hongxiu Pavilion will definitely swarm over and swallow Brother Wang. Yuan Tianchu boasted. Ha ha. Wang Yunfei laughed out loud. Brother Yuan reminded me that I can't be too outstanding, otherwise, if I attract too much attention, people will be jealous of me. Damn. Were the aristocratic family's young masters so shameless? A young master Yuan, I have waited for so long and you are finally here. When the brothel keeper saw Yuan Tianchu, her eyes lit up. This was the Yuan family young master, a big landlord, a big customer. Yuan Tianchu coughed. This is Rong City's young master Wang. He heard that your Hongxiu pavilion is special, so he came to take a look. You have to treat him well. If you don't, then Hongxiu pavilion can close down. The brothel keeper had a muscular body and felt that she was really alluring. However, in the eyes of others, she would only affect their appetite. She wasn't a fool. Young Master Yuan made it so clear, so how could she not understand? His meaning was obvious. This young Master Wang was the guest. She called for the girls to come and take care of this young Master Wang. Wang Yunfei opened his fan and entered under the protection of the girls. The ladies of the Hongxiu pavilion all knew that two big customers had arrived. All of them rushed forward, striving to outdo each other. The table that was filled with delicacies was squeezed by the girls until Wang Yunfei was about to disappear. Madam, I heard that your specialty here is amazing. That Tong and I created 108 moves. Why don't you call him out and let me see what kind of person he is to have such knowledge? Wang Yunfei drank and hugged the girls as he asked. Okay, young Master Wang, please wait. The brothel keeper was really attentive and went to call him out. Very quickly. Here comes Tony. Which one is young Master Wang? His voice was like a duck's voice, it was neither male nor female. His throat was so big, his cheekbones were so high, but there was a layer of red on it. Wang Yunfei took a look and nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. Go down, tell him to go down. Stop looking, talented people can only live in the back. Wang Yunfei said. Scoff. Miss Tony stuck out her thumb and middle finger and turned around coquettishly. She twisted her butt and pinched her scarf with her thumb and middle finger. She said coquettishly, I don't want to see you yet. Pooh. Poison. Yuan Tianchu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He definitely wouldn't come here a second time. She was really poisonous. Wang Yunfei's mind wasn't on the dining table. He casually ate something and pointed at two girls, bringing them into the room. What he meant was for them to talk in the room. This place was too vulgar. Young Master Yuan, who are you interested in? The brothel keeper asked. Yuan Tianchu coughed. No need, I will just sit here and wait. How could the brothel keeper let young Master Yuan sit there? If he didn't take the money, he would be struck by lightning. She eagerly introduced them. Young Master Yuan, you definitely haven't come here before. Let me tell you, we have many services here. Luring the snake out of its hole. Sweeping across the plains. Water snake wrapping around the waist. Playing the lute to a cow. Music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Toppling mountains and overturning oceans. Savoring life. There are many types, 108 of them. They all came from Tony's hands and are the best of the best. Yuan Tianchu was stunned when he heard that. He had never heard of that before. What was she talking about? These terms are a little poetic. Is it a literary exchange? The brothel keeper smiled. Yes, it is a literary exchange. Yuan Tianchu kept silent for a moment. That's good. A literary exchange can improve one's own knowledge. Outside Hongxiu Pavilion. Lin Fan raised his head and looked. Scum. He actually came to such a place in broad daylight. Cousin, let's go through the back door. Listen to me, let's teach him a lesson. Yes, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao replied. Chapter 75. Lin Fan brought his cousin in from the back door. In broad daylight, when the sky was bright and the earth was clear, he actually dared to show off his treasured sword in broad daylight. This kind of behavior was really too vile. The Yin demon on Zhou Zhongmao's back was at a loss. Why did he bring me here? Why didn't he just kill me? He was tortured so badly that he didn't look human anymore. As a Yin demon, only he ate humans. No one had ever treated him like that before. Cousin, there are so many rooms, so how do we know which one? Zhou Zhongmao asked. Hongxiu Pavilion was the biggest brothel in Yu City and had many rooms. It was really tough to find the two of them. Don't rush, listen carefully. Do you hear any special sounds? Lin Fan raised his hand and maintained silence. Zhou Zhongmao focused and listened carefully. Slowly, a sound spread into his ears. Cousin gave out a slightly rough and soul-stirring sound. Then there was another sound. Ah! Lin Fan looked at his cousin and rolled his eyes. Cousin, what are you doing? Cousin, I am listening to the sound. Just now a sound spread into my ears. Zhou Zhongmao said. Other people couldn't hear it, but his internal strength was deep and his ears were really sharp. Even if it was really soft, he could hear it clearly. What did the sound say? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao listened carefully, and then opened his mouth to learn from the sound that spread over. Lin Fan. Enough, stop learning. Lin Fan immediately stopped his cousin from learning those sounds. Damn, he did it so quickly he nearly got hard. Let's go and find the source of the sound. The two of them were sneaky. No, they weren't sneaky, they were just doing it openly. This was just a brothel. It wasn't much. Within the room, Yuan Tianchu sat upright. His eyes were clear and there were no changes at all. However, his Adam's apple that moved up and down betrayed him. In front of him, the brothel girls were dancing. Their dance postures were really alluring and varied. All sorts of seductive postures were done in a simple manner. This isn't the literary exchange that I wanted. Yuan Tianchu felt that his throat was dry. He wanted to drink water, it was just too alluring. He really didn't expect that when the brothel girls wore translucent clothes, they would have such charm. They were more charming than any girl he had seen before. At this moment, panting could be heard from the next room. Yuan Tianchu cursed in his heart. Oh my god, they're fighting just like that. What young Master Wang? He was simply a beast in human form. Young Master Yuan, come and lie on the bed. I'll serve you. The lady from the brothel came to Yuan Tianchu's side. The fragrance from her body wafted out, and when her skin came into contact with Yuan Tianchu's, it instantly turned hard. I'm here for a literary exchange, Yuan Tianchu said. At this moment he still wanted to play it safe. However, his body was very obedient. He followed the brothel lady's lead to the bedside. His heart skipped a beat and his heart skipped a beat. The brothel girl smiled faintly. Young Master Yuan, are you here for a literary exchange? You can play the role of a great writer, and I can play the role of a pitiful woman who admires the young master. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. Fuck. It was actually possible to play like this. Why was he so enthusiastic? Above the roof, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao wanted to break down the door, but thinking that it would cause too much of a commotion, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to meet their expectations. Hence, they decided to start from the roof and teach them a lesson. He lifted a tile and saw the situation inside the room. It wasn't as unbearable as he expected. Yuan Tianchu raised his cup, raising his head and reciting an emotional poem. The brothel girl at the side had stars in her eyes. She rubbed her chin and revealed an infatuated expression. She then slowly got close to Yuan Tianchu. Young Master Yuan, you are so talented. This poem is too beautiful, and it makes my body feel hot. Only by getting close to you can I feel better. Yuan Tianchu wasn't moved. He pushed the girl lightly. Little miss, please behave yourself. Scenario mode. It made Yuan Tianchu feel a different feeling. This moment he turned into a scholar. As his talent was too outstanding, girls threw themselves at him, but he wasn't moved. He acted like a gentleman who wasn't moved by beauty. What is going on? Lin Fan looked for a moment, and it was different from what he expected. They agreed to visit a brothel. He started to build piles. How did this happen? He placed the tile back to its original position, and then quietly walked to another room with his cousin. He lifted the tile. The situation inside was just like what Lin Fan expected. 3 bodies intertwined with one another. Sound spread out continuously. This was much more direct than Yuan Tianchu's side. He raised his spear and fought a bloody battle. The waves got louder and louder. It totally covered any small movement. Cousin, what should we do now? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He felt that cousin's matter was a little complicated. Wang Yunfei was the Wang family young master, and naturally, his status wasn't low. If he wanted to play with him, there was no way back. At the same time, he made an enemy. Logically speaking, the smartest thing to do was to forget about it and not offend him too much. However, Cousin's situation was that he had to deal with him, so how could he disappoint him? If he wasn't happy, then he would beat him up. As for what would happen, then he would think about it. Lin Fan thought about it and looked towards the Een demon. The Een demon was a little afraid from that gaze, like something bad was about to happen. He had no hope for people from the same race to save him. The Een demon sensed the commotion in the East Forest. Someone went to the East Forest to start a massacre, and the Een demons were terrified. They all had an emotional connection with one another. That night he sensed the terror from numerous Een demons, like they had faced something really terrifying. Lin Fan shifted his gaze away from the Een demon and continued to lift the tile. He probably wouldn't be able to stop causing trouble in U City. If he didn't, then he wouldn't get any rage points. That moment, the Een demon was stunned. What was he doing? Internal strength spread out from Lin Fan's body, forming threads that wrapped around the Een demon. He then slowly placed it down from the roof. Wang Yunfei killed the brothel girls on the bed. The battle was really intense. Creaking sounds spread out from the wooden bed. It was about to shake. The Een demon felt that things weren't right. Wang Yunfei was fully focused. There was a shadow in front of him, but he didn't care. He thought that it was another brothel girl playing tricks. He didn't say a word, holding the Een demon's face and kissing it. The Een demon was stunned. His eyes opened wide. What was going on? The humans weren't going to let the Een demons off? Ah! A terrified voice exploded out. So the brothel girl smeared something on her body to help young Master Wang. However, when she saw young Master Wang forcefully kiss the Een demon, she panicked and shouted. Especially when she saw how vicious the Een demon looked. She was so terrified that she fainted. Wang Yunfei was delighted. He thought that the brothel girl couldn't handle his strength and started to scream. However, why did he feel that the taste in his mouth was really bad? Also, why did his teeth feel like they pierced his tongue? He opened his eyes and took a look. He was instantly stunned. He exclaimed. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. The brothel girl who was pressed down by young Master Wang also screamed and fainted. On the roof, Lin Fan was stunned. This was different from what he thought. They all fainted. Who was going to give him rage points? Wake up. At least he had to know who did it before he fainted. Chapter 76. Cousin, he fainted. Zhou Zhongmao said. I saw it. Lin Fan replied. The situation wasn't right. What should he do? He didn't do anything and just fainted right away. That was a little fake. Or was it that at that moment one would collapse from fear? He hadn't experienced it before, so he wasn't sure. Cousin, then shouldn't we go back? Zhou Zhongmao asked. Now that he fainted, there was definitely no way to play anymore. Lin Fan was a little reluctant to leave, but he had no choice. Since he fainted, what else could he do? Guangdang. The door was pushed open. Yuan Tianchu charged in. He was having fun with the brothel girls next door, and he had a good feeling about it. However, the exclamations from the room next door were just too loud. He thought that young Master Wang was having too much fun, but suddenly the sound disappeared. He was worried and hurried over. Lin Fan, it is you. Yuan Tianchu saw Lin Fan right away, and he hollered in rage. Rage points plus 123. He was like a ghost. Wherever he went, he would bump into this fellow. Yes, it is me. Lin Fan slowly pulled the Een demon up. Pointing at the fainted Wang Yunfei, he fainted. Anyways, it has nothing to do with me. I will leave first. He then placed the tiles back and left. You are asking for trouble. Yuan Tianchu chided in rage. This fellow was asking to die, and no one could stop him. Looking at Wang Yunfei, who laid on the bed without moving, he was terrified. If something happened to Wang Yunfei here, it would be a huge problem. He took a look. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was fine, he just fainted. However, that posture was really indecent. Even if he fainted, he didn't split apart. Young Master Yuan, what is going on? Young Master Wang is too strong. He made my little girl faint. The brothel keeper didn't know what happened. When she entered, she saw young Master Wang and the other girls fainting on the bed. She thought that it was too intense. She was really impressed. If she wasn't so old, she wanted to do something fun with young Master Wang. Get out, all of you get out. Yuan Tianchu waved his hands to tell them to scram. This had nothing to do with him. Wang Yunfei was the one who insisted on coming to the brothel. He had no one to blame but himself for being frightened. The brothels were a little afraid. As they left, they muttered, "Young Master Yuan, please don't kill anyone." Yuan Tianchu glared at him. What the hell was he talking about? Then he picked up the teapot on the table, took a mouthful of water, and spat it at Wang Yunfei. Ah! Wang Yunfei was startled awake. He looked left and right. What's going on? What happened to me? Young Master Wang, are you alright? Yuan Tianchu asked. I'm fine. Wang Yunfei waved his hand. I think I was frightened by something. I was almost scared to death. Do you know who did it? Yuan Tianchu wanted to say that Lin Fan was the main culprit. But suddenly he felt something was wrong again. Why did Lin Fan keep finding trouble with him? Especially after young Master Wang came to U City. He came more frequently. The problem here was a little complicated. Where was this? This was a brothel, a place where his father hated the most. Based on what he knew, the Wang family was really strict. He heard that young Master Wang wanted to marry into a large family. If that family found out that Wang Yunfei was here, this matter would be ruined. Who was the one who brought them here? Although young Master Wang wanted to come, this was U City, the territory of the Yuan family. He was with young Master Wang, so he was the one responsible. The Wang family wouldn't let him off. His father wouldn't let him off. He thought about that. Yuan Tianchu broke out in a cold sweat. Evil, he really had evil intentions. Whoever said that Lin Fan was trash and brainless, Lin Fan would definitely have smashed his dog head into smithereens. Killing without seeing blood was just too terrifying. Lin Fan, you really are vicious. Although I, Yuan Tianchu, have conflicts with you, you can't set up such a well-hidden trap to deceive me into falling into a trap. Brother Yuan, I am asking you a question. Do you know who did it? Wang Yunfei asked. I don't know, but don't worry, Brother Wang. I will give you an explanation. Yuan Tianchu said. Wang Yunfei thought about it. I feel like I have seen that thing before. It seems like that thing that cousin of young Master Lin carries on his back. Yuan Tianchu was astonished. It seemed like Lin Fan did it on purpose to let young Master Wang see the truth. He had many methods and it was tough to defend against. Impossible, Brother Wang, you must have seen wrongly. Based on what I know, it is still early, and Lin Fan is still sleeping at home. How could he come here? Yuan Tianchu said. He had to clear Lin Fan's name. He definitely couldn't fall for it. Wang Yunfei nodded his head in deep thought. His head hurt, and after being frightened like that, he lost all interest. Yuan Manor. After Yuan Tianchu settled Wang Yunfei down, he went to find his father. Father, recently I have met with some problems. Lin Fan from the Lin family is purposely setting a trap for me. He wants to drag me and Wang Yunfei down with him. Other people say that Lin Fan is trash and stupid, but to me he is smart and cunning. If I am not careful, I will be doomed. Yuan Tianchu's heart was filled with fear. He had to tell his father about this and tell him to be careful. Compared to Lin Wani, Lin Fan was much more terrifying. Old Master Yuan found it weird. He didn't expect his second son to give Lin Fan such a high evaluation. His brain must have gone haywire. However, there was nothing he could do. During this period of time, Yuan Tianchu went through many things, and he was surrounded by danger. He had to deal with whatever came his way, and before the schemes were revealed, he decisively cleared himself. Now, his evaluation of Lin Fan was really high. Each time he realized it. Luckily, he came in a rush, otherwise the outcome would have been catastrophic. You can leave first. Old Master Yuan waved his hands. He didn't really believe his son's words. Lin family Lin Wani was a brute, and he didn't study. His son wasn't much better, doing nothing all day. Now, you are telling me that Lin Fan is smart and cunning, and he has many methods. Who would believe you? Yuan Tianchu wanted to say something. Seeing that his father didn't believe him, he felt really helpless. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he came to his senses quickly. In the past, when those things happened, he didn't think so much and just fought Lin Fan head-on. Now that he thought about it, he had probably sunk deep into it. Qin family village was originally controlled by the Yuan family, but now it broke away from them and belonged to the Lin family. Didn't seem like much. However, thinking about it, Qin family village was the property of the Yuan family, but it was taken away by the Lin family without even using a single soldier. Terrifying, really terrifying. Yuan Tianchu's heart was beating really quickly. Who knew that from a long time ago? Lin Fan had been planning to draw them in, but he didn't know about it. If Lin Fan knew about all this, his mind would be filled with questions. Was this young master really so resourceful? Why didn't I see it myself? Chapter 77. Lin Manor. Young master, old master is calling you over. When he returned, old Wu walked over from afar. When he saw the Yin demon on Zhou Zhongmao's back, although he didn't have any expression, his heart was shocked. Why is my father calling me? Lin Fan was curious and felt like it wasn't anything good. It was broad daylight and he didn't cause any trouble recently. Logically speaking, his father wouldn't come to find him. I know. Lin Fan replied. Who cares what it was, he would just head over and find out. Reading room. Old Wu followed beside him. Young master, old master is going to tell you something important, don't make him angry. Before entering, old Wu specially instructed young master. These words confused Lin Fan and he felt like something bad was going to happen. Father, why are you looking for me? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wanyi sat there and read. He placed the book down and said solemnly, Fan, you aren't young anymore. The Lin family still needs you to pass down the legacy. I have found a marriage for you. Rong City Li family little miss is a good person and is well educated. She is a good match for our Lin family and is a good match for you. The meaning was just so simple. He wanted to find a wife for him. Father, I am still young. Lin Fan was shocked. What a joke, he actually wanted to find a wife for him. He rejected that. How terrifying was the grave of marriage, how could he not know? That would cost one's life. Being a rich family young master and doing whatever he wanted. He was as happy as a god. He didn't want to suffer. And Lin Wanyi squinted. His gaze was a little terrifying. What did you say? His tone was a little off. Like he was saying that if he dared to resist, he was finished. Old Wu persuaded, young master, I have seen it. That Li family little miss is not bad. She is beautiful and has a good personality. It was true that she was beautiful. However, her personality. It was hard to say. Old Wu, this has nothing to do with whether she is beautiful or not. I am not such a shallow person. Father, you have to be willing in life. A forced transaction won't lead to happiness. You can't push your only son into the fire pit. Lin Fan cried out in pain. Heavens! Earth! Why did something like this happen? Wasn't he living a good life normally? Lin Wanyi's smile revealed the charm of a motherfucker. Pushing a fire pit, no one knew who was pushing who. But there was no other way. He had to find a marriage for this unfilial son. The Li family of Chengdu was not bad. He was very satisfied. As for whether it was consensual or not, it didn't matter. As long as you sent me a grandson, everything else was up to you. Okay, don't say useless things to me. This is settled. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Otherwise, don't even think about going out. You have to stay at home all day. Lin Wanyi gave an ultimatum. He didn't even give Lin Fan a chance to resist. Lin Fan still wanted to fight. What was going on? Why did such a thing happen? What young miss of the Li family? He didn't need any of that. What he wanted was freedom. He wanted to soar in life. Get out. Lin Wanyi waved his hands and told the unfilial kid to scram. This matter couldn't be rejected, so it was decided. No matter what, I won't agree to it. If you want to marry her, you can marry her yourself. Even if you beat me to death, I won't agree to it. Lin Fan grumbled and left the study room. Rage points plus 111. Lin Wanyi was furious. This unfilial kid actually dared to resist him. Wasn't he just asking to die? Old master, it is normal for young master to resist. Once he meets the Li family young miss, maybe he will change his mind. Old Wu said. Lin Wanyi was so furious that he didn't want to say anything. This unfilial kid is so infuriating. How can I harm him? Old Wu smiled bitterly. Old master was right. He didn't harm young master, but it was for his own good. Back courtyard. Young master, why are you so unhappy? Go Zi saw his solemn expression and felt like something had happened. Haze. Lin Fan sighed. What do you think he's thinking? My father actually wants to find a marriage partner for me. What Li family's Missy? Isn't he just pushing me into a pit of fire? Gozi didn't say anything. He felt that old master was right. Young master had reached the age to start a family. If it was another family's young master, he would have kids at this age. Even if he didn't, he would have many concubines. However, his young master didn't have any. How pitiful. Young master wasn't anxious. He was really anxious. Gozi, isn't this a little too rushed? Lin Fan asked. Gozi was stunned. Young master, how was he supposed to reply? However, he could only reply. Young master is right. After getting Gozi's approval, Lin Fan felt a little better. That's right. Since even Gozi felt that he was right, then it definitely wouldn't be wrong. He had to deal with it when it came. There was no way out of this matter, so he could only find a chance. If he had balls, then come to the Lin Manor. See how I will let you know what true terror was. What Li family, that was all fake. Since he had nothing to do, he started to tease the Een demon. What was regretful was that this Een demon didn't provide any rage points at all. It was like he was numb and even filled with despair. To Een demons, everyone said that they were terrifying. As long as they faced them, they would basically lose half of their life. But now, he understood. Some people were even more terrifying than Een demons. He was tortured to the point that he was about to collapse. He was already thinking about dying. Kill me. He really didn't want to live anymore. Lin Fan wanted to deal with the Een demon. This thing wasn't a good thing. No matter what, it was the main culprit for killing the Wang family villagers. It was the property of the Lin family, so how could he allow others to damage it? Cousin, throw him into the oil pot and let him die with dignity. Lin Fan waved his hands. Since he was useless, then he would deal with him. It was just so boring to keep him by his side. Okay, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao grabbed the Een demon and walked towards the oil pot. Zhou Zhongmao might seem honest, but in Lin Fan's eyes, his cousin was really cruel. To him, everything was like a normal thing. To outsiders, his cousin was a terrifying existence. He was about to face such a terrifying death journey, so the Een demon should have been terrified. However, the Een demon's face was filled with relief. Like he had waited for a long time and had finally waited for this moment. He hoped that in his next life, he wouldn't fall into the hands of this human. Too terrifying. He couldn't take the pressure in his heart. It didn't matter if his limbs were sliced off. After all, they often dug out their hearts, sucked their blood, and cruelly killed humans. However, humans targeted them and their innocence was ruined. That was something that had never happened before. That kiss would forever be remembered in his heart. He even used his soul ripple to spread out the situation of this human, to tell his fellow race members to be careful. Humans would have an abnormal tendency towards Een demons. They had to protect their innocence and not let it be tainted. Zizi. The sound of oil exploding spread out. Zhou Zhongmao tossed the Een demon in. There were no screams at all. Everything exploded out in a rush. Cousin who witnessed all of this didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. He even felt like he was letting him off easy. How cruel. Chapter 78. The Een demon left. He left really peacefully and comfortably. He didn't shout and didn't struggle. The Een demon was just a passerby in Lin Fan's life. He had already done what he needed to do, adding bricks and tiles to his path, so this trip was worth it. To Lin Fan, his current life wasn't right. He was under a lot of pressure. The rich family young master life he had in his heart was being obstructed all around. That feeling was really bad. Yuan Manor. Wang Yunfei sat on the bed. His expression was really unnatural. His fingers touched his brother. What happened? What is going on? He was really afraid now. After returning, he didn't feel anything wrong. However, he felt that his body was a little uncomfortable. That part seemed a little lazy. It should have been eternal, but now it just hung there without moving. That situation was just too terrifying. Wang Yunfei consoled himself. Maybe it was because he was frightened, which was why there was a temporary problem. Xiao. There was movement from outside. Young master, old master is summoning you back. Wang Yunfei found it weird. He was going back so quickly. He hadn't come to U City for a long time, but it was actually so quick. Understood. He came to U City to enjoy himself. Although the process wasn't so beautiful, this poor Yu city was still worth seeing. That Hongxiu pavilion was really not bad. He touched his brother and there was no reaction, so he didn't care much about it. It was time to pack up and head back to the manor. The Wang family was really complicated, formed by several factions. He was just one of the stronger ones, but he still couldn't be careless. Marrying into a big family would be really beneficial to him. Although he didn't care about that daughter, for the future, some sacrifices were necessary. As long as he got everything he wanted, no one would be able to suppress him. Rong City Li family. A white-headed eagle flew in the air, and then dove down towards a rich aristocratic family courtyard. It gave out a sharp cry and attracted the attention of many people. The Li family head walked out from the hall and looked at the white-headed eagle in the air. He frowned solemnly. This was a message item from the Yu City Lin family. He raised his hand and the white-headed eagle landed. Its claws landed on Old Master Li's arm. There was a bamboo tube on its claws, and within was the Lin family token. He took out the token and looked at the contents. Instantly, Old Master Li's expression changed. The contents of the book surprised him. Lin Wanyi wants to get married? Of course. Regarding this matter, his first thought was not to refuse, but to consider the pros and cons. The children of aristocratic families naturally had to rely on marriage alliances to stabilize their family's strength. The marriage of his eldest daughter, Li Zhixiu, was naturally decided by him. Although Yu City was a broken city, the Lin family's influence wasn't weak and they were a good match. There is such a thing. I can't be picky about it. Old Master Li muttered. Others might not know his daughter's situation, but how could he not know? Although she was beautiful, she liked to play with knives and spears, and her temper was very bad. In the past, it wasn't that there weren't young masters from rich families who came to propose marriage, but they were all scared shitless. His daughter wanted to compete with him in martial arts, but with a sweep of her spear, she almost turned him into a eunuch. From then on, no one dared to propose marriage. A few years had passed. If he didn't have a marriage, there would be gossip. In the backyard. Little miss, not good. A maid hurried over. Li Zhixiu held a spear and cultivated her family's martial arts. She turned around and struck. A light exploded out from the spear and headed right for the maid. With a buzz, the spear stopped, and it was just a finger away from the maid's face. The maid screamed and fell to the ground. Suilon, what happened? Li Zhixiu retracted her spear and asked. Suilon heaved a sigh of relief. She was nearly frightened to death by Little Miss. Little Miss, I just learned that the Yu City Lin family came to propose marriage. Li Zhixiu was really beautiful. She trained for many years, and her body was covered by her clothes. She gave off a heroic aura. Propose marriage? There are people who don't know their place and dare to come to propose marriage. Li Zhixiu said. Suilon nodded her head. It is the Yu City Lin family. I heard people say that the Lin family young master is trash and has a weak personality. He never cultivates and is just a playboy. If old master agrees, wouldn't he be pushing Little Miss into a fire pit? My father agreed? Li Zhixiu asked. Suilon wasn't too sure, I don't know, but looking at old master, he doesn't seem to have any intention to reject. Li Zhixiu's wrist moved, and the spear left her hand. With a quang-dang, it landed right in the middle of the weapon rack. I agree. Ah. Suilon opened her mouth. Little Miss, why did you agree? Li Zhixiu had her own thoughts. As the daughter of a rich family, she wouldn't decide her own marriage. Over these few years with her reputation, no one dared to propose. But that didn't mean that she didn't need to marry in the future. Since she couldn't confirm who she would marry in the future, why not choose a weak one? She could also control her own future and not be disturbed. Not cultivating and having a weak personality was good. If she wasn't happy, she would beat her up. Even if she fought back, she definitely wouldn't be able to beat her. To her, the Yu City Lin family was the best choice. Daughter. Old Master Li walked over. Li Zhixiu didn't say any nonsense, father, I agree to this marriage. When Old Master Li heard this, he didn't have much of a reaction. It was like he saw through his daughter's thoughts. Why not take a look? There is no need. As long as he isn't extremely ugly, I will agree to this marriage. Li Zhixiu said. If this Lin family young master was too ugly and one look made her want to vomit, then naturally she wouldn't agree. Daughter, you have to think about it. If you agree, I will write a letter back. Old Master Li said. Li Zhixio shook her head. Father, there is no need to reply. I will personally bring gifts over. If that Lin family young master is too ugly, I will bring gifts back. If not, I will stay in Yu City Lin Manor. Such a domineering reply. Even if old Master Li was used to his daughter's personality, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. That was too casual. She didn't wait for him to come to the Li family to propose, instead bringing gifts to Yu City Lin family. Why did it feel a little off? Little miss, what about me? Suelon was worried and thought that little miss wouldn't bring her along. You definitely have to follow me. I am not used to others serving me, Li Zhixio said. A smile appeared on Suelon's face. It was okay as long as she didn't separate from Little Mississippi. Old Master Li felt that his daughter couldn't wait to leave the Li family. That wasn't a good sign. A daughter that was married out was like water that was spilled out. If his daughter caused trouble in the Lin family and the Lin family broke off the marriage, then that would be a little embarrassing. Old Master Li regretted letting this brat train in the past. He thought that with a skill, she wouldn't be bullied in the future. Who knew that so many years passed? He actually raised such a daughter. What a mistake. Chapter 79. Young Master Wang received news from his family that he was leaving Yu City. Naturally, he was reluctant. Hongxiu Pavilion's 108 styles didn't even end. That was because it was filled with too many temptations. He held his spear and went into battle, but he was frightened halfway. The repercussions came and he fell to the ground. Let's not talk about it. If he said too much, it would just be tears. Yuan Tianchu sent him off, squeezing out 2 drops of tears with much difficulty. He acted like his good friend was leaving and felt sad. Brother Wang, in a short few days we have built a deep friendship. Although I am reluctant, your life dream is so far away. I look forward to the day we meet again. People who like to talk about literature all spoke really well. Wang Yunfei teared up and grabbed Yuan Tianchu's hand. Brother Yuan, I am leaving. Have a safe trip. Yuan Tianchu said solemnly. The two of them appreciated each other. People who didn't know about the situation would really think that the two of them had a deep relationship. Only when Wang Yunfei left did Yuan Tianchu's expression turn solemn. Naturally, he had a reason for being so close to Wang Yunfei. Young Master Wang has left. Manager Lu said. Yuan Tianchu nodded his head. Manager Lu. Have you paid attention to the things I told you to pay attention to? He didn't care much about the Lin family taking in the villages that the Yuan and Liang families didn't want. However, since he understood that Lin Fan was a smart person, he told Manager Lu to pay attention to the situation of the few villages. Although he didn't know what he meant, as long as he learned, even if he suffered losses, he wouldn't suffer too much. Steward Lu pondered for a moment and said, Young Master, during this period of time, I've noticed that the villagers in these villages are very motivated. There's a huge change compared to the past. If they used to use 50% of their strength in farming, then they're using 10% now. As expected, Yuan Tianchu understood once more. Why would such a smart person do something he wasn't confident in? So he had a plan. Follow my instructions and find some refugees to build another village. Follow Lin Fan's instructions. Yuan Tianchu naturally knew how sick it was to reduce taxes for the villages. However, since Lin Fan did that, naturally he had his reasons. Even if they were unwilling, as long as they followed him, they wouldn't suffer too much. Yes, young master. Even though Steward Lu didn't understand why the young master wanted to do this, he still listened to the young master's instructions. Yuan Tianchu turned around with a serious expression on his face. Lin Fan, I Yuan Tianchu, am willing to call you the smartest person in the world. Although I don't know what you mean by this, I will learn from you. Even if I can't earn a lot, at least I won't lose out. That was what he was thinking now. He really couldn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. He was just harming himself to benefit others. What else could he gain by lowering the agricultural taxes to such an extent? What a waste of good farmland for those lowly commoners. But even so, he still had to follow her. After all these things, he finally understood that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. Everything he did contained some kind of great benefit. But it wasn't going to be easy. He needed to go back and comfort his father. Although it wasn't a big deal, it wasn't a small matter either. If his father didn't understand, he would definitely be disappointed, so he had to comfort him. 1 week later, Lin Fan had nothing to do all day. He truly felt how carefree the young masters of rich families were. Even that assassin suddenly disappeared like he had evaporated from the world and didn't find trouble with him. If it was in the past, he would have thought that he had reached the peak of his life. But he knew that it was impossible. The assassin was definitely tired and was preparing for a huge wave. He walked around the city. He wanted to find some rage points. But what made him feel despair was that there was nothing at all. Yuan Tianchu seemed to have disappeared. He couldn't even see his shadow. Then, he found out that Yuan Tianchu was learning from him to reduce agricultural taxes, to give his farmland to the refugees, to build new villages in the city. To him, this was a good thing, so he didn't purposely find trouble with him over this. No matter if he succeeded or not, the ones who were unlucky were the refugees. Giving them a way out was the best start. That day, a carriage drove into Yu City. The carriage wasn't luxurious, but it was tightly guarded. There was a huge box tied at the back. Everyone who passed would take a look. Although Yu City was a city, there were very few people who rode carriages. Suelan followed the carriage and looked at the environment. She frowned and said softly, "Little miss, we have arrived at Yu City, but the environment here is so broken. It can't be compared to Rong City at all. Their roads are all mud, and if it rains, it will be tough to walk. Let's head to the Lin family first." Li Jixio's voice spread out from within. People who didn't know the situation would think that Li Jixio was anxious to marry her off. But her intentions were clear, which was to take a look at the Lin family young master. If he was really ugly, then she would turn around and leave. Even if she was casual, she wouldn't marry her off so easily. Suelan despised Yu City. It was really broken and couldn't be compared to Rong City. It wasn't that she despised it, but to her, her little miss was so outstanding, so how could she marry to such a poor place? She had to marry someone from a rich family. She felt pity for her little Mississippi Lin manor. 2 imperial bodyguards stood straight and did not move an inch. They were both trained people, and were not comparable to the imperial bodyguards of the Yuan and Liang clans. If they were to fight, they could beat up a group of people and still be fine. They saw the family emblem on the carriage and knew that it was the symbol of an aristocratic family. Li Jixio opened the curtain and got off the carriage. The guards were shocked. What a beautiful woman, but she didn't give off a weak feeling. Instead, she gave off a feeling like she had cultivated for a long time. "May I ask who you are looking for?" the guard asked. Suelan wanted to reply for Little Miss, but Little Miss spoke up directly. "Rong City, Li family." When the guard heard this, he understood what was going on. Old master proposing for young master wasn't a secret, and many people knew about it. He welcomed the Li family Little Miss in and then informed old master. However, to them this was a little crazy. It was just a marriage proposal, and before it was confirmed, the Li family Little Miss charged over like she couldn't wait. Was their young master really so charming? She didn't even have a chance to resist. Lin Wanyi was reading in the reading room. When he learned that the Li family Little Miss personally came, his expression changed and then he was delighted. That was great. She personally came. He was simply a little impatient. "Little brother Wu, go and call that brat over. Tell him to dress me well and don't give me those useless things. If he messes around, I'll skin him alive." Lin Wanyi was really anxious, but he knew that the unfilial kid was against matchmaking. If he casually came out and gave her a bad impression, then wouldn't the matter be ruined? Chapter 80. In the backyard, Lin Fan was living a life that normal people couldn't enjoy. Lying there, he ate the fruit leisurely. Go Zi squatted at the side and waved his fan. During this period of time, he noticed that young master was really bored and wasn't used to his current life. "Young master." Old Wu walked over and saw that young master was still lying there. "Old master wants you to tidy up and meet someone." Lin Fan laid comfortably and asked curiously, "Who?" Whenever a big shot came to the Lin family, he would have to go out and meet him in person. The weather now was really hot. He laid down comfortably and ate ice fruits while Go Zi fanned himself. Those days were so comfortable and he didn't want to move at all. "Miss Li of Rong City is here." Old Wu said, "Young master, listen to this old man. Pack up and go, otherwise old master will be angry." Lin Fan was very against this marriage. Damn. Was this the demon that the children of rich families could never escape from? To this, he didn't believe it. "Elder Wu, just say it. Is my father too anxious? I'm still young." Lin Fan said. Old Wu calmly looked at his young master. "Are you joking with this old man? Small? He really couldn't tell." "Young master, old master has instructed you to pack up and head over. Don't make him angry. Whether or not you can succeed is a problem, but you can't throw the Lin family's face." Old Wu said. He actually hoped that it would work out. The young master wasn't young anymore. Having a descendant would allow the old master and him to be at ease. Even if he were to die one day, he would have no regrets. Lin Fan pondered. Whether he could grasp it or not would depend on this. Risks and benefits coexisted. "Old Wu, if I were to suddenly run away, do you think the consequences would be severe?" Lin Fan asked. "Young master, it's best not to have such thoughts. The consequences are hard to predict. Old master's temper is also very bad. Moreover, old master places great importance on this matter. If young master really does this in the future..." Old Wu shook his head and sighed. He did not finish his sentence. It was to leave some suspense for the young master to leave some thoughts. For the young master to ask like this meant that he wasn't wrong. The young master was still the young master and hadn't changed. It had already come to this. He actually had such unrealistic thoughts. Lin Fan was helpless. It seemed like he couldn't run anymore. After being scared by Old Wu, he didn't dare to run anymore. Preliminary estimation. If he ran, he wouldn't earn much rage points. At most it would be one wave. What if he ran at the same time? Could he not come back? "I got it," Lin Fan replied. Gozi was really curious. He didn't know what young master's partner looked like. Old Wu nodded and left. "Gozi, prepare to meet this woman," Lin Fan said. He was really impressed. He didn't think that they would just kill their way to their doorstep. They hadn't even agreed to the marriage yet. Could they not be so anxious? She definitely wouldn't be able to get married. If she could really get married, she wouldn't be in such a hurry. Inside the mansion, Lin Wani personally received Li Jixio and looked at her from start to finish. He was very satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. A rare smile appeared on his face. Cui Lan stood behind the young miss and didn't make any strange movements. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't show it. The current situation wasn't something a maid like her could do. Moreover, she did not have any dissatisfaction with the Lin family. The Lin family head was very polite and friendly to her young miss. The Lin family's environment was not bad. If the young miss really agreed, she felt that it was not bad. She wouldn't let the young miss suffer. "Niece, your father and I have been friends for decades. We even joked that we would become in-laws in the future. Who knew that our joke would become true?" Lin Wani smiled. Of course he was just bragging. When did he say such things to old Master Li? It was already a good thing that they didn't have any conflicts in the past. Saying all this now was just bragging. "Uncle, my father often tells me about your past," Li Jixio said. "Haha." Lin Wani smiled. "Good, very good. If my kid is good enough, then I will have to change the way I address him." He was really satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. Her cultivation wasn't bad. She was also really beautiful. As for her temper, that wasn't a problem. If she wasn't, how could she suppress that unfilial kid? He didn't think about finding a wife who was willing to submit. What was the point of finding one like that? "Father, I am here." At that moment, Lin Fan's voice spread in from outside. Everyone in the room turned their eyes towards the door. Lin Wani had an urge to smash that unfilial kid's head. He felt that his tone was a little casual. If he really blew this matter up, he would beat him to death. Rage points plus 123. Lin Fan was shocked. Rage points came. What was going on? He didn't offend anyone, right? Forget it. Having rage points was a good thing. As for this marriage that came too abruptly, he rejected it. He definitely wouldn't push himself into a fire pit. "Not bad," Suelan muttered. When she saw the Lin family young master, she naturally stared at his face. What made her unhappy was that the Lin family young master was holding something in his hands. He ate as he walked like he didn't care about this matter at all. Rage points plus 12. Lin Wani squinted, his face turned cold. If not for little Miss Li being here, he would have scolded him. He was dressed quite well. He didn't embarrass himself. Lin Fan held a porcelain bowl with fruits in it. He tossed one into his mouth. Father, why did you find me? Fanner, you are here. This is little Miss Li. Lin Wani smiled and said. He even called him Fanner. It was a little terrifying. Li Jixio sat there expressionlessly. When Lin Fan sized her up, she was also sizing him up. He did look like what Suelon said, a playboy. Being a playboy wasn't a problem. What she was looking for was a good-for-nothing rich kid. The kind with no great ambitions. If he was trash, then naturally it would be better. Lin Fan squinted and sized up Li Jixio. She was beautiful, but was he a guy that could be seduced just because she was beautiful? That was impossible. Oh, little Miss Li, hello, do you want a banana? Lin Fan took out a banana from the plate. Lin Wani's fingers shook. Unfilial kid, are you a demon? This was the first time they met. He just told her this. Rage points plus 233. Lin Fan found it weird. What was going on? Why did he get rage points again? Didn't he just treat her to a banana? Why was he angry? He wasn't prepared to fight her here. No matter how strong the battle was, he would be the unlucky one. Li Jixio's thoughts were simple. She could confirm that the rumors were true. The Lin family young master was indeed trash. However, it was good that one had to make their own decisions in life. Niece, my son, Lin Wani wanted to explain, but Li Jixio didn't give him a chance. Instead, one sentence shocked him so much that he sat there. Uncle, I agree. Li Jixio said. Lin Wani was stunned. What did you say? Father. Li Jixio got up and kowtowed. Lin Fan was stunned. That was just too quick. Even the way she called him changed. Lin Wani couldn't sit still. He stood up straight, surprise flashed in his eyes. He hurried forward. Xior, quickly get up. This surprise came too quickly. Even he couldn't adapt to it. Lin Fan looked at Li Jixio in shock. She was an expert who planned everything. The first time they met, in just 3 sentences she changed from uncle to father. She didn't give him a chance to fight back at all. Even if he didn't agree now, it would be useless. He might even get beaten up by his father on the spot. Chapter 81. Too quick. Things happened too quickly. It was so quick that no one could react. Lin Fan felt like he had met his match. Looking at father's expression, he was delighted. If he knocked into a gun, the outcome would be catastrophic. Even if he needed rage points, that would depend on the situation. Not only was Lin Fan shocked, but even Suelon was stunned by her little miss's actions. She didn't expect little miss to be so proactive and decide on a marriage. Sure, we are a family. Does your father know? Lin Wani asked. He really wanted his unfilial son to marry her to wipe away all the hope in his heart. Li Jixio said calmly, Father has agreed. Good, that's good. I think we should choose a good date to settle this matter. This wedding has to be beautiful, the grander the better. Lin Wani smiled and didn't ask for Lin Fan's opinion at all. Lin Fan shouted in his heart. Father, no matter what, you have to ask for my opinion, okay? Ask whether or not I agree. It wasn't good to make the decision like that, right? He looked towards Go Zi and Go Zi gave him a helpless gaze. How was this something that a servant like him could control? If he dared to say anything, old master would beat him to death. He had no choice. Lin Fan couldn't sit still and wait for death. He could only attack. However, his tone was polite and he didn't dare to go head-on. Father, don't you think this is a little weird? I don't know her and just decided on such a huge matter. Isn't this too casual? There was a plot. There was definitely a plot. This girl's tricks were a little deep and she seemed really eager. He wasn't a narcissistic person. Although he was good in all aspects, he wasn't someone who would jump into her arms just because they weren't familiar with each other. It's the orders of my parents and the words of the matchmaker. Father came to the Li family to propose marriage, and my parents already agreed. Li Jixio said. She called him father really well. If one didn't know the situation, They would have thought that Li Jixio was from the Lin family and not the Li family. Good, that's good. Xiao is now my daughter-in-law. Lin Wanyi smiled and then squinted at Lin Fan. His gaze was really sharp, like he was saying that if he dared to blow this up, he would break his legs. Lin Fan was on the verge of collapsing. He had lost this battle too quickly and was unable to fight back at all. The key was that his father was on the other side, so the other side had the initiative. What could he use to fight against them? He was already at a disadvantage from the very beginning. His father's thoughts were very clear. He wanted him to get married. Now that a daughter-in-law had come knocking on his door, how could he let her go? Xiao, when do you want to get married? Lin Wanyi asked. Everything will be decided by father, Li Jixio said. She didn't want to ask about these things. After the wedding, everything would be settled and her goal would be achieved. Lin Wanyi's smile widened. He had never been so happy before. Sensible, truly sensible. He was increasingly satisfied with Li Jixio, who was about to become his daughter-in-law. Old master, why not let young master and Miss Li have a good chat? We can also look at the date and prepare. Old Wu said. He was afraid that the young master wouldn't be able to suppress it and start a battle. At that time he wouldn't be fighting alone. Lin Wanyi nodded and then instructed Fan have a good chat with Xiao. He then said softly into his ear, don't give me all those useless things. If you dare to mess around, you are dead. Threat, a blatant threat. Oh my God. What was so good about this girl? She actually made his father so happy, totally roping him in, making him so weak that he couldn't go up against the rest. Lin Wanyi and Old Wu left the living room. Especially his father. His footsteps became more and more ethereal. Li Jixio was really calm and her gaze towards Lin Fan didn't waver at all. Miss Li, amazing. Lin Fan raised a thumb. She was really vicious and decisive. Normal people wouldn't be able to do that. But her actions were so natural and smooth. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. But for him, Lin Fan, to lower his head, that was even more impossible. From now on you are my husband. You can call me Xiao. Li Jixio said. She was still doing this? If a normal guy saw such a beautiful girl, he probably wouldn't be able to control himself. But who was Lin Fan? He was a true man who was willing to fight for freedom. How could she seduce him with just a few words? Don't do those useless things. Just because my father agrees doesn't mean that I agree. A marriage without feelings is just a transaction. I have a tendency to be violent, especially towards women. My tendency to be violent is even more serious. You have to be careful. Father wasn't here, so Lin Fan didn't care at all. He directly said that it was impossible for her to marry into the Lin manor and tie him down. Rage points plus 13. Suelon was furious. How could young Master Lin say that? If not for little Miss not wanting her fate to be controlled by others, she wouldn't have come here. Scoff. She pouted and stared at Lin Fan in rage. She was really angry. How cute. Gozi glanced at Suelon without batting an eyelid. She had a round face and was red. She was his type. However, now that young master and little Miss Li weren't on good terms, he couldn't drag young master down. Violent tendencies? Li Jixio ripped open the banana and opened her mouth. She didn't try to avoid it at all, swallowing it right away. With a flick of her wrist, the banana skin flew out. Pung! The banana was like a sharp blade, directly slicing in and embedding itself into the fake mountain. Li Jixio brought Suelon out. When she walked to the door, she turned around and said, I am looking forward to it. Within the room, Lin Fan and Gozi were stunned. Young master, she is so arrogant. Gozi said. I noticed that she is indeed arrogant and strong. She swallowed a banana so long in one mouthful. She is a vicious person. Lin Fan's expression was solemn, and he felt like he had met his match. Until now, he didn't understand why this girl came to the Lin family. Looking at the current situation, the Lin family didn't have anything worth others coveting. Let's go find my cousin, Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao was in secluded meditation during this period of time. Peak grade 8 and was about to break through to grade 9. He hadn't crossed this barrier yet. He came to where his cousin lived and there were guards at the door. When the guard was prepared to tell Lin Fan that the teacher was in secluded meditation, Zhou Zhongmao walked out from within. He didn't see anything wrong. He still wasn't able to break through. He was just lacking a little. Cousin! Lin Fan shouted. Zhou Zhongmao raised his head and saw his cousin. He walked over right away. Cousin, why did you come? Haze! Lin Fan sighed. He felt bitter in his heart and told his cousin about what happened. Cousin, what do you think we should do now? This girl came prepared, so we have to think of a way. Zhou Zhongmao was dumbfounded. He really couldn't do anything about it. He even felt that it was quite good. It wasn't a bad thing. However, his cousin didn't agree, so he had to stand on his side. Chapter 82. Back courtyard. Lin Fan and his cousin were plotting something. This matter was really intense, like an army of 10,000 wouldn't be able to stop them. They charged forwards bravely and couldn't be stopped at all. The key was that with father there, he was weak and it was tough for him to go up against them. Cousin, uncle has already agreed. If he finds out that you are doing this, it won't be easy to solve. Zhou Zhongmao said. It was better to just let it go and listen to her uncle's words. Even if it isn't easy, I have to. Why do I feel like you want me to be pushed into the fire pit? Whose side are you on? Lin Fan patted Zhou Zhongmao's head and said. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head and felt helpless. Cousin, I will definitely stand on your side. Lin Fan, calm down, that's more like it. If you don't stand on my side, my heart will be hurt by you. Li Zhixiu was loved by Lin Wani. Although they weren't married yet, she was already his daughter-in-law. The Lin Manor had many empty courtyards. They directly moved into the biggest and best courtyard. That was enough to show how satisfied Lin Wani was with Li Zhixiu. He gave her the best courtyard in the manor. When Lin Fan found out about this, he didn't know what to say. Within the room, Zuolan tidied up the room. Little miss, old Master Lin treats you really well. But that young Master Lin doesn't look like a good person. She held a pot of broccoli and placed it by the window. This flower was really fragrant and would quickly fill the entire room with its fragrance. Whether or not he is a good person isn't important. What is important is that I can control the future. Li Zhixiu said. When she clashed with Lin Fan in the living room, she didn't care much about it. She was really satisfied with the Lin family. Since she couldn't have freedom in marriage, then she would find a marriage that couldn't control her. First contact. She understood that the Lin family young master didn't like her. That was a good point. It was good that he didn't like her, it would save her trouble. Zuolan placed the things and walked beside Little Miss, but Little Miss, it is really painful to be with someone you don't like. If the Lin family young master liked you, then at least someone would coax you. But now, she didn't know what to say. Little Miss didn't like young Master Lin, and young Master Lin didn't like Little Mississippi. This was the first time they met and there was already the smell of gunpowder. There was still a long way to go, so how were they going to live? I've never met my parents before, but it's the same, Li Zhixiu said. She didn't take these things to heart at all. On the contrary, he felt much more relaxed. There was no need to worry about those things anymore. At night, the moon was a little round. Li Zhixiu's appearance made him feel a sense of crisis. Especially during dinner, he found that his father's attitude towards Li Zhixiu was too good. Instead, he was a little cold to him. His family's status was being suppressed. He had to teach them a good lesson. With the current situation, it would be very difficult to get his father to not agree to this marriage. Could even be said to be impossible. Then there was only one possibility. He wanted Li Zhixiu to leave the Lin family and return to Chengdu. However, the key problem was that he didn't know if he could defeat his opponent. This was still a problem. Whether we succeed or not will depend on tonight. Lin Fan grabbed the black clothes on the table and hesitated for a moment. He was prepared to take the risk himself. He took off his clothes and prepared to change into black clothes. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in from outside. It's a little cold. He actually forgot to close the window. Just as he was prepared to close it, a black shadow flashed past. His eyes turned black and he fainted. The moment before he fainted, he only had one thought. The assassin was here. He was finished. Li Zhixiu's place was lit up. After coming to the Lin family, Li Zhixiu acted really normally. She didn't feel that sense of loneliness after leaving home. Instead, she felt like this was a new beginning. She was really satisfied with young Master Lin's situation. Suddenly, Li Zhixio's ears twitched. There was movement outside and she hollered in rage. Who is it? The moment she said that, she took a step forward and quickly rushed outside. There was no one outside. However, she wasn't careless. She didn't hear wrongly. There was a soft sound and someone entered the courtyard. That moment, what she didn't notice was that there was a black shadow moving on the ground. A person appeared behind her from the black shadow. Her hairs rose. A sense of danger appeared in her heart. A woman's sixth sense belonged to the unknown. She felt that there was someone behind her. This was the effect that came from the explosion of her heart. Pung! Just as she wanted to turn her head and fight back, another blade landed. Her eyes turned black and she fainted. Uncle, aren't we being a little disrespectful to cousin? Zhou Zhongmao said softly. Don't worry about it. I know that you are on the same side as this unfilial kid, but as his cousin you have to think for him. Do you want him to be single for the rest of his life? Of course not. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. However, Uncle, little Miss Li hasn't agreed. Aren't we being a little disrespectful? What disrespectful? She called me father in the day, so she is my daughter-in-law. It will happen sooner or later. What is the difference if we bring it forward? Zhou Zhongmao thought about it. Uncle's words made sense. There was indeed no difference. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Two people sneakily carried the two of them into the room, and then placed them on the bed. Looking at the two of them who didn't move, Lin Wani was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he would have left some maids for the Lin family. He definitely wouldn't take off Li Zhixio's clothes. She was his daughter-in-law, so how could he do such a thing? Take off your cousin's clothes, Lin Wani said. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. Uncle, are you serious? Then wouldn't cousin be hacked to death the next day? I tell you to do it, so just do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to listen to me? Lin Wani said impatiently. Zhou Zhongmao didn't dare to resist. He would do whatever uncle said. He was traumatized by the training when he was young, so he directly took off his cousin's clothes. Lin Wani lowered his head and looked at his son's crotch. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, you have some ability. It shouldn't be a problem to have a son. The night was silent. There was no sound. Everything in the room returned to a calm state. Oh. The rooster crowed. The sky was bright. In his sleep, Lin Fan had a very long dream, but luckily it wasn't a nightmare. He opened his eyes and noticed a face close to him. It was a little familiar but also a little foreign. Li Zhixio woke up too, and the two of them looked at one another. Lin Fan placed his hand on Li Zhixio's chest and habitually pinched it. This wasn't a dream. A bad feeling rose up in his heart. He calmly got up. He was naked, and his clothes were all on the ground. He picked up his clothes and calmly put them on. His expression changed. Alright, bitch. So that's what you're thinking. You came into my room and stripped me naked, tarnishing my innocence. How can you be so shameless? Lin Fan scolded as he retreated out of the room. Damn. This wasn't his room. Li Zhixio was a little stunned, but then she reacted. Her expression changed. With a pong, she bounced up from the bed. Lin Fan, I want your life. Li Zhixio's face flushed red and she hollered in rage. She reached out and the spear that she brought to the Lin family flew over. She grabbed it and slashed towards Lin Fan. Rage points plus 666. Damn. Lin Fan fled right away. The rage points weren't fake, she was serious. Chapter 83. Too much. He really went too far this time. Who was the one who did this? That was way too passionate. She stripped him naked and tossed him onto the bed. Looking at the situation, the girl seemed to be suppressed and didn't feel anything. The two of them slept through the night. Although nothing had happened, this matter was unbearable for anyone. However, rage points were a good thing. Being chased was a gain. Did Li Zhixio dare to stab him? One didn't need to think to know that she didn't dare to. However, if he was caught, he would suffer some pain. It was best if he fled. If he met her haze, wasn't cousin in front of him? He stopped running and slowed down his footsteps. He calmly walked over. Cousin, this girl wants to do me. Stop her. Naturally, he had to be calm in front of his cousin. Such a strong expert was in front of him, so what was there to be afraid of? Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. He felt a little guilty. Last night's incident was done by him and his uncle. It was expected that his cousin would be hunted down. He was here to protect his cousin. If there were any mistakes, he could still make up for it. Logically speaking, he should be hiding in the dark and monitoring. However, cousin was already like that. He couldn't bear to do that and could only appear early. Cousin, are you okay? Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Fan said calmly, I am okay. Last night, your cousin was violated by this girl. Who do you think did it? I don't know. Zhou Zhongmao definitely wouldn't admit that he had a part in it. If cousin found out, he would be extremely disappointed. Li Zhixiu charged over angrily but was blocked by Zhou Zhongmao. Cousin-in-law, let's talk about it. Don't fight, it isn't good if you get hurt. Zhou Zhongmao consoled. One was his cousin and the other was his cousin-in-law, so what could he do? It was complicated. Could it be that he would beat his cousin-in-law? If he really beat her up, wouldn't uncle bring him to the small black room to have a heart-to-heart talk? Cousin, what are you saying? What cousin-in-law? Beat her up. Lin Fan was a little disappointed with his cousin. He even changed the way he called her. Who was he calling her for? Don't just stand there, just rush up and give him a good beating. Your cousin will take a break at the side. Li Zhixiu stopped in her tracks. Her expression was still very ugly. She definitely wouldn't dare to stab him. At most, she would just give him a beating. It was just that she was angry in her heart and impulsive for a while. But he couldn't just let things go like this. Rage points plus 333-inch cousin, did anything happen last night? Zhou Zhongmao asked. Is there a difference? What Lin Fan wanted was for this woman to back off and get out of the Lin family. This was not a place where others could come and behave atrociously. He was living a good life as a young master of a rich family. It was impossible for him to have a daughter-in-law. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he would not agree to this marriage. Zhou Zhongmao said very seriously, there must be a difference. If something really happens, then I can't do anything. What if my nephew gets hurt? Fuck. What was cousin's brain made of? His thoughts were really outstanding to be able to think of something like this. Miss, are you alright? At that moment, Suelan ran out. She saw little Miss holding a spear like she was about to fight the Lin family young master. She asked nervously. Li Zhixiu thought about it and took in a deep breath. I am fine. The moment she said that, she stared at Lin Fan before turning around and leaving. In the distance, two people were hiding there. What happened? Why did Zhongmao come out? Lin Wanyi was a little unhappy. To him, the couple should have fought, even if they tore apart half of the Lin family. He would be willing to accept it. Fighting was love, scolding was love. If they didn't fight or scold for a day, their relationship wouldn't warm up. Old master, young master isn't little Miss Li's match. What if he gets injured? Zhongmao coming out can be considered as temporarily solving the problem. Old Wu said. He didn't expect that after so long, old master still liked to cause trouble. Especially when he stared at young master. One had to say that. He was praying for young master and hoping that he could hold on. What injury? What can that do? The prosperity of a family doesn't just depend on the men, it depends on the women. If the women aren't strong, then wouldn't the family be wiped out? Lin Wanyi said. Old Wu stared at his old master. He comprehended something in his heart. Old master was like that in the past, he was used to being bullied. Lin Fan thought about the matter. This matter was really weird. If it was an assassin, he wouldn't have sent him here. All the suspicions pointed to that it was definitely done by his family. The one who looked forward to this the most was his father. Apart from him, who else could it be? Cousin, what are you thinking about? Sister-in-law left. Zhou Zhongmao said. I am thinking about who conned me. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao's body shook. He was afraid that his cousin would notice something. He was really nervous. Cousin, why would someone do that to you? Lin Fan waved his hands. I will go find my father. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to hold on to his cousin, but he had already left. He patted his face and was terrified. Please don't notice my shadow. I am innocent, everything was forced by uncle. Cousin's feelings for you can be seen by the sun and moon. Reading room. Father, I have something to ask you. Lin Fan stood outside. Enter. Lin Wani calmly sat there. He placed down the book in his hands and raised his head to look at Lin Fan. What is the matter? Father, did you knock me out last night and send me to that girl's room? You even stripped me? Lin Fan said directly. He felt that apart from his father, no one else could do such a thing. Lin Wani was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about. Continue acting. He didn't even know what happened. Father, this is what happened. I will help you recall whether or not I did that last night. Lin Fan described what happened. The moment he said that, Lin Wani sighed. Hayes, I didn't expect that it would still happen. Fanner, don't say anymore. Father will tell you what happened. You contracted an illness when you were young, and I searched for all the famous doctors in the world, but they couldn't do anything about it. They said that the reason for your illness was that there were girls around you. Each time you slept, you would wake up and head to a girl's room uncontrollably to release the pure yang energy in your body. To prevent such a situation, I fired all the maids in the Lin family. When he said that, Lin Wani shook his head and sighed. He didn't know what to do. Lin Fan was stunned. Father, did you lie without batting an eyelid? That wasn't the reason, but he actually said that it was the reason. Father, do you treat me as a fool? Lin Fan asked. He definitely treated him as a fool. If he didn't treat him as a fool, would he say such an unrealistic lie? Lin Wani said calmly, Fanner, I didn't say that you are a fool. You said it yourself. Forget it. He couldn't get anything out of him. But he was sure that it was his father who did it. Other people wouldn't do such a thing. Chapter 84. After Lin Fan left, Old Wu walked out. Old Master, it seems like young Master knows. Old Master's actions were really amazing. Normal people wouldn't be able to accept it. He pitied young Master's situation. So what if he knows? What can he do? Lin Wani said. Old Wu deeply sympathized with the young Master's situation. Like what Old Master said. So what if he knew? Young Master couldn't fight back. Even if he did, Old Master would press him to the ground. He wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Back courtyard. Lin Fan's head hurt. Danger was everywhere. This home was just too dangerous. It wasn't much safer than outside. He could even be kidnapped when he slept at night. He wanted to ask who could be more tragic than him. Small support system column. Physique. 120 Martial Path Grade 4, Internal Strength. 150 Martial Path Grade 5 Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 3, Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique. Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics. Unmovable King Body Unlearned, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes. Mastery Through Comprehension. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand Unlearned. Rage Points. 3477. Lin Fan's current cultivation wasn't weak. One could even say that he was really strong. However, the place he lived in was too small, and the people he met either didn't know how to cultivate or had cultivated for a long time. The people he met were all experts. This gave Lin Fan a misconception that he was still really weak. At points he had to add points. His physique jumped, increasing bit by bit. He consumed 3,000 rage points. Physique. 150 Martial Path Grade 5. His body changed greatly, and each grade he raised gave him a different feeling. His body was filled with strength, and his meridians seemed to have expanded. He picked up the small knife in the fruit bowl and casually sliced his thumb. It should have been a wound that was bleeding. Regretfully, there wasn't even a white mark. If I raise my body realm, will I be invulnerable? Lin Fan muttered. He had some thoughts in his heart. Who knew whether or not he could block a heavy strike now? But he didn't dare to experiment. He was afraid of pain. If he really sliced it open, he would probably die from the pain. Once he had rage points to raise the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, his internal strength would have a qualitative change. But now it was better to raise his martial path realm. Afternoon. Lin Fan was going to the city to take a look. When he passed by the training grounds, he saw Li Jixio practicing. The spear in his hand had already disappeared. His qi spread out and formed a circular qi field around him. In front of him was a humanoid wooden training dummy. Li Jixio saw Lin Fan from the corner of her eyes. Her face was expressionless as she increased the power in her hand and thrust her spear towards the wooden training dummy's crotch. Pa! The wooden training dummy was split into pieces. If it was a real person, they would have already lost everything. Cousin, this girl is good. You should reward her, Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head. Cousin-in-law is indeed amazing. Watch my ass. He didn't think that his cousin would really call her sister-in-law. It seemed like he had to brainwash his cousin. Rage points +6. Suelon passed the towel to Little Miss, and when she heard young Master Lin's words, she was a little unhappy. How could he say that about Little Miss? How was Little Miss not bad? She was just amazing. Towards these small rage points, Lin Fan really didn't want to say much. It was inconspicuous. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan glanced and walked out. He suddenly noticed that if Li Zhixiu stayed in the Lin family, the one in danger wouldn't be him but Li Zhixiu. Anyone with a brain would know who did it last night. However, there was nothing he could do. One was too weak and couldn't fight back. Little Mississippi, Suelon saw that Little Miss was expressionless and was a little worried. Li Zhixiu didn't want to say anything. She understood that she had been thinking about something wrong. Old Master Lin wasn't easy to deal with. What happened last night should have been done by Old Master Lin. It was too terrifying. He came and went without a trace. Before she could react, she fainted. Suelon, prepare some wooden boards and nails for me, Li Zhixiu said. Suelon didn't understand. Little Miss, why do you need to prepare these things? Don't ask, just prepare them. Li Zhixiu was facing a huge enemy. The real danger to the Lin family was probably Lin Wani. She thought too much about everything. On the streets, Lin Fan casually strolled, and the commoners all respectfully greeted him. His reputation in Yu City was really good, and the things he did were loved by the commoners. The sound of horse hooves spread out from the distance. A few black horses galloped on the streets of the city. Many commoners were frightened. Move aside, move aside. The horses were all muscular men. On their backs were huge blades that were as wide as a palm and were wrapped in white cloth. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the road and looked at the galloping horses. He didn't back off at all. Move aside. The leader was a man who was 8 feet tall. He had a leopard's head and a tiger's beard. His voice was like thunder, and he didn't show any signs of slowing down. Cousin, stop him, Lin Fan said calmly. Zhou Zhongmao stepped forward, leaving a deep hole in the ground. He reached out with his arms and grabbed the front legs of the black horse. He hollered. He directly went up against the charging strength of the black horse and then pulled with his arms. Poochie! The black horse was ripped into two, blood splattered all around. Many commoners didn't dodge in time and were died. The muscular man on the horse was shocked. He stepped on the back of the horse and flew into the air before landing on the ground. Hualulu! The people behind all stopped and pulled the ropes. The black horse raised its legs and stood firmly. Cousin, I told you to stop him, so why did you rip his horse? Lin Fan was helpless. Zhou Zhongmao turned his head and smiled. I couldn't help myself. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head. His reason was good and there were no problems at all. You are asking to die. The muscular man was furious. His face turned red and he reached out to take out the blade on his back. However, when he heard Lin Fan introduce himself, he subconsciously retracted his hand. Lin Fan raised his head and said, I am the Lin family young master. You are galloping in my territory. Did you ask for my permission? The muscular man cupped his fists and smiled. So it is the Lin family young master. I have heard of your name for a long time. Do you know what I am called? Lin Fan asked. The angle of the question was a little tricky. The muscular man had an awkward expression on his face. It was a normal conversation, so was there a need to not give him face? Rage points +123. You are so old and you are still lying, Hayes. Lin Fan shook his head and then pointed at the people behind. All of you get off your horses. Are all of you lawless? Is the city a place for you to ride horses? The muscular man waved his hands and told them to get off. Young Master Lin, this is our first time here and we don't know the rules here. Please forgive us. Forget it. Since you know you are in the wrong, then I won't lower myself to your level. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands. He had to control things. The muscular man cupped his fists. Let's go. Instantly, the people who followed got onto their horses once more. Wait, what is going on? I told you not to ride horses in the city, and you still want to ride? Cousin, confiscate your horses. However, don't worry, my family is huge and I won't be greedy for your horses. When you leave, just come to the Lin family to find me. As a U-City aristocratic family, the Lin family had to control the security here. Especially these muscular men. One look and one knew that they weren't good people. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 123. 3 sets of rage points. It was obvious that they belonged to the 3 of them. Okay, since young Master Lin said that, then we will follow your plan. In the future, we will head to the Lin Manor to get the horses. The muscular man cupped his fists and said, how easy to talk to. That was a little out of Lin Fan's expectations. The 3 of them left quickly. Cousin, where did they come from? Lin Fan asked. Normally, these people would rarely appear in U-City. Zhou Zhongmao thought about it for a moment. They should have cultivated their bodies. Black horses only appear in the northern plains, so they came from the north. I am asking you where did they come from and what power they were from. Lin Fan was helpless. Cousin's thinking was a little special. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head, simply saying, I don't know. Lin Fan didn't ask anymore. He turned his head and looked at those people who left. He shook his head. The horse that was ripped apart by his cousin was a little innocent. He gave the meat to the commoners and let them split it among themselves. He then got on the black horse and slowly patrolled the city. It was indeed good to have a horse to ride. Chapter 85. Recently U-City was too quiet. There wasn't much fun. Liang Yongqi was injured and resting at home. He hadn't met him in a long time and missed him. Yuan Tianchu didn't appear either. Who knew if he was purposely avoiding him? He knew that with the current situation U-City was the safest. If he left U-City it would be different. In the distance, the 3 burly men walked on foot. Leader, that Lin family young master is too much. A male said. He carried an iron rod on his back. It was made of pure iron and weighed 50 kilograms. Looking at them they seemed really wild and didn't look like normal people. It is okay, just do our job. The leader said. It was obvious that he didn't care about what happened before. However, Zhou Zhongmao attracted his attention. He tore a black horse with his bare hands and was really strong. His martial path had reached a really high realm. Who knew that the Lin family would actually develop such an expert? After walking for a long time. Boring. Lin Fan rode on the horse. It was really boring, let's go home. He thought that there would be fun, but regretfully U-City was really calm. He didn't see anyone he was familiar with, and didn't see anyone he could mock. Calculating the time, Liang Yongqi should have recovered. Maybe when that happened there would be a lot of fun. Lin Manor. When Lin Fan was prepared to step into the manor, he asked, after I left, did anyone come to the Lin Manor? The guard at the door said respectfully, young master, 3 men came to meet old master. 3 men? He couldn't help but think back to the few fellows he met on the way. Who knew that they actually came to the Lin family and knew his father? Who knew whether or not they would snitch on him? Bring the horses away. Lin Fan walked towards the manor. He was thinking about something in his heart. The guard was dumbfounded. Where did the young master get these 2 superior horses for a trip out of the house? Cousin, the 3 men we bullied came to our manor. Do you think they will snitch on me and tell my father that we bullied them? Lin Fan asked. Don't worry, cousin. I will take responsibility for this. Zhou Zhongmao said. When they reached the courtyard there was an air-tearing sound. Pung! A burly man was sent flying. Shortly after, another 2 burly men flew out from the living room and struck the ground in a parabola. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Aren't they the 3 burly men I met on the road? He didn't expect to be killed so easily. That was a good thing. Lin Wani, you old man. You dare to go against King Wutong's orders. The leader collapsed to the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his chest was deflated. That palm strike had almost taken his life. Bang! Instantly, Lin Fan rushed over and lifted his leg to kick the man's back. The man didn't notice and pounced forward, falling flat on his face. Preposterous, you even dare to scold my father and charge around you city. I knew that you weren't a good person. The strength of his kick was not small. Physique and internal strength had both reached the 5th rank of the martial path, so naturally the power that exploded out was terrifying. Fan or move aside, Lin Wani said. Lin Fan had originally thought that these 3 guys were very familiar with his father, but it turned out that they were also here to get beaten up. It seemed like there were new toys for him to play with. Instantly, Lin Wani's gaze was ice cold. He was prepared to kill the 3 of them. Killing intent seeped out, and the 3 of them shuddered. They didn't expect that Lin Wani would actually want to kill them. In the distance, Li Jixio looked at the situation in the courtyard and frowned. She didn't know who the 3 of them were, but she knew who King Wutong was. He was a person with a really high status in the imperial city. He could cover the entire sky with one hand. Seeing that his father was about to attack, Lin Fan was a little reluctant. Father, show mercy. You can't kill them. Lin Wani stopped and raised his palm in the air. If he slapped down, they would probably all die. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wani, you don't know what's good for you. Who knew that your son knew what's good for him? Seeing his father's confused gaze, Lin Fan explained, Father, killing them is too easy. I have nothing to do, so why not leave them for me? I have some ideas. Cousin, break your arms and legs, your 4 limbs are all useless. Lin Fan's expression was really calm, and there was a faint calmness to it. The words he said were like he was asking his cousin to kill a pig. He didn't treat them as humans at all. Okay, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about whether or not he was cruel. He grabbed the ankle of one of them and used strength. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The man's ankle seemed to have deflated and was directly crushed into a pancake. Screams spread out. Zhou Zhongmao didn't show mercy. After he crushed the ankle, he crushed the hands. Very quickly, the 3 of them were all crippled by him. Cousin, your methods are a little overbearing. Why don't you just break their meridians? Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. Although he didn't feel any pain on his body, the screams made his heart turn cold. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, they are all experts and can regenerate their meridians. Once you crush them, there won't be such a problem. Okay. Lin Fan nodded his head. He learned it. Although his cousin was a little slow, he wasn't stupid. When the Lin family guard saw this, they would be lying if they said they weren't afraid. Teacher was too terrifying. When he crushed their limbs, he was so calm, like he was crushing ants. To the 3 of them, they wanted to die. They didn't expect that Lin Wani would kill them, but now that their limbs were crushed, that was something they didn't expect. Father, leave them to me, Lin Fan said. Lin Wani was stunned. What was going on with this unfilial kid? He said that he was trash, but his methods were a little vicious. Although he didn't personally do it, to be able to say such words meant that he wasn't ordinary. Go. Lin Wani waved his hands and didn't want to say anything more. After getting his father's approval, Lin Fan smiled. Cousin, bring them to the back courtyard. Zhou Zhongmao grabbed one in each hand and another one under his arm as he walked towards the back courtyard. When Lin Fan passed the entrance, he realized that Li Jixio was there. She gave out a weird smile like she was saying, Did you see that? This is how violent I am. You should know what to do and scram. Otherwise, my next target will be you. Within the living room. Old master, I didn't expect King Wutong to send someone to persuade you. Why don't we tell them that King Wutong wants to rebel? Old Wu said. There is no use, no one will believe this. Lin Wani shook his head. What he was worried about wasn't being enemies with King Wutong, but whether or not the other cities were persuaded by King Wutong. Forget it, let's not think about this first. Let's marry that unfilial kid and solve one of my worries. Have you found someone to choose a date? This was what he was most anxious about. It was rare for a girl to be cheated to his door, so he had to rush. Old master, I think we should have a good chat with young master. If he doesn't agree and we force him too much, he might run. Old Wu was worried. If he dares, I will break his legs. Lin Wani raged. Old Wu sighed. With my understanding of young master, he really dares. Oh. Chapter 86. Little miss, I feel that this Lin family is really dangerous. Suelon's face was a little white. Cousin's actions had frightened the cute little girl. They peeked and saw that the limbs of the three men were squashed into pancakes. It was like a rod-shaped thing being squashed into a piece of paper. Could one imagine that scene? The broken bones pierced through the skin, and blood flowed non-stop. It was really tragic. Li Jixio was also thinking about this matter. Her original plan was to find a playboy and get married on the surface. They wouldn't care about each other, they would live their lives and she would live hers. No one would offend one another. However, what happened last night gave her a wake-up call. Things didn't develop as she expected. Old Master Lin was really dangerous. Back courtyard. The three men cried out in pain. They didn't expect that they would be trashed to such a state. Cousin, what should we do now? Zhou Zhongmao tossed the three of them on the ground and asked. Listening to cousin's orders was what he should do as a cousin. Find 3 wooden pillars and tie them up. Lin Fan said. The Yin demon left peacefully. He thought that he would be lonely, but who knew that 3 more men would take over? Life was just so magical. Very quickly, cousin carried a wooden pole over and tied the 3 men on it. Do you still remember me? It is okay if you don't. You rode horses in the city and I knew right away that you weren't good people. I didn't expect you to fall so quickly. Lin Fan exclaimed. Rage points plus 233. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 123. To the 3 of them, the main culprit was this fellow in front of them. They would rather die than live like this. They didn't even know what they would face next. If you want to kill, then kill me, I am not afraid. One of them hollered. Lin Fan waved his hands. Fighting and killing isn't good. That is what rough people do. As a rich family disciple, I have read many books and they talk about using virtue to win people over. How can I kill people? Pooey. The man with the rod wanted to spit at Lin Fan. But the moment he had such a thought, a terrifying thing happened. Pa! Cousin was really quick, appearing in front of him like a ghost and slapping him. There was a cracking sound, the sound of bones breaking. The burly man's neck hung down at a strange angle. His eyes were wide open. They might not even know how they died. Cousin, what are you doing? Lin Fan was stunned. Why did he attack for no reason? Didn't he know that this was a huge fortune for his cousin? He didn't even provide much rage points. Cousin, I thought he was going to spit out poison needles. Zhou Zhongmao said. What else could Lin Fan say? There was nothing to say. Cousin's methods were a little fierce. Even if the other party wanted to spit out poison needles, he could just smash their mouths. Why did he have to kill them? Lin Fan walked forward and used one finger to touch his chin. His head moved up and down and he stopped breathing. With a single slap, he broke the other party's neck. Scary. Lin Fan told his cousin to stand there and not move. If he continued, then his gains today would be gone. The leader glared at Lin Fan furiously. The Lin family young master was even more vicious than his father. Rage points plus 333. He was furious, but he hid it and said, Young Master Lin, we can make a deal. What deal? Lin Fan asked with interest. Let us go and we can let bygones be bygones and introduce you to King Wutong. Your father went against King Wutong's wishes and committed a huge crime. But I can see that you are different from your father. As long as King Wutong recognizes you, what is a small U city? The wider world will be yours. The leader said. How would Lin Fan know who King Wutong was? His title wasn't domineering at all. People who didn't have domineering titles were usually side characters. Lin Fan didn't bother about him. He called Go Zi over and muttered. The leader of the group panicked. What did this Lin family young master want to do? Facing Lin Wani, it was normal for him to be killed because he wasn't strong enough. However, he couldn't see through this fellow. Young Master Lin, you can consider it. King Wutong is one of the most powerful people in the world. As long as King Wutong treats you differently, the benefits will be unimaginable. Your father offended King Wutong and will definitely die. But if you follow King Wutong, not only will you be in charge of the Lin family, but your father will also avoid death because of you. The leading burly man talked incessantly. In the distance, Go Zi dragged an iron bucket over. The air above the iron bucket twisted. The charcoal inside was burning red. When he got close, he felt that the surrounding air became even hotter. When the men saw the iron bucket, their hearts shook. They were familiar with this thing. One could even say that they were really familiar with it. When dealing with some prisoners, they often did this. Lin Fan got up and walked beside the iron bucket. He took out the red-hot iron. Have you studied before? Lin Fan asked. Yes. Beads of sweat dripped down from the leader's forehead. Who knew if it was because of the heat or because he was afraid? Very good. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He waved the iron in front of him. Do you know how to read this word? Traitor. The man swallowed and his body trembled. Let me help you write the traitor word. The moment he said that, Lin Fan viciously stabbed him. Ah! The man cried out in pain. There was a sizzling sound. Lin Fan frowned. What are you screaming for? I didn't stab you, so what are you screaming for? The man lowered his head and noticed that the iron had stabbed into the dead man's body. Rage points plus 233. Rage points plus 123. The two men were so frightened that they peed their pants. They wanted to die. Damn it, who are you trying to scare with this thing? Lin Fan looked at the words on his body and shook his head. Go Z, go burn it. The temperature isn't high enough, and the words are a little blurry. How is it, do you feel afraid? Lin Fan asked. The man looked at the Lin family young master in terror. He really was a demon. At the arched door in the distance, Suelan's face turned ashen white. Her body went soft and she fell to the ground. A puddle of water soaked the green bricks. She was so frightened that she peed her pants. She had never seen such a cruel scene. Moreover, it was in broad daylight. She wanted to go back and tell little Mississippi Lin family young master was a demon. He was really cruel. Old Wu was also monitoring. He was afraid that young master would be bewitched by these people. What he didn't expect was that young master was actually torturing them. In the past, he really didn't know that young master had such a hobby. The entire afternoon was really joyous. Lin Fan was really motivated. The two remaining men gave him 2,366 rage points. His gains were not bad. However, these two men disappointed him. It was like they were so terrified that their guts were about to shatter, and they were not far from death. Kill me, kill me. Demon, if you have balls, then kill me. The two men struggled. They only wanted to die now. Young master, it is time for dinner. Gozi said. It is late and I am a little hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Fan was really calm. These two men were still useful, so he had to keep them. Who knows, maybe he would gain something tomorrow. He realized. Yu City didn't seem to be peaceful. Without strength, he might really be killed by others and be chased down from his position as a rich family young master. Hayes. Everything was to protect himself. He was forced into a helpless situation. Chapter 87. The Lin family's banquet was very ordinary. It was not extravagant and could be said to be quite ordinary. But tonight was different. There were many expensive delicacies on the table. Father, tonight's dinner is really sumptuous. Is there some good news? Lin Fan asked. Don't you know what joyous occasion it is? Lin Wani raised his cup. Come, let's toast to the Lin family. Oh my God. Lin Fan was very resistant to this. What kind of family was this woman? The sooner she left, the better. There weren't many people in the Lin family, and there were only a few who could be considered family. Old Wu had followed Lin Wani for his entire life, and he had watched Lin Wani grow up. Although he was still a servant, Lin Wani had long treated him as family. As for this Li Jixio, forget it, let's not talk about it. A trick, a complete trick. Thank you, Dad. Li Jixio stood up boldly. She gulped down a cup and felt her throat hurt from the spiciness. However, she endured it and revealed a faint smile. Lin Fan glanced at him. Calling him father was really smooth. Sooner or later I will scare you away. One could tell just by looking at Suelan, who was standing behind Li Jixio. Her face was ashen white and she didn't dare to look straight at Zhou Zhongmao and Lin Fan. The events of the day were still vivid in his mind, and he could not forget them. It was too terrifying. Dad, who were those three guys during the day? Lin Fan was a little curious. The three of them came to Yu City and it seemed like they came to find his father. How long had it been? The moment he returned, the three of them were sent flying. It was too fast. Something unknown must have happened. Lin Wani glanced at it. Clearly he didn't want to tell her, so he found a random reason to dismiss her. Lin Fan was still unwilling to give up. Father, I heard them say that you disobeyed some King Wutong. Who is this King Wutong? Is he a very powerful guy? Why are you asking so much? What does it have to do with you? Lin Wani said. Lin Fan said helplessly, it doesn't matter if they are related, but no matter what, if you offend an enemy, you should at least tell me. If I meet them in the future, I can help you teach them a lesson. Eat your food, stop talking so much. Lin Wani stared at the unfilial kid. He even helped to teach them a lesson. If he really met King Wutong, he would probably have to collect this unfilial kid's corpse. He didn't expect those three fellows to actually tell this unfilial kid about King Wutong. If he had known earlier, he would have killed him on the spot to save himself some trouble. But that was fine too. Letting the unfilial kid know something was a form of motivation. Li Jixio knew about King Wutong and didn't interrupt or ask. She was thinking about why King Wutong sent people to Yu City to find the Lin family. Very soon, the banquet ended. Xiaofanner, it is getting late. Go back and sleep, Lin Wani said. It was just that these words sounded a little off. Li Jixio trembled slightly. She was actually a little afraid. She knew that what happened last night had something to do with Patriarch Lin, but she didn't ask him directly. Now, his words seemed to be telling her to go back to sleep so that she could send her son over. He shuddered. Li Jixio got up and left, quickly returning to the backyard. The nails and wooden planks that she had asked Suelan to find during the day were finally useful. She directly blocked all the doors and windows, not leaving a single blind spot. Fear gripped his heart. Not daring to fall asleep, he sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated, sensing the movements outside. Father, I don't want to sleep tonight. I want to read in the reading room to enrich myself. Lin Fan said. How was he really going to read? It was just an excuse. He wanted to stay in the reading room. This matter was too dangerous and too complicated. Even if he was thick-skinned and acted like nothing had happened, if something really happened, who could he cry to? To be honest, his hands were pure and clean. He hadn't taken a single life before. He couldn't kill Li Jixio because of the situation. Scram back to sleep, Lin Wani said fiercely. His future daughter-in-law wasn't here, so naturally, he didn't need to care about the unfilial kid's face. He had to scold him. Okay, then I will scram. Lin Fan had nothing to say. Father was too overbearing. He was the one who did this. He already told him to be careful when he slept. He was going to kidnap someone in the middle of the night. Anyways, whether he slept or not, the outcome would be the same. He would definitely be knocked out by his father. He didn't respect his wishes and acted on his own. Courtyard. After Lin Fan returned, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The best way to fight against his father was to add points and raise his strength to a high realm. Only then would he have the ability to fight against his father. Even Cousin didn't know what realm father's cultivation had reached. In Cousin's words, he wouldn't be able to block a single move. Very strong, really strong, not just a normal level of strength. Cousin's cultivation wasn't weak. Peak grade 8 and was about to break through to grade 9. If he couldn't block a single move, then what else could he say? Her terrifying father was like a nightmare shrouding her. If he wanted to fight, he could take out all the strength he had. Lin Fan wrote on the paper, "Bring the blade for me to protect myself." He placed the blade on his back and laid on the bed to sleep. He placed the paper in front of his chest. He didn't close the door. Anyways, it was the same whether he closed it or not. The night was silent. In the courtyard, the two surviving males were tied to wooden frames and were about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a voice spread into their ears. You all talk too much. Kacha. Lin Wani broke their necks. He didn't even bother to look. He flicked his fingers and a white glow flew into the room, knocking Lin Fan out. Li Jixio still hadn't fallen asleep. She was really nervous. She thought that she was a tiger when she came to the Lin family, but now she realized that she was actually a sheep. A sheep that looked like a tiger. There was no movement outside, which made her calm down. However, with Lin Wani's cultivation, there was no sound when he landed on the ground. There was no movement at all. A black shadow appeared in front of the door. Who? Li Jixio looked at the black shadow and was shocked. He really came. However, before she could think, The wooden door that was sealed up was kicked open and fell to the ground. Oh my God. How was he so bold to actually break the door? Lin Wani covered his face and didn't play any tricks. Sealing the door was just a small trick, so he kicked it open. Li Jixio wanted to resist, but facing Lin Wani, she was like an ant. She instantly fainted. Just like last night, he didn't respect her wishes at all. Old master, the wind is strong at night and it is bad to not have a door. Young master might catch a cold. Old Wu appeared and said, "It is okay. Later, carry the door over and fix it." "Brother Wu, do you have aphrodisiac?" Lin Wani asked. Old Wu was stunned. Was he serious? Something bad would happen. "Old master, we haven't used it in decades, so we don't have any left," Old Wu said. Thinking back to the past, when he and Old Master roamed the world, they would prepare many good things just in case. When they faced strong enemies, they would toss aphrodisiac, toss pigs, and then slash them with blades. Who knew how many arrogant people had died to such methods? However, after their status changed, they didn't need it anymore. Lin Wani sighed. What a waste if I did. Then it would save me a lot of trouble. This was a true demon. What demon was Lin Fan? At most, he was a merciful demon. Chapter 88. Chickens crowed. The sky was bright. A streak of sunlight shone in. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He was really calm. He had gone through it yesterday and had some experience. His hand was still placed on her body. That part was a little sensitive, so he couldn't say it out. He was still naked. He got up and wore his clothes. Of course, he brought that blade with him. Li Jixio woke up. Her eyes were a little dazed and a little stunned. She tried so hard to defend last night, but it was still useless. Girl, let me tell you that my father did all this. As long as you are in the Lin family, the first person you see when you wake up will be me. You can't hide from me. I don't know why you came to the Lin clan, or what your goal is, but let me tell you it's impossible between us. If you want to have sex because you're bored, that's also impossible. I'm a clean man, not a playboy. Lin Fan wore his clothes and was prepared to pull out his blade. Li Jixio sat on the bed. Even now, her mind was still a little stunned. He had heard everything that Lin Fan had said. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 666. Double rage points. He didn't even do anything and the rage points exploded out. He pushed open the door. The air was really fresh and the sunlight was really bright. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and felt that it was not bad. He turned his head and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you that my father is a perverted person. We didn't do anything for 2 days, but I can tell you that you won't be able to escape on the 3rd day. He will either drug you or find someone to help. There are no maidservants in the manor, but I think there will be soon." The moment he said that was just too much. Li Jixio was so terrified that her soul nearly flew away. She didn't come to the Lin family to be fucked. She just wanted freedom. Without any emotional foundation, she wasn't even prepared. This was no doubt rape. At that moment, Lin Fan really wanted to leave. However, he felt that his words weren't strong enough, so he added more fuel to the fire. "My father treats you so well because he wants you to have a child with me. Why don't we just have one and then you can leave right away? How about that? Give birth to your head." Li Jixio scolded. Rage points plus 777. Lin Fan smiled. Sure, a big head is fine too. A big head and high IQ is also a special trait. If you can give birth, I don't mind. Do you know how painful it is to give birth? It's as if all the bones in my body are being crushed. This pain will last for a long time. In ancient times, those who had never given birth to a child would never understand the pain of childbirth. But Lin Fan had experienced it before. Don't ask why he wanted to experience it. That was because he had nothing better to do, so he went to simulate it. Damn. When he reached level 7, he almost fainted. He would rather die than persevere. As for level 9, he didn't really want to try. Li Jixio's fingers trembled slightly. His words were so realistic that it made people feel fearful. Lin Fan left the house and walked slowly. Then he sped up and left the place. Who knew whether or not Li Jixio would kill him? Zhou Zhongmao watched from the dark. He had thought that a huge battle would break out, but to his surprise, nothing happened at all. This was a little strange. Inside the house, Li Jixio shouted. Suelon hurried over and saw that the young miss's face was pale. She asked worriedly, "Young miss, what's wrong?" "Suelon, what was it like when my mother gave birth to me? Did she face danger?" Li Jixio asked. "Young miss, why are you asking this?" Suelon was confused. What happened for young miss to be so concerned about this? "Speak." Li Jixio asked coldly. Suelon thought about it. "I didn't see it personally, but I heard from others that when Madame gave birth to young miss, she was already dead. Old master was preparing for the funeral. At that time an old monk came to the Li Manor to beg for alms. As there was a joyous event, they didn't chase him away and gave him money. Then that old monk sat at the entrance of the Li Manor, knocking on the wooden fish and chanting scriptures. That day, everyone in Rong City could hear the sound of the wooden fish. In the end, Madame came back to life." "What about the old monk?" Li Jixio asked. Suelon thought about it. "He was kicked away." She heard these things from the servants who had been in the Li family for a long time. She didn't know if it was true or not. Madame died and that old monk was still in the mood to knock on the wooden fish. He was kicked in the face by the Li Manor housekeeper and then he left. He only reacted after that. Maybe Madame coming back to life had something to do with that old monk. "Suelon, pack things, I want to go home." Li Jixio was in a daze. That fellow didn't lie to her. This wasn't the life that she wanted. She thought that with her current strength she could do what she wanted. But now she noticed that old Master Lin was really terrifying. If she continued to stay here, the outcome would be catastrophic. She agreed to the Lin Manor's marriage proposal, and so did the Li family. If she went back like that, it wouldn't make sense. However, no matter what, she had to leave. "Ah!" Suelon was shocked. "Little miss, you want to go home." "Go home, this place is too dangerous. I am too arrogant, things will never be what I think they are." Li Jixio was lost. To Suelon, "Little miss should go home." Like what little miss said, this place was too dangerous. Lin family young master was a demon. His cousin was a demon. There weren't many normal people in this family. Only old Master Lin was slightly better. Suelon was still too young. In the entire Lin family, Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao were actually good people. If one said the worst, it would be Lin Wani and Old Wu. Lin Manor entrance. When Lin Wani learned that his daughter-in-law was going home, his expression was a little off. What was going on? She had just come for a few days and she was going back. Was the Lin family not good? Or did he not respect her enough? When Lin Fan saw his father rush over, he walked forwards. "Father, thank you so much." When he said that, his face was filled with a smile. He nearly laughed out loud. He really didn't expect that Li Jixio was going home. He thought about it. He understood that all of this was done by his father. Sending him to Li Jixio's room every day would definitely cause her to explode. If she couldn't fight back, then she could only scram. Lin Wani was totally confused by his unfilial kid's words. What did he mean? Why was he thanking him? "Father, if not for you sending me to her room every day, she might not have left." "Father, I understand, you have always been on my side." Lin Fan smiled. Lin Wani looked at Old Wu. Old Wu nodded his head and agreed with young master's words. In the end, all of this was his doing? "Daughter-in-law, why are you leaving for no reason? The wedding date has already been chosen." Lin Wani saw Li Jixio walk over and asked. Li Jixio was a little afraid of Lin Wani. When they first met, she thought that he was a good person. But after these few days, she realized that she couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes could lie to her. Father Xiao wants to go back to see my parents," Li Jixio said. To her, she just wanted to escape this place. How could Lin Wani let her leave? "Xiao, why do you need to go back? Once you get married, your parents will come." Xiao still wants to go back to take a look. Li Jixio panicked. Lin Fan said, "Father, if she wants to go back, then let her go." "Shut up." Lin Wani stared at him in rage and then looked towards Li Jixio. He smiled. "Xiao, did this kid bully you? If there is anything, then tell me. I will help you take revenge." Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He was lying through his teeth. Who was bullying who? Didn't he know? Although Lin Wani was smiling, in Li Jixio's eyes, it was more like the smile of a demon with sharp teeth. He was swallowing the light. "No, I just want to go back to see my parents." Li Jixio just wanted to leave. She didn't want to stay even if she was beaten to death. In the distance. Brother Lin. A voice spread over. When Li Jixio heard this voice, her body shook. No. Lin Wani looked at the person who came and was delighted. Sure, there is no need to leave. Your parents are here. Damn. Lin Fan's mouth was agape. How could such a coincidental thing happen? They were about to succeed. What would happen now? Are you all demons? Chapter 89. Li Jixio didn't expect her parents to come. It came without any warning. Brotherly, you are finally here. My daughter-in-law misses you all and wants to go back to visit you all. I couldn't stop her. Lin Wani said. He felt very carefree in his heart. It seemed that God also wanted this daughter-in-law to stay in the Lin family. Old Master Li looked at his daughter with a weird expression. She was the one who wanted to come to the Lin family. Now that she wanted to leave, things probably weren't simple. Different from what I expected. It seemed that this girl had encountered a setback and wanted to go home. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Lin Fan pursed his lips. What was going on? Wouldn't it have been better if he had waited for this woman to leave? Now that this had happened, it seemed like he had to think of another way. He would not allow his marriage to be controlled by others. What the hell was a beautiful woman? He had never taken it to heart. If there were more bootlickers, the price would increase. Just like in his previous life, the woman had so many requests. Why? It was all because there were too many bootlickers, causing the market price to rise. Sure, your mother and I are already here, so why are we going back? Quickly move the things back. Old Master Li said. He then exchanged glances with Lin Wani and wanted to say something. In the living room, Lin Fan sat there, blinking his eyes and smiling. Li Shi looked at Lin Fan. This was the first time she had seen Lin Fan. Naturally, she had to take a closer look at her son-in-law. Not bad at all. Li Jixio couldn't sit still. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't find the opportunity. In the study, Brother Lin, I received news that King Wutong sent people to Yu City. I knew right away, so I rushed over. How is the situation? Old Master Li asked. Brother Li, you suddenly came to Yu City because you received news? Lin Wani's expression was solemn. It seemed like Brother Li knew something, which was why he rushed over from Rong City. If not, how could there be such a coincidence? Old Master Li nodded his head. When King Wutong sent people to Yu City, I was informed, so I came to take a look. Someone did come, but it is over. The corpse is in my son's backyard. Lin Wani said. Old Master Li was stunned. Corpse? What does that mean? He looked at Lin Wani in disbelief. Lin Wani nodded his head. It was clear what he meant. When a living person becomes a corpse, that person is already dead. Old Master Li was convinced. He didn't expect that Lin Wani would actually kill the person sent by King Wutong. He had totally offended King Wutong. Brother Lin, you were too rash. Old Master Li sighed. He was too impulsive. He would rather let him go than kill him. Wasn't he fighting against King Wutong on the surface? It isn't about being rash or not. King Wutong wants to rebel, so if I don't kill the envoy and people find out, they might think that I am working with King Wutong. This was not a lie. Old Master Li was really solemn. That is indeed what I mean. Brother Lin is in charge of Yu City, so it is reasonable for King Wutong to want to bribe Brother Lin. I just don't know whether or not other places have been bribed. If other places are bribed, then Rong City's Wa City and so on will be unavoidable. Brother Li, let's not talk about these things. I just want to ask, does your Li family agree to let your daughter marry into my Lin family? Lin Wani asked. Old Master Li was stunned. Brother Lin, we are discussing an important matter. Let's put aside such a small matter. What small matter? This is an important matter. What does King Wutong's matter? Truthfully, do you agree or not? To Lin Wani, King Wutong wanting to rebel was a small matter. He just wanted to know whether or not he could have a daughter-in-law and whether or not he could hug a grandson. The change in his thoughts was a little huge. This caused Old Master Li to be stunned. That was too sudden. They were talking about King Wutong's rebellion. Now that he was talking about his son, how was he supposed to reply? Brother Lin, let the children do as they see fit. As a father, we can't care about it. Old Master Li said. He knew what his daughter was thinking. Lin Wani waved his hands. What do you mean do as they see fit? Let them do it. This matter is over. How could he not know what his son was thinking? He really wanted Li Jixio to scram. As a father, how could he allow him to play around like that? He was not bad looking. He was satisfied. Who cared whether or not the two of them had feelings for each other? Even if they died, it was their problem. He wouldn't care. But now that he didn't even have a child, he had to care. He wasn't small anymore. He could get married. Old Master Li looked at Lin Wani and felt a little tired. The two of them were worried about totally different things. Living room. Li Ming looked at her son-in-law. She was satisfied with his first test. He was not bad looking. Auntie, can I call you Little Fan? Li Ming asked. Lin Fan smiled. Sure. Li Ming smiled. She knew her daughter's personality. The outcome of her staying in the Li family would be a marriage alliance. As for who the marriage partner would be, that was hard to guarantee. Little Fan, what do you like to do? Li Ming asked. Towards such a question, Lin Fan naturally had to give her a perfect answer. He thought about it. Yeah, I don't really have much to do every day. I'm just idling around and waiting to die. When I'm in a good mood, I'll beat people up. If I don't like someone, I'll punch them. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll kill a few people for fun. However, when Li Ming heard that, she was a little uneasy. Little Fan, that is really funny. Naturally, Li Ming wouldn't believe what Lin Fan said. Who would say that about themselves? Auntie, I am not joking with you. I'm really like that. There is a corpse in the back courtyard. Lin Fan smiled and said. He had to show such an expression. When Suelon heard that, her face turned white. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Madam, what he said is true. I personally saw it. He tortured someone and in the end he was killed just like that. To Suelon, the impact of that scene was too great. It was so huge that it was terrifying. When she learned that little Miss was going to leave this place, she heaved a sigh of relief. She finally left this dangerous place. Who knew that old master and madam would come? Li Ming's eyelids jumped. She had a weird expression on her face. It was obvious that she didn't believe it at the start, but now she did. Perverted? She really couldn't tell. She looked towards her son-in-law and noticed that he was really calm. He had a smile on his face and even nodded towards her. Thinking about how her son-in-law had such a perverted mentality, Li Ming felt a chill down her spine. She suddenly realized that if her daughter entered the Lin family, what would her future be like? Just as she didn't know what to do, Lin Wani and Old Master Li walked in. They didn't have a pleasant conversation in the reading room. The conversation between the two of them wasn't on the same topic at all. Old Master Li was worried about King Wutong. As for Lin Wani, he kept asking whether or not he agreed to let his daughter marry into the Lin family. In the end, they didn't come to a conclusion. Chapter 90. Fanner, what are you talking about? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, nothing much. Auntie asked me what I like to do, so I told her about my hobbies. Lin Wani was happy. It was a good thing that his son could have a good chat with his mother-in-law. No matter what, he had to help his son settle this marriage in the limited time. If he knew that Lin Fan was talking to her about this, he would beat him up or kill him. He would definitely press Lin Fan to the ground. It is good to talk, to let others understand you. That is the best way to communicate. Lin Wani said. The living room was really silent. Li Ming could only force a smile. She didn't know how to face this son-in-law that she thought was already decided on. There was a voice in her heart telling her. It was fake. All of this was fake. Don't believe it, the son-in-law was just joking. How could it be real? How could Lin Wani let the atmosphere be so quiet? He had to liven things up, so he let his unfilial son bring his wife and mother-in-law to look around. Lin Fan had wanted to leave this place long ago. He felt that it was just too boring to stay here. There was no point. Who knew that father actually wanted to bring them around to look around? What was there to look at in the Lin family? It was just that. But he had no choice. Since father had spoken, he had to give him face. Within the Lin manor, Li Ming looked at the environment of the Lin manor. It was not bad, but compared to the Li family there was a huge gap. However, for such a secluded place like Yu City, it was already not bad. Auntie, just casually look around. The Lin manor is only so big, and there isn't much to look at," Lin Fan said. He had already hinted many times to beg them to bring their daughter away. Lin Manor was really dangerous. If they stayed here it would be really bad. Run. He walked and he came to the back courtyard. This was where he lived. He wanted to let Li Ming see the truth of the back courtyard. "Auntie, this is where I live. I also want to see how my toy is," Lin Fan said calmly and walked in. 3 wooden stakes were placed there. From last night till now, he didn't get any rage points at all. He didn't know what was going on. Weren't the 2 remaining men angry? Li Ming looked at the wooden stakes and the backs of the 3 men tied on them. Suelan shrunk back in fear and didn't dare to walk in front. Go Zi stood in front of the wooden pillar with a complicated expression. When he saw young master, he hurried over. "Young master is dead." "Who died?" Lin Fan frowned and asked. He had a bad feeling about this. Go Zi didn't say anything and just pointed at the wooden stakes. His meaning was clear, they were dead. Lin Fan had a bad feeling. He walked in front of the wooden pillar with a shocked expression. He covered his mouth and took a deep breath. His heart felt like it was going to explode. She was alive and well last night. How did he die? He didn't even get all the rage points and they were gone just like that. Who did it? He discovered that the 2 men's necks were shriveled and had fingerprints on them. They had been crushed by someone. Father did it. The possibility was very high. No one else had the guts to destroy his toys. Lin Fan went forward and slapped their faces. Their heads swayed left and right as if they had no strength at all. "Isn't it way too easy for them to die?" Lin Fan remarked. Madame Li's pupils contracted. It was true. He wasn't lying. Someone really died. "Auntie, did I scare you?" Lin Fan turned around and asked with a smile. His expression was really calm, but it gave one a chill down one's spine. No. How could Madame Li not be afraid? She really didn't expect this son-in-law to be so sick in the head, to really treat killing as fun. If Jixio followed him, what would happen in the future? "Cousin, should we bury them?" Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Fan said, "Pull them out to feed the dogs." Zhou Zhongmao found it weird. Their Lin family didn't raise dogs, so where would they feed them? However, he noticed that his cousin's gaze was sending a special message. Instantly, he understood. Do we need to break them up and feed them? They are so big and they don't taste good. Lin Fan said, "It would be troublesome to break them up. Turn them into meat paste and make them into sausages." Ugh! Madame Li's face turned white and she tilted her head like she was about to vomit. "Auntie, what happened to you? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to rest?" Lin Fan acted like he was concerned and asked. "Xiu and I are about to get married. If anything happens to you, who will host the wedding?" Li Jixio clenched her jade fingers and her teeth chattered. She knew that he was scaring her mother. Damn. Suelan wasn't much better. Her face was so white that it was about to turn transparent. Feed the dogs. Mince. Make sausages. When they connected, it was a terrifying thing. Nothing, I will go rest. Madame Li felt dizzy and couldn't stay here any longer. Xiu help mother back? Yes, mother. When Li Jixio left, she stared at Lin Fan in rage. Her explosive temper had been suppressed for a long time. There was no place to vent it. Hiki. Lin Fan smiled. Playing with me, I'll play until you collapse. The perverted path couldn't be stopped. He had to chase this girl away. Looking at the 3 corpses, his heart felt cold. Why did he have to kill them? Wasn't it better to do it later? Haze. The heavens weren't on his side, and his luck was a little bad. He felt like his father wanted him to get married, but it seemed like he was planning something. That night, Madame Li's face was much better. Not as ashen white as it was in the day. Old Master Xiu can't marry the Lin family young master. As a mother, she definitely couldn't push her daughter into a pit of fire. Especially when she saw what happened today, she was terrified. Cruel, how could there be such a cruel person? Madam, didn't you want to see Xiu find a husband? Why didn't you agree? Old Master Li asked. Madame Li shook her head. If it was a normal person, even if it was useless, I would agree, but today, she didn't know what to say. She even had a shadow in her heart. Her life was saved by a monk, and she started to believe in Buddha. How could she have seen such a bloody scene? Haze, Old Master Li sighed. Madam, you don't know. Xiao life is a small matter. King Wutong is trying to recruit people, but Lin Wani rejected him. He has already offended King Wutong and made a strong enemy. If nothing happens, King Wutong will send people to Rong City's Li family. I don't know what to do. Old Master, can't we just agree? Madam Li said. Old Master Li shook his head. That is a rebellion. A crime that will implicate the entire family. If we don't agree, the outcome won't be any better. Then what did Old Master Lin say? Madam Li didn't understand all this, but she felt like things were a little serious. Old Master Li was helpless. Till now, he is still asking me whether or not I agree to this marriage. Why would he care about what King Wutong wants to do? He was really impressed. Brother Lin's thoughts couldn't be understood by normal people. If King Wutong sent people over, then he should have just let them go. Why did he have to kill them? There was no turning back at all. Back courtyard within the room. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. Physique. 150 Martial Path Grade 5 Internal Strength. 150 Martial Path Grade 5 Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture Grade 3 Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique Returning to True. Bug Controlling Technique. Basics. Unmovable King Body Unlearned. Lightning Blade 4 Strokes. Mastery through Comprehension. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand Unlearned. Rage Points. 6,238 inches. A short time. He accumulated a decent amount of rage points. He risked his life to get all of this. The life of a rich family young master made one fall, but there was still a huge gap from where he wanted to do whatever he wanted. Add points. Physique and internal strength were both increasing. He wasn't used to revealing his cultivation in front of others. He just wanted to be a rich family young master. He would wait until some blind guy came to shake his status as a rich young master. Then he would smash his head. Physique. 180, Martial Path Grade 6, Internal Strength. 180 Martial Path Grade 6. He had reached Martial Path Grade 6 internally and externally. With such cultivation he could catch up to other people who cultivated for decades. That was if he was talented. If he wasn't, it would be impossible without decades. Dong dong. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt his heartbeat quicken. The internal strength in his body became thicker and thicker. It was far from what he could compare to when he was grade 5. He hadn't fought anyone in a long time. He didn't know how strong he was now. Why didn't the assassin come? What a waste. Father said that the assassin was his enemy, but to him, with his experience during this period of time, it was most probably his father acting as the assassin. He was just too scheming. Slowly improve, slowly. Once I reach the peak of Martial Path Grade 12, let's see how you can fight me. He was forced. He had no choice. He could only show his cards and play seriously with them. Maybe the small support system knew that such a situation would happen, which was why it made cultivation so simple. Chapter 91. Naturally, the Li family coming to Yu City couldn't be hidden from the Yuan and Liang families. They were all aristocratic families of Yu City, and their thoughts were simple. If they could have a marriage alliance with the aristocratic families of the outer city, that would be a great thing. When they learned that Lin Wani helped his son get married to the Rong City Li family, they felt really depressed. That fellow could go on a blind date? Don't joke around. Can't you see that my outstanding son is still single? A night of safety. The assassin didn't appear, and father didn't tie him to Li Zhixio's bed. It was obvious that since the Li family came, he didn't do that. Gozi carried a basin in and helped young master wash up. Where is my cousin? Lin Fan asked. Yesterday, to let the Li family know how cruel and perverted he was. He told cousin to chop up the 3 corpses and make them into sausages. Of course he was just saying that. How could he be such a cruel person? Cousin definitely wasn't one. Young master, I don't know. Gozi shook his head. He didn't know where teacher went, anyways he didn't see him yesterday. Yu City Gate. Dong dong. A low sound spread out from the distance. Many people were attracted by the sound. They turned their heads and saw a black patch of people charging over aggressively. They kicked up a large amount of dust and it was a gray patch. One couldn't see who it was, but there was a flag that fluttered in the wind. The flag had a 3-headed golden dragon on it, and it looked really vicious. Slowly a white light shone. The light came from the silver armor of the cavalry. That family emblem is the symbol of King Wutong, an older city guard exclaimed. He didn't expect to see King Wutong's family emblem. A large group of people rode horses into the city. When the guards saw them, they were astonished. How would they dare to stop them? In their eyes, the cavalry was filled with killing intent. Their silver armor shone a white light under the sunlight. The horse hooves rumbled, and the ground seemed to shake from their steps. The commoners in the city retreated to the sides. They hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. In the distance, "Father, that family emblem is King Wutong's, right?" Liang Yichu asked. He had seen books that recorded the family emblems of various families. King Wutong's was the most domineering, and it was even more shocking than the one in the imperial city. Old Master Liang frowned and didn't say a word. The situation wasn't right. Why would King Wutong's army come to Yu City? Lin family. Instantly, Old Master Liang thought about a possibility, which was that King Wutong's army headed towards the Lin family. The Lin family. Old Wu came to the reading room. "Old Master, King Wutong's silver blood army has entered the city and is heading towards us." "So fast?" Lin Wani was shocked, and then he smiled. "King Wutong really thinks highly of me." Using peaceful means before resorting to violence, placing the troops at the back and sending 3 people to talk to me. "What do you want now?" He did not panic. Everything was normal. Within the Lin manor, Old Master Li had woken up early. "Brother Lin." Old Master Li smiled. Lin Wani said, "Brother Li, you don't need to come out. King Wutong's silver blood army is waiting outside. I will go see what they want to do." When Old Master Li heard this, his expression changed. King Wutong's silver blood army had come? How was this possible? This army was really terrifying, one of the few armies under King Wutong. They swept the battlefield and no one could stop them. Now that he actually sent them to Yu City, even if it was just a small portion, they couldn't be underestimated. It seemed like King Wutong really valued Lin Wani. Outside the manor, the Lin Manor guards looked warily at the people who surrounded the Lin Manor. One couldn't see their faces as they were all wrapped up in silver armor. However, that invisible vengeful energy was like boiling water. At this moment, the person leading this terrifying army wasn't so terrifying. It was a middle-aged man who wore normal clothes. He looked normal. His height was average. His entire body was normal, and one couldn't see anything different about him. "Lin Wani, brother, I am already here, why aren't you coming out?" The middle-aged man shouted. "Kachi!" The manor doors opened. "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it is you." Lin Wani walked out and the surrounding guards moved aside, although they were talking and laughing. However, the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. The middle-aged man smiled. His name was Lu Xian, a strategist under King Wutong. He knew Lin Wani. The two of them had roamed together when they were young. After that, they went their separate ways and hadn't met for decades. Lu Xian flipped off the horse. "Brother Lin, decades have passed. Now that we meet, you are still the same. It seems like your martial path cultivation is really unpredictable. As for me, I am already old." He was astonished. That was indeed the case. Lin Wani's face was still the same as when he was young, but he was slowly getting older. Before coming, he had thought about it. If Lin Wani's martial path cultivation was only martial path grade 12, then it would be easy. However, looking at the current situation, he had probably reached a level that normal people couldn't understand. It is still okay. Yu City is a place that nurtures people. Why did Brother Lu bring so many people here? Lin Wani asked, even though he knew the answer. The Silver Blood Army was a killing weapon in King Wutong's hands. The people who came now were only a small portion. However, King Wutong sent the Silver Blood Army over because he had other plans. "Father, who is it? I heard knocking sounds early in the morning." Lin Fan walked over. He was really eager. In his heart, he was thinking that he had nothing to do usually. Now that there was such a huge army, they were definitely here to cause trouble. Looking at the people wrapped in silver armor, he could sense the thick vengeful energy from afar. They weren't simple people. Since the army was here, they would probably fight. He was a little afraid. If his father couldn't beat them, then his rich young master life would come to an end. Lucien stared at Lin Fan and smiled. Brother Lin, I didn't expect your son to have grown up so much. Why did you come? Lin Wani frowned and asked. Lin Fan said to take a look. He had to know the situation. He roughly understood the situation in Yu City, but he didn't know much about the situation outside. His father knew a lot. However, he didn't tell him. The entire Yu City was like a bird cage and he was the bird in it. He could fly, but he couldn't. Kid, I have been good friends with your father for decades. Lucien smiled. Unfortunately, his smile was fake to others, but to Lin Fan it was fake. It made one's heart tremble. He wasn't a good person. Brother Lu, I remember that you didn't like to smile in the past. You have changed a lot after spending decades with King Wutong. Lin Wani said. He mentioned King Wutong. The atmosphere became really tense. Lucien retracted his smile and said, Brother Lin, I came this time to see my old friend. I also need Brother Lin to return those 3 people to me so that I can report back. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. If they are alive, I want to see them. Lin Wani kept silent for a moment. Fan send the corpses over. Lin Fan was stunned. Corpses. Cousin threw them away, so he had to dig them out. Lin Fan noticed that Cousin was already standing there. He waved his hand. Cousin, send the corpses over. Zhou Zhongmao was in a tough spot. Corpses. His head hurt. However, he still nodded his head and left to get them. Chapter 92. Rage points plus 22. Where did the rage points come from? He didn't offend anyone. However, when he saw Lucien's gaze, he knew that Lin Wani was angry and he was dragged into it. Maybe to Lucien, Lin Wani didn't have the courage to kill the 3 of them, but looking at the situation, they were already dead. Killing the envoy that King Wutong sent meant that he didn't care about King Wutong at all. He just casually said that it was okay to see the corpses, but did he really want to see the corpses? However, he still maintained his calmness and a smile hung on his face. How fake. Father, this fellow is a little fake. Lin Fan got close to his father's ear and said softly. Lin Wani acknowledged. He agreed with what he said. So, his father had seen through him long ago. A fake act could only fool fools. Who knew whether or not Lucien heard it? But his expression didn't change at all. Cousin had been gone for so long, so why wasn't he back yet? Very quickly. His cousin came, carrying a stick on his shoulder. There were many sausages hanging on the stick, section by section, and the stick was already filled with sausages. Lin Fan's pupils constricted and his fingers trembled. For some reason he had a bad feeling. He was just joking yesterday. How would there be such a cruel person to turn people into sausages? Cousin, was he? Oh my God. That was possible, that was really possible. However, he still had a bit of hope that it was an illusion and that Cousin didn't find the corpses. Cousin, you are here. Zhou Zhongmao said. He was in a tough spot at the start. Cousin said that he wanted to bring the corpses over. But where could he get them? They were all turned into sausages, and even if he pieced them together, they couldn't be pieced back together. The best he could do was to make them look like humans. Lucien exclaimed, I haven't eaten sausages in a long time. Brother Lin, your mother's sausage-making skills were really good. After eating it, it left a deep impression. Let me see how much of your mother's skills you have inherited. The moment he said that, he took a sausage and bit into it. Lin Fan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. His mouth was too big and he swallowed a large half. He even closed his eyes in enjoyment, chewing and reminiscing. The meat is delicious and chewy. Cough cough. Lucien coughed and spat out a fragment. Brother Lin, you're so careless. You didn't even clean the bones. Lin Fan's mouth was agape as he stared at Lucien in shock. Damn. Was this guy a foodie? How could he do such a thing? Didn't he want to see the corpse? Why did he eat a sausage when he saw one? When the honest cousin saw this, he sucked in a deep breath of cold air. What a cruel fellow. Lucien wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Alright, where's the corpse? Lin Wani sensed something and looked at the unfilial kid. Lin Fan nodded his head like he acknowledged him. Zhou Zhongmao took the stick off his shoulder and handed it to Lucien. Lucien frowned. What I want is a corpse, you gave me incense. Before he could finish his words, Lucien felt as though his throat was being strangled. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lin Wani in disbelief. Right here, Zhou Zhongmao said. After handing over the corpse that had already been stuffed into sausages to Lu Xian, he withdrew. Even he felt that this person was too freakish, too terrifying. Blarg! Lu Xian lowered his head. His fingers hooked his throat as he vomited. The Silver Blood Army behind him shook. They pulled out their blades and were prepared to fight. Lin Fan was stunned. He really didn't expect that his cousin would actually make them into sausages. He immediately pulled his cousin to the side. "Cousin, are you serious?" Zhou Zhongmao felt a little innocent and helpless. "Cousin, I did what you said." Lin Fan had nothing to say. He was convinced. He really was convinced. He thought that his cousin wouldn't do such a cruel thing, but who knew that he really did it? It couldn't have been made overnight, right? "Brother Lu, don't think too much. I personally made these sausages. As for the 3 corpses, I told people to throw them into the East Forest. Maybe the Yin demons have already eaten them," Lin Wani said. He didn't expect that his unfilial kid would be so vicious, to make people into sausages. Why didn't he see it in the past? "It is okay, I just ate too quickly and choked." Lu Xian smiled. But his smile was really unnatural, like he didn't believe him. Rage points plus 999 just at that moment. Lin Fan was slightly shocked. Rage points directly exploded to 999. He looked at Lu Xian and noticed that he was smiling at him. One couldn't see any anger from him. However, that was the case. That was why he felt a chill down his spine. This fellow wasn't simple. He was a smiling tiger, and his rage points had reached such a level. He probably even wanted to kill him. What did that have to do with him? Although he was the one who told cousin about the shocking idea of making sausages. However, the one who did it was cousin. "Brother Lu, please enter," Lin Wani said. He knew that things wouldn't end so easily. Lu Xian wasn't the Lu Xian of the past. People would change. Especially after spending decades by King Wutong's side. He didn't dare to imagine what he would become. Lin Fan didn't follow in. Even if he entered, it was useless. If they really wanted to talk about important matters, his father wouldn't let him by his side. Endless mocking. Stop dreaming. Father would beat him to death. As for the soldiers in silver armor outside, he could study them. He pulled cousin to his side. "Cousin, what are you thinking?" He really didn't understand. For cousin to be able to cultivate to such a realm, he definitely wasn't stupid. Why did he do whatever he said? "Cousin, I didn't think much." Zhou Zhongmao was lost. He didn't know what cousin meant. Lin Fan was speechless. It seemed like he had to pay attention to what he said to cousin in the future. If he didn't do it well, the outcome would be really serious. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fan looked at these soldiers. The armor they wore was really protective and every part of their body was protected. If they were on the battlefield, no one would be able to defeat them. Even swords wouldn't be able to cut them. "It is such a hot day, don't you feel hot wearing that?" Lin Fan asked. No one bothered about him. Hey, they were all really cold. He definitely wouldn't point at them and say that they were all trash. The situation was a little hostile, and if it was too obvious, something would happen. It was better to cause a storm. "Gozi, come over." Lin Fan muttered in Gozi's ear and then patted his shoulder. "Go do it, the faster the better." Gozi was a little lost. However, he still went to do what young master instructed him to do. Within the reading room. "Brother Lin, you and I are old friends, so I think you shouldn't do anything stupid," Lu Xian said. Lin Wani didn't reply and just said, "Brother Lu, you recommended me, right?" Haha. Lu Xian smiled. "Brother Lin is so strong. Hiding in this corner is just burying your talent. Only by following King Wutong will you be able to do big things. Then, I have to thank you for your recommendation. However, I don't like to rebel. Moreover, King Wutong's horizons are too small, and he doesn't know what is going on," Lin Wani said. He was such a good person in the past, so how did he become so useless? He didn't mention names. He was talking about Lu Xian. "Brother Lin, don't be so ungrateful. For you, I said so many good things to King Wutong to fight for this chance." Lu Xian's expression was calm, but his tone changed. Lin Wani smiled. Sad. Sigh. A fight between kids, and they actually had to recruit adults to be their fighters. Chapter 93. Outside the manor, Lin Fan looked at these soldiers. Cold. That was truly incomparably cold. The sun hung high in the sky and the air was really hot. However, after these people got off their horses, they didn't move at all. Were they really not hot? Cousin, what are we doing here? Zhou Zhongmao asked. What was there to do here? It was just a bunch of armored soldiers. Although they looked strong, he didn't care much about them. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be able to smash these armored soldiers into pieces with a single slap. These were the elites of King Wutong's Silver Blood Army. Their individual combat strength might not have been strong, but when they worked together, they were really strong. However, to Zhou Zhongmao it was just SOSO. Unless there were 10 times more of them. Let's see whether or not they are hot. Lin Fan wanted to have a good chat with these armored soldiers. He didn't have many rage points. Moreover, he lived in U City and it was really tough to get rage points. Now that so many outsiders came, naturally he was really excited. Zhou Zhongmao waited at the side. Since cousin wanted to see, then he would. That moment, a different sound spread out from the distance. The person hadn't arrived yet, but a unique fragrance filled the air. Hongxiu Pavilion was really lively. The girls were invited over by Lin Fan. Gozi didn't know what young master wanted to do. He really didn't understand. He wanted the girls to become more flirtatious, to dress more sexily and to act really tempting. To the original Gozi, this was really embarrassing. He didn't even know whether or not he should look. Anyways, after looking, Gozi's originally calm heart was actually a little restless. Damn, that was the feeling of being tempted. The commoners who saw the girls from Hongxiu Pavilion had their mouths agape. Their eyes opened wide like they had seen a ghost. What are you looking at? What is there to look at? The commoners who had their wives beside them were directly scolded by their ears. These sluts. They actually came out to act so flirtatious in public, attracting the attention of these guys. That was just too much. Lin Fan didn't need to say much as Gozi had already explained everything to the girls. He already knew what to do. Kachi. There was the sound of heads turning. The cold Silver Blood Army changed a little. Someone turned his head and looked at those flirtatious girls. Maybe it was because they didn't feel good. After that, he didn't do anything. This time, Gozi found a total of 10 girls from the Hongxiu Pavilion. Their bodies, looks, and aura were all top-notch. Especially the way they dressed. It was easy to attract the most primitive desires of males. She stroked her hair coquettishly and flirtatiously. A unique fragrance spread in all directions. Zhou Zhongmao was extremely calm. He only had his cousin in his eyes, and protecting his cousin was the most important thing in his life. Amazing, Lin Fan muttered in his heart. He was a normal man, especially one who was very sensitive. Naturally, he couldn't suppress it. The eyes of the Silver Blood soldiers stared at the girls under their masks. When they saw the fine beads of sweat sliding down the girls' snow-white necks, they all swallowed their saliva. Damn. Bastard. Who called him over? Wasn't this asking for his life? They were the Silver Blood Army, powerful soldiers. They were well-trained and had extraordinary battle prowess. But at the end of the day, they were still men. As long as they were men, they would have primitive desires. Gulp. The originally quiet environment was suddenly filled with the sound of swallowing. Not bad, not bad, give me a sexy dance, Lin Fan said. Young Master Lin called them over. He was a rich man, so they had to perform well. All of them used all their skills to satisfy young Master Lin. Rage points plus 22. Rage points plus 33. Oh! Instantly, a small amount of rage points surged over. Although it was only 2 digits, there were a lot of them. There were at least 100 Silver Blood Army members who came to U City. Even if it was small, it wasn't a small number. In just a short while, his rage points increased by 2,833. However, each of them provided too few rage points. Maybe because he wasn't familiar with them, or maybe because they weren't angry enough with him. Along with their strength and status, all sorts of factors were added together. It was really complicated. The girls from Hongxiu Pavilion were really good at this. Their dance was really tempting. The flirtatious vibe they gave off without long periods of training, it would be tough for them to have that. To the Silver Blood Army, the temptation was huge. They were under King Wutong and had little chance to touch women. Apart from occasionally pillaging some places and finding women to have fun with, they were usually training. It was rare for them to have such a chance. If this wasn't City and Sir Lucien was inside, they would have taken off their armors and pulled them to a corner. Damn. This fellow was doing it on purpose. They found so many beautiful and seductive women and danced seductively in front of them to seduce them, making it hard for them to bear. Slowly, the way the Silver Blood Army stood changed. Some of them leaned forward and stuck out their butts. Their abdomens sucked in air and they wanted to leave some space for that area. However, it was useless. It was too uncomfortable, it made them panic. Rage points plus 44. Rage points plus 44. Rage points plus 66. Oh, it finally started to explode. The Silver Blood Army was infuriated by this silent provocation. The culprit who made them feel so bad was the Lin family young master. That damn fellow. If he wanted to wipe out the Lin family, he would rip this kid into pieces and dig out his heart and intestines. In just a short while, the second rage point explosion increased by 5,222. To Lin Fan, this was like discovering a new continent. So it was so easy to increase rage points. Faced with this inhumane torture, the Silver Blood Army decisively closed their eyes and stopped looking at these seductive beauties that they couldn't get. As expected, when they closed their eyes, all the torture disappeared. Gozi really didn't understand why young master did that. It didn't seem like there were any benefits, right? However, how would he know that young master had a small support system? If he didn't rely on that, he wouldn't be able to live. Lin Fan said calmly, "Moan." He was like a commander in charge of an army as he instructed the girls to continue performing. Instantly, a series of moaning and panting sounds could be heard. After all, the girls had all been tempered and tempered. The strength and uniqueness of that voice was naturally extraordinary. Just this voice alone. It was enough for the grain to move first. When the voice spread into the ears of the Silver Blood Army, they felt their bodies itch. That indescribable factor was brewing. The girls moaned. When their voices gathered together, it formed an unbearable and tempting scene in one's mind. Crazy. They were about to go crazy. They thought that they could avoid this, but who knew that they would face such a move? Some of them couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to take off their armors and pounce forward to kill. Damn. How despicable. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 99. They exploded out once more. They didn't kill their father and didn't have any verbal conflicts. It was not bad for them to have such a number of rage points. Maybe this was their limit. As a soldier, their status wasn't high, right? He gained 8,565 points in this wave. Unfilial kid, what are you doing? Lin Wani chided. He heard such an unbearable voice from afar. Lin Fan's body shuddered. He told Go Zi to send the girls back and pay them. These people relied on their ability to earn a living, so he couldn't make things difficult for them because of their jobs. Father, I didn't do anything. The girls from Hongxiu Pavilion passed by and called out. Their voices were too unsightly, so I chased them away. Lin Fan replied. Lin Wani wasn't at the door, so naturally he didn't see what was going on. The Silver Blood Army was furious. This kid actually played with them, how despicable. Chapter 94. They talked a little too quickly. He thought that they could talk until nighttime, then he would be able to farm until nighttime. Looking at the situation, there was no chance at all. The Silver Blood Army was tortured by desire. It was hard and filled with blood. It was really uncomfortable and painful. This kid was really bad. He was really bad. If he was outside, they would have pulled out their blades and hacked him to death. Lu Xian's expression changed. At the start he was smiling, but now he was expressionless and didn't show any emotions at all. His gaze towards Lin Fan was still really unfriendly. It was just that he hid it deeply. He noticed that the Silver Blood Army's situation wasn't right. Did they all want to rebel? What was with that posture? How embarrassing. Wait and see how he would take care of all of them when he returned. The Silver Blood Army puckered their lips. They totally lost their face. Father, look at them. Are they not feeling well? Their postures are so weird. Lin Fan pointed at the Silver Blood Army. Rage points plus 77. Rage points plus 88. Oh, another wave of 7,588. Damn, it felt so good to farm. To the Silver Blood Army, what was going on? Didn't they know what was going on? Why was it weird? If it wasn't for them, how would they have ended up like this? They were just too vicious. To actually do such a thing when they were dressed up, who could take it? Lin Wani acknowledged and agreed with what he said. Brother Lin, you can consider it. It isn't a good sign to reject things too quickly. Lu Xian said. His mission to recruit Lin Wani had failed. This made him really annoyed. King Wutong cared about personal ability. If he didn't succeed, then it meant that he didn't do his job well. Lin Wani said, there is no need to consider. Go back and tell King Wutong that I won't agree. It seemed like the discussion had failed. Lin Fan didn't want Lu Xian to leave. If he left, the Silver Blood Army would leave too. Then, he would lose all his rage points. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to stay for a period of time? Lin Fan tried to get him to stay. It was best if he didn't leave. Just stay in Yu City for a few more days. If they nurtured their relationship, maybe they could develop a different kind of relationship. Lu Xian did not have a good impression of Lin Fan at all. In fact, he did not even have a good impression of anyone in the Lin family. I have military matters to attend to, so I can't stay any longer. Farewell. Lu Xian cupped his fists. His expression changed too quickly, and he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. Lin Fan still wanted to put up a good performance at the last moment. He saw the sausages on the ground. Bring these sausages back as a gift from the Lin family to King Wutong. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 999. Lu Xian's rage had been suppressed to 999. It was evident that he wanted to kill Lin Fan. Sausages? Is this a fucking sausage? He didn't believe what Lin Wani said at all. How vicious, to actually turn the envoy sent by King Wutong into sausages. Good, really good. Lu Xian waved his hand and told the Silver Blood Army to take the sausages. He looked at Lin Wani. Brother Lin, we have been friends for decades. You know that I won't harm you. I am sad that you don't trust me. Brother Lu, if I believed you, I wouldn't have a Lin family and a son. What do you have? Lin Wani asked. Lu Xian was speechless. That was a good question. What does he have? Lin Fan casually said. Lu Xian was furious. Rage points plus 777. Unfilial kid, what did you say? Lin Wani frowned. Lin Fan said innocently, Father, I didn't say anything. I said that the Silver Blood Army is in pain. When the girls from Hongxiu Pavilion passed by, I noticed that their pants were swollen and their eyes were red. I felt like they wanted to rape them. Rage points plus 77. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 99. Rage points plus 111. Oh. Occasionally someone would break 100, but the rest maintained a stable line. Another 9,056 rage points. The small support system started to show its might. There were only 100 people here. If there were 1,000 or 10,000, how shocking would the situation be? There might be a huge battle and their heads would be chopped off and kicked like a ball. The Silver Blood Army was furious. This kid had been dissing them. Their pants were covered in armor, and there was no space at all. His eyes were transparent, so how could he see what was going on inside? Damn. People who lied with their eyes were the most terrifying. All of them looked at Lin Fan in rage. As long as he gave the order, they wouldn't attack anyone and would just stare at this bastard. Very good. Goodbye, I will pass these words to King Wutong. Lu Xian got on his horse. Let's go. The sound of horse hooves shook the ground as the army left. Lin Wani looked on expressionlessly and then squinted at Lin Fan. Unfilial kid. Let me ask you, what are you relying on to be so arrogant? Father, of course I rely on you. Lin Fan said. Wasn't that nonsense? He definitely had to rely on his father. If not for him, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. From this scene, one thing was clear. They didn't dare to move. So many people didn't dare to move. That meant that the situation was simple. Moreover, it was right to say good things. I understand. Lin Wani nodded his head and agreed with those words. Lin Fan looked at the Silver Blood Army in the distance and felt really regretful. It was such a waste that he wasn't able to spend more time with them. If he could spend more time with them, he would let the Silver Blood Army remember him. What a waste. What a waste. Within the manor, Old Master Li felt uneasy. He wasn't as calm as Lin Wani and instead panicked a little. That was King Wutong. After offending King Wutong, His life would be tough. Old master, let's leave. It is too dangerous for our daughter to stay here. Li Ming said. Old master Li said, I have the same thoughts. We can only bring our daughter back. As for the marriage, we have to consider it seriously. We definitely can't draw this fire to the Li family. Just at that moment, naturally he wanted to protect himself. He couldn't fight King Wutong with the Lin family. That would be asking to die. On the streets, Lu Xian's face was cold. He didn't have a good start. Lin Wanyi was so stubborn that he would never know what was going on. King Wutong had high hopes for him, so what ability did he have to reject King Wutong's offer? The ruler of the world was definitely King Wutong. He followed King Wutong for the future. Now he was not far from what he wanted. At that time he would be an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people. Thinking about the future, Lu Xian smiled. Hualulu. At that moment a person blocked the Silver Blood Army. Who are you? Lu Xian asked. From the moment the Silver Blood Army entered the city, Zhu Xiang knew. He had been following them in the dark. Now that the chance was here, he wanted to step out and show himself. He wanted to follow Lu Xian and become someone beside King Wutong. Sir, I am Zhu Xiang and I admire Sir Lu a lot. I want to follow by Sir Lu's side and serve you. Zhu Xiang knelt on the ground and lowered his head. He came from the Imperial City to Yu City. Apart from avoiding danger, he also couldn't use his talents. Now the opportunity had come. If he could work by King Wutong's side, he believed that with his ability, he would be able to do great things. Oh, you admire me? Lu Xian looked at Zhu Xiang playfully. Do you know who I am? Zhu Xiang replied, naturally, Sir Lu Xian, King Wutong's top strategist. I have admired Sir Lu for a long time and want to follow by his side. Are you obedient? Lu Xian asked. The heavens and earth can't disobey the Lord's orders. If I asked you to die, would you be willing? Lu Xian asked. If Lord wants this lowly one to die, this lowly one will not frown. Clang! The moment he said that, Lu Xian tossed out a dagger from his sleeves. It landed in front of Zhu Xiang. Pick it up and stab his stomach. Zhu Xiang's expression didn't change. He picked up the dagger and took in a deep breath. He hollered and stabbed it into his stomach. The pain caused his body to turn cold, but he didn't make a sound. Ha ha! Lu Xian laughed out loud. Stupid, this is stupid. I told you to stab, so you just stab. How is there such a dumb person? He rode past Zhu Xiang and didn't have any thoughts of keeping him. The Silver Blood Army passed by him and looked at him coldly. Just anyone wanted to follow Sir Lu Xian, that was just a dream. Zhu Xiang bore the pain and hollered, Sir, I really want to follow by your side and serve you. No one replied. How did this happen? Zhu Xiang was unwilling. Not long later, a soldier rode over and said condescendingly, My lord said that he lacks an obedient dog by his side. If you are really obedient, then follow us. As for whether or not you will die along the way, that will depend on your fate. Zhu Xiang covered his stomach and wobbled as he followed. He was unwilling. He wanted to return to the Imperial City and take back everything that he lost. King Wutong was his only chance. Chapter 95. Father, that is Mr. Zhu Xiang, right? Liang Yichu wasn't sure. He looked familiar. But that was impossible. Zhu Xiang was taken care of by the Liang family. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to say something, right? It isn't like it is him. Old Master Liang's tone wasn't good. Like someone betrayed the Liang family and slapped him in the face. Liang Yichu felt regretful. In the past, I felt that Zhu Xiang wasn't someone our Liang family could accept. I didn't expect him to come so quickly. What happened just now was just too shocking. Mr. Zhu Xiang stabbed himself. Just thinking about it hurt. Lin Manor. Father, do you think he will bring a large army to attack us? Lin Fan asked. This problem was a little complicated and serious. If they really attacked, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Wanyi stared. Your father would rather die than let you die, so why are you worrying? Lin Fan pouted. I am just asking, I don't mean anything else. His words were too touching. His father still loved him very much. He really didn't want to say much to this unfilial kid. King Wutong sent an envoy. It was okay if he killed him, but why did he think about making him into sausages? Was he so cruel? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He gave Lin Fan 111 rage points. He didn't come to an agreement with his father and thought that a battle was going to happen. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that nothing happened at all. Within the manor, something that gave Lin Wani a headache happened. Old Master Li was all smiles when he came, but now it was obvious that he wanted to leave. He nearly knelt down and begged Lin Wani to let them go. "Brother Li, what are you doing? We can discuss this." Lin Wani stopped Old Master Li and grabbed his hand, unwilling to let go. "Brother Lin, I have many things to deal with at home. Let's gather next time." Old Master Li struggled and wanted to pull his hand out. "Brother, let me go. Our Li family won't participate in this. The marriage will be paused for now. Once things are settled, we can talk." Although he didn't say it out loud, that was the rough meaning. King Wutong was a nightmare to others. Old Master Li's face turned red and he finally pulled his hand back. "Brother Lin, I'll take my leave first." Lin Wani wasn't willing to let it go just like that. "Brother Li, don't be like that. If there is really something, let's talk about it. If it is about King Wutong, don't be afraid, there won't be any problems. We are about to become in-laws, so if we break it up like that, it would be such a waste for the two kids, right? Miss, let's go." Suilon carried the bags and hurried out. The Lin mansion was too terrifying. Anyway, in Chui Lan's heart, it was a terrifying abyss. Li Jixio didn't stay any longer, and had the intention to leave with her tail between her legs. Obviously, Li Jixio was also traumatized by the recent events. "Brother Lin, forget it, forget it. If there's a chance, let's meet again. Goodbye." Old Master Li didn't wait for Lin Wani to say anything as he boarded the carriage and told the coachman to leave quickly. Danger. It was too dangerous. Lin Wani stood there with a dark and sunken expression. "King Wudong, damn you. He actually scared my daughter-in-law away. Don't let me bump into you." "Father." Lin Fan didn't say a word. Only when she left did he open his mouth. He was so happy that he couldn't help but cheer. That girl finally left. King Wutong was not bad. He indirectly helped so much. In the future, if they met, they could talk to each other and not fight. There weren't many good people who were willing to help. Lin Wani patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Fanner, don't be sad. Hurley family doesn't agree because they don't have foresight. I won't let you be single. I will find someone better for you." Touched. If it was someone else, they would be so touched that they would cry. "Father, why don't we slow down? I don't want to find one." Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, "Scram." "Okay." Lin Fan left and didn't walk into the spear. He turned his head and saw his father standing with his arms behind his back as he looked into the sky. What was there to see in the sky? It was meaningless. He came to the back courtyard and looked at the small support system. Physique. 180 Martial Path Grade 6, Internal Strength. 180 Martial Path Grade 6, Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture Grade 3, Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True. Bug Controlling Technique, Basics. Unmovable King Body, Unlearned. Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Mastery through Comprehension. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, Unlearned. Rage Points. 35633 exploded. This time it really exploded. He had never seen so many rage points. He wanted to add more. However, he realized that he couldn't. His physique and internal strength didn't jump. What was going on? Such a thing had never happened before. Lin Fan thought about it and had an idea. Was it because his heart cultivation was too low? He tried to add points as he could refresh them. He consumed 1,000 rage points and the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture rose to grade 4. Continue. He consumed a total of 7,000 rage points. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 10. The quality of his internal strength had a shocking change. Originally it was purple in color. At this moment, the purple internal strength was mixed with a bit of gold. The Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture had a total of 33 grades. It was unexpected that the first 10 were so easy to raise. It seemed like the later ones were the real problems. Lin Fan didn't like to cultivate. But his foresight made him understand that the later stages of this cultivation technique weren't simple. He could add points to both physique and internal strength. Something happened again. Now one stat point required 200 rage points, double from before. Physique. 210 He consumed 6,000 rage points. He then raised his internal strength to martial path grade 7. That moment, the change in the quality of his internal strength gave Lin Fan a shocking reaction. Before this, when he raised his internal strength realm, he was able to look within and release it outwards. Now the thick internal strength spun in his body, forming a galaxy. This was a shocking change. Calm down. He had to be calm. How could that be? To others, the increase in realm brought about an explosive sense of achievement. However, to Lin Fan it was just that, and there was no meaning to it. He cultivated because he was forced. If no one forced him, then who would cultivate? It was so dry and boring. If not for the small support system, he would have been tortured to death. He still had 16,633 rage points. Add points. Physique, 240, martial path grade 8, internal strength, 240, martial path grade 8, simple and straightforward. He consumed a total of 12,000 rage points. Cultivation was really simple. He had never thought that it would be so simple. Energy spread out with his body as the center, causing the dust on the ground to rise up. The remaining 4,000 rage points weren't enough to raise his realm, but it was a good choice to raise his cultivation technique. Add points. Mixed energy broken jade hand. His stats greatly increased. To Lin Fan, he should have stepped into the ranks of experts. Physique, 240, martial path grade 8, internal strength, 240, martial path grade 8, heart cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, bug controlling technique, unmovable king body, lightning blade 4 strokes, mastery through comprehension, mixed energy broken jade hand, mastery through comprehension, rage points. 133 Lin Fan's method of raising cultivation was just too simple. Dual cultivation reaching martial path grade 8. To normal people, they might not be able to reach that in their entire lives. However, in such a short time, Lin Fan raised his martial path to such a realm. That was just too terrifying. Especially physique. If normal people wanted to cultivate it, they needed to find an external cultivation technique. They also needed to cultivate logically, otherwise not only would they not be able to cultivate it, but they would also become useless. To not be chased down from his position as a rich family, he had to have some strength. He was forced into a corner. His head hurt. Chapter 96. The Silver Blood Army left Yu City in a grandiose manner. Behind them, Zuxiang followed on foot. The wound on his stomach dripped blood. Lucian didn't care about Zuxiang. After leaving the city, he forgot about him. As for the Silver Blood Army, they would turn their heads to look. This fellow should be the legendary fool. When they reached their destination, he would probably become a corpse. How could His Excellency take a fancy to someone like you? If he really accepted everyone, then Sir would have been surrounded by people. Zuxiang was indeed a little dumb and a little dumb. He was too rash. However, he was in a tough spot. He didn't leave any room for himself. If he left now, then all his efforts would have been wasted. He would have stabbed himself for nothing. He gritted his teeth. Even if he died, he had to follow. After a long while, suddenly, a pill was tossed in front of Zuxiang. It was given by one of the soldiers. You are interesting, I hope you can hold on. After saying that, he didn't bother about him and followed the group. Zuxiang looked at the pill in his hand. Thank you. He swallowed it. The effect of the pill exploded and the bleeding slowly stopped. There seemed to be a thin layer blocking the blood, not allowing it to flow down. What is your name? Zuxiang wanted to know who the person who helped him was. Once he became successful, he would repay him. However, his good intentions weren't acknowledged by the other party. You should live first. As expected, he was just a pitiful bug. He gritted his teeth. Then he followed behind. Liang Manor. Liang Yongji recovered from his injuries. To him, this period of time was a form of torture. He swore to the heavens. He definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen to him. He went to find his father and found out from the servants that father and big brother were in the reading room. To him, this wasn't good news. How long had passed? Big brother and father actually had such a close relationship. Would there be a place for him in the Liang family in the future? The position of family head was taken by big brother just like that? When he got close to the reading room, he heard laughter from within. The laughter was so happy and pure. Father had never smiled like that in front of him. A wind blew. Liang Yongji stood alone outside. He lifted his hand to push the door open, but for some reason he didn't. He slowly lowered his arm, a bit disappointed as he turned to leave. What happened in Yu City recently wasn't a friendly sign to the Yuan and Liang families, especially the matter with King Wutong. To them it was extremely dangerous. They were all thinking about what they should do if King Wutong sent an envoy to recruit them. Should they agree or not? That was what they were thinking about. But they thought too much. King Wutong didn't care about the Yuan and Liang families at all. Or rather, he didn't even look at her. Yu City was a border city and couldn't be compared to other cities, much less the aristocratic families of other cities. The Lin family was a special existence. Others might not be clear, but King Wutong was. Lin Mansion study. Old Master, should we inform the imperial city about this? Old Wu asked. They were in Yu City not because they weren't strong enough and could only survive in such a place. Instead, it was because they were strong that they were in charge of Yu City. Yu City was old, but it wasn't that they didn't want to make it better, but that there was no need. In the end, it would be smashed to pieces and waste money. Why not just keep it the way it was and live like that? This is their internal strife. I don't want to bother, Lin Wani said. He thought about it for a moment. In a few days, let that unfilial kid head to Martial Path Mountain to learn. Who is the Martial Path Mountain sect leader now? Old Wu said. Zhang Tunshan. That's good. We saved his life in the past, so it shouldn't be too much for him to take care of my son, Lin Wani said. He wanted to hand his son to a reliable person. That person was really tough to find. Luckily, he had some friends. If he didn't, then it would be too tragic. Old Master, is this too rushed? Old Wu asked. He felt that it was too rushed. It was still early and sending young Master out was a little cruel. The key was reluctance. In his eyes, young Master was just a kid. To leave so early and have no one to rely on, he definitely wouldn't be as free as he was in Yu City. What if people bullied him? Lin Wani said. Out of sight, out of mind. Send him away and let Zhongmao accompany him. Old Wu smiled. Old Master, I am still worried about young Master. If I don't care about him, then who would? Zhongmao is stuck at Martial Path Grade 8 and is about to break through to Grade 9. Go help him tonight and cross this hurdle, Lin Wani said. Yes, Old Master. Old Wu nodded his head. The night was really peaceful. Lin Fan slept really well. No one came to disturb him. Even in his dreams, he could sense everything in the back courtyard. As long as someone came, he would be able to react right away. However, his sensing range was a little small. At most, it could only cover the entire back courtyard. At the same time, it confirmed something. Father was so strong, so his sensing range was definitely much larger. It shouldn't be a problem for him to cover the entire Lin Manor. How could Father not know that an assassin came to assassinate him? This meant that there was a problem. The assassin was also Father in disguise. Trap. The traps in the city were really deep. Even Old Wu became an accomplice. How terrifying. That night, with Old Wu's help, Zhongmao stepped into Martial Path Grade 9. Lin Fan's cultivation reached Martial Path Grade 8. Both internal and external cultivation reached Grade 8, but he didn't show off. Using cultivation to show off was a really vulgar thing. Normally, he liked to use his charm to show off. Every day was really relaxing. He strolled around the city and nothing major happened. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Liang Yongqi's expression was dejected as he drank alone. He shook his head and sighed. His life was really dark. His big brother turned over and sang, and he became a dispensable existence. He didn't even know what was going on. How did things become like this for no reason? Isn't that young Master Liang? Why are you drinking alone? Lin Fan passed by Drunk Fragrance Pavilion and saw Liang Yongqi eagerly walk over. Damn! After so long, he finally met someone he knew. Who knows, he might be able to have a war of words and bring a bright green light to his life. Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan and didn't bother about him. He drank another cup. What happened? Why are you so listless? Weren't you so energetic in the past? Lin Fan sat at the side and asked. Now that his cultivation was high, he could walk like the wind. He could walk around your city casually. If you want to humiliate me, then do so. If you want to fight, then fight. I won't fight with you, Liang Yongqi said dejectedly. Fight what? What was there to fight about? His position in the Liang family was snatched back by his big brother. His life was bleak and he had no fighting spirit at all. This wasn't the Liang Yongqi that Lin Fan wanted to see. Where was that Liang Yongqi who dared to challenge him and wasn't afraid of being beaten up? No, oh my God. Return the real Liang Yongqi. He had spent at least half of his effort in his busy life in Yu City. He drank and drank. Liang Yongqi was drunk. He laid on the table and started to snore. What else can I do? Lin Fan's head hurt. He thought that he would return to the world who knew that haze. Chapter 97. Facing such a dejected Liang Yongqi, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. What was the difference between that and a zombie? Maybe this was how Liang Yichu gained old Master Liang's love. The eldest young master who wasn't like suddenly became the successor of the Liang family. Liang Laosan was forced to become someone that no one paid attention to. He couldn't understand such pain as he was the only one in the Lin family. Regretfully, he couldn't understand what he was feeling. No one bothered about the drunk Liang Yongqi. Lin Fan didn't bother either, letting him lay on the table. Who dared to help him up? If they did, they would have to pay for the meal. They couldn't be cheated. Returning back to the Lin manor. Cousin, I have broken through to grade 9. That Yuan family fellow is definitely not my match. Zhou Zhongmao hurried over and said excitedly. He wasn't excited for himself. But because his cultivation was high, he would be able to protect his cousin. That Yuan family old thing suppressed him in his heart. He couldn't even protect his cousin, that was a huge sin. Now that he reached grade 9, he had confidence in suppressing the Yuan family old man. Very good, cousin is really happy. To have such a cousin, what else could he say? He was filled with love. To Lin Fan, this cultivation state of his was just for slacking off. Fighting and killing was not something that suited him at all. Cousin's cultivation increasing was a good thing. It could save him a lot of trouble. Zhou Zhongmao's face was full of smiles. Being able to receive his cousin's praise was the greatest encouragement to him. Speaking of which, it was weird. Talking about the Yuan family, he thought about Yuan Tianchu. That fellow hadn't appeared in a long time. In the past, he wouldn't have been like this. Yu City was too small. It was suitable for retirement. Dinner. He thought that it was just a normal family dinner. But when Lin Fan stepped into the kitchen, he felt a pair of eyes locking onto him. That gaze was really different, filled with love. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by his father. He scratched his neck and asked, Father, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? He had never done that before. In the past, it was normal for him to eat. If he came late, his father wouldn't wait for him. However, he purposely came late today. He didn't expect his father to actually wait for him. Damn. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. No, can't a father see his son? Lin Wani said. Yes, of course. You can watch it whenever you want. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani waved his hand. Have a seat. I've made your favorite dishes today. This was strange. It was really too strange. His father was very different from usual. Was there some unspeakable secret here? Or was there a pit waiting for him to jump into? Old Wu sat there looking at him with a smile. What's wrong today? Are you hiding something from me? Lin Fan asked. It was very strange. There was definitely something going on. If there wasn't, how could things be like this? Go get my precious wine. Lin Wani said. Yes, master. Lin Fan sat there and didn't dare to move his chopsticks. His father's abnormal behavior made him a little nervous. Fan, I was strict with you in the past for your own good. Do you understand? Lin Wani said. Understood, understood. Lin Fan nodded his head and didn't dare to say anything more. He wanted to see what his father had to say. He looked towards his cousin. Cousin shook his head to express that he didn't know the exact situation. He finally managed to chase Li Zhixiu away. He didn't want another Wang Zhixiu to appear. But you disappoint me. You don't care, but I have no choice. You are my son. Even if you are trash, it won't affect your position in my heart. Lin Wanyi was filled with emotions. The words he said caused Lin Fan's heart to jump. What was going on? His father actually said such words. That was too unrealistic. Very quickly, Old Wu walked over with a jar of wine that had been sealed for a long time. There was a lot of dust on the jar. Lin Fan looked left and right. His brain worked quickly, thinking about whether or not he had missed any clues. He thought for a long time and couldn't think of any problems. Father, is something about to happen? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wanyi smiled. No, just eating. If his father said that there was nothing, then there was definitely something. If he really believed that, then he would be stupid. One who was unaccountably nice was hiding evil intentions. Tonight's banquet wasn't just a little abnormal. It was really abnormal. After 3 rounds of wine, he started to ask whether or not his father had found a wife for him. Don't doubt his father's ability. If he really wanted to, it wouldn't be a problem for him to find a wife. However, the result wasn't. That made Lin Fan heave a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that problem, then it would be easy. But facing an unknown hole, he was terrified. If he had something to say, then just say it. Why did he have to do all these things? Lin Wanyi kept his mouth shut. Before the time came, he wouldn't say anything. Lin Fan's heart was filled with anxiety. Why didn't they just say everything at once? It wasn't good to hide things. The banquet ended. Lin Wanyi patted Lin Fan's shoulder. He didn't say anything and just left with his arms by his back. Old Wu, what is going on with my father? Is he hiding something from me? Lin Fan asked. Old Wu said, Young master, old master is doing this for your own good. I know, but you have to tell me what is going on. Lin Fan was helpless. After saying so much, couldn't he just get to the main point? Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. He followed Lin Wanyi and left. Forget it. He asked for nothing. He didn't get anything out of him. Old Wu and father were on the same side. Father didn't want to say it, then Old Wu wouldn't say it either. His heart was itching. What was it that couldn't be said at once? Why did he have to keep him hanging? Was it so fun? Cousin, what do you think my father is planning? Lin Fan thought about it and wasn't sure. Using his brain was so annoying. He lacked people with brains beside him. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, even you don't know, so how would I know? Uncle shouldn't be hiding anything, right? Forget it. He was dumb. Why did he have to ask his cousin? Wasn't that a waste of time? Lin Fan shook his head and left. He had to go back and think about it. Yuan family. Yuan Tianchu was in a good mood recently. He distributed his family's farmland to the commoners. Don't ask him why he was so merciful. Actually, he didn't know why he did that. Thinking about it, he felt that Lin Fan's actions were amazing, so he learned from him. One had to say, there were indeed some benefits. Just like the day before when he went outside the city to look at the farmland. He didn't expect that the moment he arrived, the refugees would all kneel down and thank him. He wasn't used to it. He had never seen such a scene before. His hidden vanity was greatly satisfied. What kind person benefactor to build a plaque to worship him? All sorts of things came out. Even he was thinking about it. If you commoners knew how to talk like that in the past, would I need to exploit you like that? He felt that he wouldn't be conned by that Lin Fan anymore. Whatever you do, I will do it. Look. You gave your farmland to the commoners, so I did too. Moreover, I got more than you. You wanted to get the benefits, so I got them first. No one didn't like to hear nice words. Yuan Tianchu was surrounded by them and couldn't block them anymore. There were even some commoners who sent their daughters over to serve him. He was definitely looking forward to such actions. However, he rejected them sternly and asked their daughter to accompany them in farming. Those scenes were amazing. The refugees all knelt on the ground and cried in gratitude. Actually, Yuan Tianchu was in a tough spot. What did they send? Why didn't they take a look at their looks? Their skin was yellow and they were as thin as a match. They weren't even as good-looking as the maidservants at home. Not long later, Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He felt like he had discovered Lin Fan's goal. To give farmland to the refugees. To merge the good and the bad. The good would be praised by the refugees. The bad would be them sending their daughters to the Yuan family. If he accepted them, then how many maidservants would he get for the Yuan family? How much money would he have to spend? Just raising these refugees would take a lot of effort. Terrifying. It was just too terrifying. As he thought about it, he slowly noticed Lin Fan's true goal. This was why he felt fortunate that he rejected it. Tianchu. At that moment, old Master Yuan appeared. Follow me to the reading room. Yes, father. Yuan Tianchu replied. He didn't know why father was looking for him, but there was definitely something. Especially in the middle of the night. It was probably something important. Chapter 98. That night wasn't peaceful. Especially the Yuan family. There were heart-wrenching screams. The servants hid in their blankets and shivered. Those screams came from young master. Father, stop hitting me. I can't. I gave out the land, and if I take it back, then I will lose all my face. I won't be able to raise my head in Yu City. I was stubborn and didn't get your permission to give out the land. But to me there is a huge secret hidden within. This was all done by that surnamed Lin. I saw through his goal and wanted to do the same to him. I can't. Father, I beg you, otherwise I can only die. Maybe because old Master Yuan was threatened and was about to force his son to death. His tone became much gentler. Yuan Tianchu didn't cry out and used logic to convince him. He told his father about the situation. Normal people wouldn't be able to understand the secrets hidden within. However, after his simple explanation, everyone could understand. Father, where are you sending me to? Isn't I doing well in Yu City? Why do I have to leave? Huge matter. This was a huge matter. Father wanted to send him out of Yu City and didn't tell him where to go. The hidden situation was a little complicated. He thought about it but still couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was as he thought. Father had high hopes for him and arranged a huge matter for him to do. Few days later. The weather was really good. Lin Fan pushed open the door and took in a deep breath. The air was so fresh. Young master, old master told you to wait outside. Old Wu said. Old Wu, my father told me to wait so early in the morning. Is there something going on? Lin Fan asked. He was stunned and felt that something wasn't right. He had never been called out in the morning. Young master, you will know when you go. Old Wu said. It was time. Young master, have a safe trip. Gozi was packing things in the room. He received the notice early in the morning to pack up and follow young master. He wouldn't be back for a long time. When Lin Fan arrived outside the mansion, he found a horse carriage parked there. His father was standing by the side, waiting for him quietly. Father, where are you going? Lin Fan asked. When he saw the carriage, he thought that his father was going far away and had some instructions for him. That's no problem. As long as he gave his orders, the Lin family's child would definitely be well taken care of. There would definitely not be any problems. Lin Wani said, I am not going anywhere, you are leaving. Father is here to send you off. Dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. Father, what are you saying? I can't take it in the morning. Lin Fan was a little stunned. It wasn't that his father was going far away, but that his father was going to send him away. Oh God, was there a mistake? I, Lin Fan, am diligent and have never caused trouble for my family. How can I be sent away? Wait a minute. Father, don't tell me you found another marriage for me and want to send me off now? Based on the current situation, it was indeed possible. Don't worry, it isn't about that. Let's not talk about it. Get in, your cousin will be here soon. Lin Wani said. If he left just like that, the life of a rich young master would come to an end. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be ousted from his position as the son of a rich family, but by his father. Oh my God. How did this happen? He wasn't prepared at all. Lin Fan came to his father's side. Father, let's not be like this. I am having a good time at home. Now that I am going far away, I am not familiar with the place. What if I get lost? Lin Wani said, you won't get lost, I have a map. Take care of yourself when you are outside. I am not by your side, so don't cause trouble. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao carried a huge bag and walked over. Uncle, I am done packing. Gozi came too. You all knew about it long ago? Lin Fan asked. Cousin, I just found out. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan felt that the outcome was set, and he couldn't change it. However, he still wanted to fight for it. Father, is there no way to change it? Scram into the carriage. Lin Wani felt that speaking nicely to this unfilial kid would only make him take advantage of him. Only by being stricter would this kid back off. Damn! There was nothing to talk about. Hearing his father's tone, he knew that he had to leave even if he didn't want to. At least he had to tell him why. He was having a good time in U City, so why was he in such a rush to send him away? Did something huge happen? Gozi, did you bring enough money? Lin Fan asked. Forget it. Since he was heading out, then he had to bring more money. Life without money was tough. Gozi replied, I brought enough. Very quickly. Gozi pulled the carriage. Lin Wani accompanied Lin Fan as they walked towards the city gates. Liang Manor. Liang Yongqi kept silent. As expected, he was abandoned. Father wanted to send him away from the Liang family. Did he want him to die on his own? He looked at Liang Yichu and felt really furious. If not for you, things wouldn't have become like this. Liang Yichu passed the bag to his third brother. Third brother, take care of yourself when you are outside. Liang Yongqi snatched the bag and didn't want to say any more nonsense. Father, I am leaving. Since the Liang family had no place for him, then he would head out. Don't rush, wait for young Master Lin. You will leave with him. Old Master Liang said. Liang Yongqi's expression changed. When he thought about Lin Fan's terrifying methods, he felt a chill down his spine. Father, I don't want to leave home. Let me stay here. He didn't dare to imagine that if he followed that surnamed Lin, he might even die along the way. Stop talking, go wait at the city gates. They should be here soon. Old Master Liang said. No matter how Liang Yongqi cried and screamed, it was useless. Things were already decided and couldn't be changed. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. No, he resisted and resisted, but it was useless at all. At the entrance of the carriage, Lin Wani and Old Master Liang nodded their heads. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu quietly and gave a bright smile. Together? Liang Yongqi's hands and feet felt cold. He didn't dare to reply. He was also hurt by his own father. Yuan Tianchu frowned. He was thinking about something. Why did father want him to head out and also want him to be together with Lin Fan? There was probably a secret hidden within. Or did father know that Lin Fan was really meticulous and vicious? That was why he wanted him to interact with Lin Fan on a deeper level? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Maybe he really wanted him to understand Lin Fan's situation. Zhongmao, uncle will hand your cousin to you. Be careful along the way. Lin Wani said. Zhongmao nodded his head. Don't worry, uncle, I will protect cousin. If they want to hurt cousin, they will have to step over my corpse. Young Masters Yuan and Liang family, take a look and ensure safety. Zhongmao said, yes, uncle. Lin Wani waved his hands. Fanner, let's go to Martial Path Mountain. Keep the letter. Father saved that sect leader so he knows what to do. Father, why not forget it? I still want to be filial to you at home. Lin Fan probed. Scram. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan sighed. Okay, father, I am leaving. This wasn't a joke. If father really wanted him to leave, then he definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Lin Wani and the others stood at the city gate and looked on as the carriage slowly disappeared. Old Master Liang patted Liang Yichu's shoulder and said softly, Yichu, you don't blame father, right? Liang Yichu shook his head. Why would I blame father? Third brother is the youngest, so naturally, I have to give him the chance. Lin Wani left with his arms by his back. He turned his head and looked towards the Yuan and Liang families. I have been really nice to both of you. Don't offend me in the future. I don't owe your fathers any favors. The Yuan and Liang families looked at Lin Wani. If you continue to act so arrogantly, so it turns out that you are indebted to the fathers of our two families. You are finished. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have known. Chapter 99. On the road away from U City, a carriage set off at a moderate pace. Zhongmao rode on the horse and looked around warily. He was under huge pressure. Cousin's safety was on his shoulders, so he couldn't be careless. Within the carriage, the three of them stared at one another. Lin Fan squinted and smiled. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi exchanged glances with one another. Like Lin Fan, they both laughed. Their hearts weren't calm. This wasn't what they expected. Who knew that after fighting for so long in U City, they would end up in such a situation? The seemingly honest fellow outside was his loyal helper. If he killed them in such a desolate place, no one would come to collect their corpses. Lin Fan raised his hand, causing the two of them to retreat in shock. They thought that he was eager to attack, but in the end they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fan was just patting their shoulders. We all came from U City, so we are from the same hometown. We should help one another, don't you think so? Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi nodded. Right, that makes sense. You are the big brother, so whatever you say is right. As the spokesperson of the truth, we just have to listen to it. Yuan Tianchu's brain worked quickly. What did he mean? Was there some unspeakable secret? Even if Lin Fan was sincere, he didn't dare to be careless. Based on many things, he concluded that Lin Fan couldn't be offended. He was really scheming and he had to be careful. If not, he wouldn't even know that he was betrayed. He had been through many things and nearly fell for them. If he hadn't noticed it, he would have been conned so badly that he wouldn't even know what happened. Brother Yuan, why aren't you saying anything? Or do we have to continue fighting? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu reacted. No, Brother Lin is right. Now that we are out of U City, no matter how we fought in the past, let's not talk about it. That was the only way. He had thought about it and didn't notice any hidden meaning in his words. Till now, he didn't know why his father asked him to follow Lin Fan out. He didn't understand. Lin Fan pulled open the curtain. Cousin, where did my father ask you to send us? Cousin, uncle told us to head to Martial Path Mountain. Zhou Zhongmao said. They had just left the city and he was familiar with this place. However, even if he had to be careful. Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan didn't understand. He was having a good time in U City, so why did he have to go to Martial Path Mountain? How long will it take? Zhou Zhongmao looked at the map. At our current speed, we should be able to get there in 10 days to half a month. It's not very far. Oh my God. If 10 days to half a month was not far, then what was considered far? It was too scary. Their departure route required them to pass through the eastern suburbs forest, which was a necessary route. Young master, we are about to enter the East Forest. I heard that it is really dangerous and many people never came out after entering. Gozi said. It sounded scary, but he wasn't afraid at all. What was there to be afraid of when she was with the young master? Liang Yongji stealthily looked outside, and his heart turned cold. He was thinking about what he should do if he encountered danger on the way. This guy would definitely abandon them. He was really panicking. Lin Fan was very calm. Gozi, don't listen to these rumors in the future. Why didn't they come out after entering? He must be lost. Young master's words make sense. Very quickly they arrived at the East Forest. The entrance of the East Forest was separated from the outside, one yin and one yang. The East Forest was really dark, and although one could see some things, it was really blurry. Liang Yongji laid there and looked. It feels a little dark and sinister. Yuan Tianchu swallowed his saliva. Brother Lin, I feel like there is a problem here. If we face danger, no one will respond even if we shout. Cousin, don't worry. With me here, I definitely won't let you face danger. Zhou Zhongmao said. Liang Yongji and Yuan Tianchu cursed in their hearts. If you're going to protect your cousin, who's going to protect us? If we face danger, will we be cannon fodder for your cousin? Truthfully, Zhou Zhongmao really had such a thought. If they faced danger he couldn't resist, he would decisively use the two of them as cannon fodder to attract the firepower for his cousin. He would then bring his cousin to flee. What are you afraid of? How old are you to be afraid of a little darkness? How embarrassing. Let's go in. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Fan said calmly. If his cultivation wasn't high enough, he would be afraid too. But regretfully, his strength didn't allow him to be low profile. Martial Path Grade 8 didn't seem strong, but he was a dual cultivator, so what was there to be afraid of? Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 66. Liang Yongji was furious. However, he didn't dare to say anything. You really are vicious. You weren't welcomed at home, so you were forced out. Why are you so pitiful? After entering the East Forest, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Occasionally there would be weird sounds spreading out. It didn't sound like the sounds of beasts. Lin Fan pulled open the curtain and sat outside. Go Zi pulled the rope and said anxiously, "Young master, it is cold outside, quickly enter." "It is okay, I am just taking a look." This was the first time he entered the East Forest. Now that his strength reached martial path grade 8, his senses were much stronger. There was danger here. The aura wouldn't be wrong. It was the aura of danger. In the darkness, there were dark shadows moving about. There are humans who entered, a total of 5, and they taste delicious. How are we going to split them with just 5? We won't even be able to get any meat. What was in the East Forest was a mystery to normal people. Before the Een demons woke up, the East Forest was just a little dark. Occasionally there would be fierce beasts hiding around. Whether or not humans would face danger depended on their luck. Now that the Een demons had awakened, as long as one entered, they wouldn't be able to leave. The surroundings were silent. Lin Fan looked to the side. There seemed to be someone monitoring them. "Oi! Who is hiding in the darkness?" Lin Fan shouted. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongji, who were in the carriage, shook. Damn! Could they not scare people? They were timid and would easily pee their pants. Zhou Zhongmao held his weapon. His gaze became really sharp. There was a weird thing spying on them. It was weird and hard to catch, but it did exist. Suddenly, it was like a breeze blew past. A rustling sound spread out. The sound spread further and further like something was fleeing into the distance. "Cousin, it seems like they all fled." Zhou Zhongmao said. "Fled?" Lin Fan found it weird. Then what did these people come for? They just ran like that, that was too casual. In the distance, Old Wu stood on a tree branch and looked into the distance. The Een demons in the East Forest were a huge problem for young master. He came to send young master off. He was prepared to send young master out of the East Forest. Although the Een demons were badly taught a lesson by old master, one should never talk about fear with them. They wouldn't fear anyone, and they wouldn't show mercy just because young master was old master's son. Chapter 100. The group did not stop. Zhou Zhongmao remembered what his uncle had told him to not stay in the eastern forest for too long. He traveled through the night and drove out of the forest. He listened to his cousin, but he also listened to his uncle. "Brother Lin, it's been so long and the sky is already dark. Why don't we rest here?" Yuan Tianchu suggested. He didn't dare to challenge Lin Fan now. Looking at the current situation, Lin Fan wasn't very friendly to him. His tone was very friendly, as if he was Lin Fan's good brother for many years. "Dark? Look at the situation outside. Can you tell when the sky is dark?" Lin Fan glanced out. Going out was troublesome. To be honest, he didn't want to come out at all. It wasn't good to stay at home. Sleeping in a warm bed, eating delicious food, how enjoyable it was. Yuan Tianchu glanced at the situation outside. It was true. What kind of lousy forest is this? Why are the leaves so dense? I can't even tell if it's day or night. After an unknown period of time, there was a light in front of them. It was the exit of the eastern forest. Up until now, they did not know how long they had been traveling. In any case, they had been rushing without stopping. "Young master, have a safe journey," Old Wu said. His mission was to ensure that the young master and the others left the eastern forest. He then turned around and went back the way he came. "We're out." Yuan Tianchu walked out of the carriage and took a deep breath. The smell in the eastern suburbs forest was terrible. "Cousin, rest here for a while. This bumpy carriage makes my head hurt," Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao looked around and confirmed that there was no movement. He nodded and said, "All right, cousin." Then, he dismounted and stood not far away, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Go Zi took a blanket and laid it on the ground so that young master could sit more comfortably. When they saw how Lin Fan was treated, it was too late for regrets. "Sigh, I left in too much of a hurry and didn't make any preparations. If I had known earlier, I would have brought servants to take care of him." Lin Fan ate and said, "Now that we have left Yu City, it is impossible for us to go back. Let's talk about what we have to do next. Don't worry, once we leave Yu City we are from the same place. I promise I won't beat you up." "All right," with Brother Lin's words, Brother Liang and I can rest assured. Yuan Tianchu didn't pretend. This was exactly what he was worried about. Now that they were unfamiliar with this place and they had no friends, if Lin Fan really wanted to take care of them, no one would care even if they screamed themselves hoarse. Liang Yongji's face was full of bitterness. He did not understand why he was chased out of the Liang family. I'm not used to this place. Lin Fan nodded. Now that we are on the same side, there needs to be a leader in the group. I won't talk nonsense, I will recommend myself. I will be the leader. Of course I will be fair. There are 5 of us now, so let's raise our hands to vote. Those who agree with me being the boss, raise your hand. Swoosh. Without any suspense, Gozi raised his hand. Cousin, who was not far away, also raised his hand. Lin Fan silently raised his hand and cast a vote for himself. 3-2. There is no suspense at all. There is no need to choose. I will reluctantly be the leader of this group. Is that okay? Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 66. Damn. What problem could there be? Out of the 5 people you occupied 3. If this was called fair, then what was unfair? Zhou Zhongmao said, I have no problem. Gozi said, I am fine too. Liang Yongji and Yuan Tianchu exchanged glances with one another. They had no problem, but they did. Unfortunately, they had no choice. Whoever had the stick in their hands was the boss. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Now that we are outside, we are on the same boat. We will prosper together and suffer together. How much silver did you bring? Don't worry, I am not greedy for your money. I just want to gather resources and manage them better. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. As expected, he started to act just like that. He kept silent. He definitely couldn't say how much money he brought. If not, he would be penniless and it would be tough for him to move. If he was abandoned on the way, he might starve to death on the streets. Brother Liang, you speak first. Lin Fan asked. Liang Yongji panicked. I don't have money. Brother Yuan, what about you? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu thought about it. What did he mean? He had to think carefully. Lin Fan asked them how much money they brought because he wanted to see how valuable they were. If they didn't, the outcome would be tragic. Brother Lin, your suggestion is very good. I agree with it. This time, I brought a total of 600 taels of silver. Now, I'll hand all 600 taels of silver over to Brother Lin for safekeeping. Yuan Tianchu was very magnanimous as he directly took out the silver. What a joke. Could he not take it? Liang Yongji wasn't smart enough, and his life wouldn't be good. He just had to take out some, so why did he have to hide it so deeply? Lin Fan sighed and waved his hands. Zhou Zhongmao walked over. Very quickly. Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? A team needs to trust one another, I really... Walala. Silver rolled out from Liang Yongji's bag. There were at least a few hundred. Liang Yongji was stunned and then coughed. Who placed it there? I remember that I didn't bring any money. I placed it wrongly. Now it is returned to its rightful owner. Lin Fan kept the money. Great, since he said it wasn't yours, then it was mine. Liang Yongji's heart was dripping blood. Damn it. Too much, that was really too much. Rage points plus 99. He didn't even get far and he started to kill a pig. No, he was bullying him. Yuan Tianchu saw all of this. As expected, Liang Yongji was being punished. What was the point? Didn't he look at the current situation? Lying had no benefits. With his understanding of Lin Fan, he would definitely check it on the spot. If he said it wasn't yours, then he would take it. Maybe he was waiting for Liang Yongji to say that he didn't bring any money. Great, he found the money, but you said you didn't bring it, so it could only be his. Brother Liang, this is your fault. How can you not bring money when you go out? Yuan Tianchu asked. Liang Yongji looked at Yuan Tianchu and cursed in his heart. Bastard! Who didn't bring money? This young master brought money, but it was snatched away by him. Brother Lin, I will prove my innocence. Yuan Tianchu opened his bag. Apart from clothes, there was nothing else. However, while Lin Fan wasn't paying attention, he touched his chest. Maybe it wasn't safe to hide here. If there was a chance, he had to change places. Very good. We are a team, and a team needs to trust one another. I hope that the two of you can trust me. Only then can we leave safely and return safely. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu nodded his head solemnly. However, he panicked. As expected, he revealed his killing intent. Leave safely and return safely. There was a hidden meaning in his words. If they weren't united, they wouldn't be able to return safely. Father, I know that you want to train me, but you can't push me into a pit of fire. After a long while, cousin, we should head out. Before the sky turns dark, we might be able to rest at the inn 80 miles away. Zhou Zhongmao looked at the map. Uncle had already marked the route. They just had to follow the route. Chapter 101. Lin Manor. Old Master. Young Master has exited the East Forest. Old Wu returned from the East Forest. He escorted them all the way. The speed of the young masters was really slow. Lin Wani said, "Do the Yin demons have any thoughts?" "Yes, some Yin demons are tempted. They want to attack young master." Old Wu said, "Yin demons rarely appeared in front of the masses, and they usually killed people at night. If one's cultivation wasn't high, they would basically die if they met the Yin demons at night. Although Zhongmao was strong, if he faced a certain number of Yin demons, it would be tough. From Yu City to Martial Path Mountain, the shortest path was through the East Forest. This was why he followed to ensure the safety of the young masters. I hope that he can grow up." Lin Wani placed down the book in his hand and pushed open the window to look at the night sky outside. Oh! Lin Fan and the others were about to reach their destination after the sky turned dark. "Cousin, the inn is in front." Zhou Zhongmao pointed at the place where the lights were lit up and said, "I can finally rest." Yuan Tianchu heaved a sigh of relief. It was too tiring sitting in the carriage. His bones felt like they were frozen and couldn't relax. This was the first time he went out. He felt really uneasy. Maybe the biggest reason was that Lin Fan was here. To him, Lin Fan's words were filled with danger and hidden schemes. Ride. Instantly, a bunch of people galloped on horseback. When they passed Lin Fan and the others, they didn't even take a look, heading straight for the inn. The dust that rose up caused Lin Fan and the others to choke. They ran so quickly. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Lin Fan waved his hands and scolded. Yuan Tianchu muttered softly, "Brother Lin, we are outside and not familiar with this place. It is best if we stay low profile." "Am I not low profile enough now?" Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu rolled his eyes. What low profile? Luckily they ran quickly. If they heard, they would definitely fight. If they really fought, don't expect him and Liang Yongqi to be of any use. They were all good for escaping. He wasn't bragging. Liang Yongqi was Martial Path Grade 3. He was a little stronger than Liang Yongqi, reaching Martial Path Grade 4. This bit of cultivation along with their status, apart from the Lin family, they were invincible. No one dared to provoke him. However, it was different outside. They would be beaten up like dogs. Lin Fan shook his head. "Brother Yuan, you are too timid. You are totally different from when you were in Yu City. I still remember how domineering you were when you wanted to kill the commoners." Damn. Yuan Tianchu really didn't want to waste his breath. What was he talking about? How could he not be overbearing in Yu City? But look at the current situation. I should keep a low profile when I'm outside, especially when you're beside me. If I don't keep a low profile, I'll die. While they were chatting, they had already arrived at the inn. The servant was leading a horse. It should be the horse of the previous group of people. When he saw Lin Fan and the others, the servant immediately went forward with a face full of smiles. "Are you guys staying in the inn?" Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin. "Are we going to stay or eat something?" "Check in and take care of our horses," Lin Fan said as he got off the carriage. "All right." The waiter welcomed them into the shop and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Honored guests have arrived." Then he went to get the horse. Within the shop, another waiter welcomed them with a smile. The situation within the shop was a little complicated. When Lin Fan and the others entered, numerous gazes focused on them. These people didn't dress like commoners. Also, the weapons on the table were enough to show that they were all experienced people. Their hands were probably stained with blood. "Brother Lin, these people live on the tip of blades. We have to be careful," Yuan Tianchu said softly. They weren't in Yu City anymore. They had to restrain their arrogant and unbridled temper. These people wouldn't show mercy just because of who they were. If they really had conflicts and fought, people would die. "What do the few of you want to eat?" the waiter asked. Okay. Liang Yongqi was really hungry. Since leaving Yu City, he hadn't eaten anything good. Now that he was here, he had to eat something good to reward himself. Lin Fan interrupted, "Do you have money?" Those words stunned Liang Yongqi. "Brother, you just took a few hundred silver from me. That was my silver. If I said no, you would treat it as if it wasn't?" Rage points plus 99. He was really angry now, it was a little too much. "Give me 2 bowls of yangchan noodles and 3 portions of lamb leg and lamb soup," Lin Fan said. "Okay. Please wait for a moment." With a face full of smiles, the waiter ran to the kitchen diligently. Lin Fan saw Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu look at him and smiled. "Don't look at me like that. With our current situation we have to save some. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Zhou Zhongmao looked around and then said softly, "Cousin, be careful. This place isn't safe. Their expressions aren't right." Zhou Zhongmao might have looked honest, but he was dumb. Actually, he was really smart and was good at reading people. Lin Fan frowned. How annoying. Their expressions weren't right. Were they not even giving him a chance to eat? Very quickly, lamb leg, meat soup and yangchan noodles were here. Lin Fan cut some meat and passed the soup to Yuan Tianchu. He smiled, "Come eat some." Yuan Tianchu thought that Lin Fan wanted to eat it alone, so he misunderstood him. Then he wolfed down the food. Lin Fan stared at Yuan Tianchu. After a short while and confirming that everything was fine, he passed the meat and soup to his cousin and Gozi. "Eat it safe." Yuan Tianchu's hand that was holding the meat stopped. Safe? What did he mean? Damn, did this fellow treat him as a poison tester? Rage points plus 111. Brother Lin, He didn't dare believe it. They were supposed to be a team, so why was it different from what he said before? Lin Fan said, "Brother Yun, look at your oily faces. Just one look and I know that you eat too oily and have too much fat. Eat some light yangchan noodles to nourish your body." Yuan Tianchu was so furious that he wanted to beat him up. How could he be so shameless? He was shocked. Not good, he nearly fell for Lin Fan's trap. Thinking about it, he was terrified. Why did Lin Fan only order 3 portions of meat and soup? He did it on purpose to infuriate him and Liang Yongqi. As long as he shouted at Lin Fan and had a conflict with him, then Lin Fan would use that as a reason to abandon the two of them. Terrifying, it was just too terrifying. He nearly fell for it. His hand beneath the table pressed onto Liang Yongqi's leg. He shook his head to tell him not to fall for it. Yuan Tianchu said, "Brother Lin's words make sense. To think so much about our health, I am touched." "Haze, it is okay. It is good that you can understand," Lin Fan said. Amazing. Yuan Tianchu was different from when he was in Yu City. His temper was much better. However, the rage points came at a bad time, revealing their true intentions. Pa! The inn's door was pushed open. A bunch of people stood at the entrance. Their aura was really intense. The leader stood at the entrance and looked around like he was trying to see through everyone. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Someone slowly touched the handle of his weapon, his gaze turning cold. "Sirs, are you all staying here or?" The servant gathered his courage and asked. However, before he finished, the leader pushed him aside. "Bring me the best things you have here," the leader said solemnly. He found a table and sat down. He then stared at everyone around. That moment, the inn was split into 3 factions. The 2 factions were facing off against one another. Lin Fan's faction was just passing by to have a meal and do nothing. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi retracted their necks. At this moment they realized that things weren't right. It was like they were implicated in something huge. Chapter 102. Brother Lin, let's go upstairs and eat, Yuan Tianchu said solemnly. According to my guess, there will be a huge battle here. We are just passers-by, it's better to stay away from it. His thoughts were very simple. Stay out of danger. Stay away from the fighting. When they were in danger, they really couldn't rely on Lin Fan. It would be good enough if they didn't get kicked in the back. To think that he would save her? Dream on. Liang Yongqi agreed with this. Although he was no longer valued in the Liang family and was even in despair, when his life was threatened, he would definitely want to save it. Don't waste it, eat the noodles. We are outside and not in Yu City, so we have to plan each meal carefully. Lin Fan picked up the lamb leg and bit into it. He then drank the soup, causing his mouth to be covered in grease. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 66. The two of them were so angry that they were about to cry. This was really too much. Can't you feel the pain of your conscience when you say these words? They were truly unconvinced. Just eat something good. It's fine if your cousin eats well. But the servants by your side also have mutton to eat. Isn't this going too far? Or could it be that their young masters couldn't even compare to a servant? Pa! At this moment, the leader suddenly slammed his weapon on the table. The commotion was so loud that everyone in the surroundings stood up in shock. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, as if a battle was about to break out. Lin Fan frowned. It was a little noisy and affected his appetite. Seeing that his cousin was unhappy, Zhou Zhongmao stood up abruptly and said angrily, "All of you better behave yourselves. Don't disturb my cousin's meal." Uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Who is this person? How arrogant. Is it one of us? I don't think so. They were all muttering, not knowing who Zhou Zhongmao was and which side he belonged to. Yuan Tianchu lowered his head and did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Don't look at me, this has nothing to do with me. Tiger, it was really a tiger. If they were disturbed, they could just eat quickly. There was no need to attract so much attention. Liang Yongji took a step back and moved further away from the table. If they were to fight later, it would be normal for them to flip the table. Lin Fan nibbled on the leg of lamb and said, "I am the cousin he mentioned. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 111, rage points plus 123, 1380 rage points flowed into his account. No matter which side it was, they were all furious. They felt that this person was a bit too arrogant. Sir, you don't look familiar. I don't think you're from here. I advise you not to get involved in some things. It's not good for you or your friends," the leader said as he lowered his head and drank his wine. His fingers were long and slender, but the bones of his fingers were obvious, giving off an eerie feeling. The people beside the leader all stared at Lin Fan. Some of them slowly pulled out their weapons, showing off their might. It was as if they were saying that if they dared to speak any more nonsense, they would kill them. Yuan Tianchu's heart was in his throat. He could feel danger approaching. Lin Fan couldn't be thinking of using these people to kill them, could he? It was not impossible. It's a misunderstanding. This brother is right. We're just passing by. We will leave after we finish eating. You guys can do your own things. Yuan Tianchu said. Are you threatening me? Lin Fan stared at the leader. What he hated the most was being threatened. If it was in the past and cousin wasn't by his side and he wasn't strong, then he would just casually threaten him and he wouldn't do anything. But now it was different. His heart swelled up. He wasn't weak and cousin had broken through to martial path grade 9. Naturally, when they fought, he would be extremely strong. I am just speaking the truth, the leader said. He didn't care about Lin Fan and the others at all. Or rather, he had another goal. His true enemy wasn't these people but the other people here. Yuan Tianchu was about to be stunned. He was doing it on purpose, he was definitely doing it on purpose. Surname Lin, couldn't you just say a few words less? Everyone was living in harmony and didn't care about one another. Why did you have to do that? Brother Liang, be careful later, Yuan Tianchu said softly. Liang Yongqi's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded his head. Lin Fan silently finished the lamb leg. The leader scoffed coldly and didn't bother about Lin Fan anymore. His target was the people who sat there and didn't move, pretending to be normal people. They were the true enemies. That moment, Lin Fan finished the meat on the lamb leg and only the bones were left. Suddenly, with a xiao, he directly tossed the bones towards the leader. Voila! A bright light flashed in the leader's eyes. With a kacha sound, the bones broke. Pa! The people around him all stood up and stared at Lin Fan in rage. A guy with a knife scar on his face hollered in rage. You are asking to die. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Oh! Another wave of 1,952 rage points. Lin Fan pointed at the leader and said, Let me tell you, I didn't reply to you because I was hungry. Now that I am full, let's deal with you. Were you threatening me? The leader glanced at Lin Fan and said coldly, You want to die? Many people were baffled by what happened at the scene. The people who were waiting in the inn exchanged glances with one another and didn't move. They wanted to see what the situation was like. Cousin trouble. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Zhou Zhongmao got up, twisting his neck as he walked towards the leader. You are asking to die. Instantly, one of them hollered and attacked cousin with a knife. Zhou Zhongmao raised his hand and slapped towards him. When his palm touched the blade, it instantly shattered. Then, his palm smashed heavily onto his chest. He cried out in pain. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. He fell to the ground and didn't move at all. He was totally dead. To Zhou Zhongmao, even if he fought outside, he would ensure that he killed the enemy in one strike. He wouldn't let them have any chance to live. Lin Fan felt heart-pained. Cousin was a little vicious. If he killed them all, he wouldn't get any rage points. Cousin, don't kill them all, Lin Fan said. Shock. The leader didn't expect that this ordinary-looking, honest-looking guy would be so domineering. My cousin said that I won't kill all of you, but all of you have to kneel down. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. His voice was like thunder. Thick internal strength spread out through his voice. Pooh. Some of the people with lower cultivations felt like their chests suffered a heavy blow, and they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people around who didn't move at all were the same. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. What strong internal strength! What kind of cultivation did this guy have to be able to injure them with just his voice? Also, what should they do now? They were the ones who attacked the leader, but now an unknown power appeared and took him down. This was a little awkward. Lin Wani nurtured Zhou Zhongmao and naturally taught him top techniques. Even if he took them out, numerous people would fight for them. Who are you? The leader couldn't keep calm. To have such strength, he definitely wasn't a nameless person. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of him and lifted his leg. He was as quick as lightning. With a crack, his knee broke and he knelt on the ground. Cousin, it is done, Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan was satisfied with his cousin's super helper. Normally, he didn't want to fight as it would damage his image as a rich young master. He walked in front of the leader. I thought you were an expert, so you are just like that. Let me ask you, do you know your mistakes? He looked down from above. The leader was astonished. He didn't expect that so many of them couldn't beat one person. Who are you? We are the King Wutong guards. At this moment, he could only report his background and wanted to use the name of King Wutong to suppress them. King Wutong? Lin Fan didn't expect that he would cross paths with King Wutong again. However, this development process was a little unfriendly. Why did it feel like they were developing in a hostile direction? Don't mention all this to me. Can't you be quiet when you eat? What are you talking about? You even threaten me. Show me how strong you are. You can't, right? ZZ. Lin Fan shook his head in regret. Why did they have to do that? It wasn't good for anyone. Now that they knew the situation, they were just suffering. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi were stunned. Oh God. It was just a meal and a nap. Was there a need to do all this? Couldn't he just be good? Chapter 103. These people were King Wutong's guards and naturally had a mission. Some people in the inn were prepared to attack here. Maybe because the difference in strength wasn't huge, everyone was waiting for a chance. However, the situation wasn't right. Lin Fan was like a shit stick. No, it couldn't be said that. Although a shit stick was a stick, what it stirred was shit. He remembered that when he was in middle school, because he was naughty, his teacher called him a shit stick in front of all the students. Not only did he not feel sad about it, but he felt fortunate that his teacher loved him. After all, he was just a stick and not shit. Mao Ying stared at Lin Fan in rage, his eyes shining red. Even King Wutong's name didn't scare him. Was there something wrong with his head? Lin Fan noticed that a corner of Mao Ying's chest looked like a book. He walked forwards to take it out to take a look. For him to keep it close to his body, it was definitely something good. Seeing him get close, Mao Ying gritted his teeth. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes as he struck towards Lin Fan. The aura was really domineering, like he wanted to rip Lin Fan's heart apart. Zhou Zhongmao didn't panic at all. He had calculated the safe distance in his heart. If he dared to attack, he would be able to instantly kill him. Even though his speed was fast, Lin Fan's was even faster. Pa! Lin Fan grabbed Mao Ying's hand and used mixed energy broken jade hand. The color of his palm slowly changed. He used a little strength and there was a cracking sound. His palm started to change in a really weird manner. He screamed. Mao Ying's head was covered in sweat. His eyes were opened wide like he was suffering from an unbearable pain. Are you sick in the head? Lin Fan shook his head and took out the thing from his chest. Mao Yin bent over and covered his palms with sweat dripping down his face. Pain, it was really painful. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. Especially when Lin Fan crushed his hand so simply and violently, he felt panic in his heart. He even noticed that Lin Fan was acting like a pig to eat a tiger. He didn't notice how cruel he was in Yu City. Who knew that the moment he left Yu City, he would be so vicious? He hid it really well. If he continued to stay in Yu City, he would have continued to be cheated. But now he had caused huge trouble. He was King Wutong's man and he didn't give him any face at all, suppressing him with violence. In the future, King Wutong would definitely hate him. With King Wutong's status, dealing with the families in Yu City was like squashing ants. Everyone else in the relay station was panicking. Things had developed beyond imagination. Something was wrong. But even if something was wrong, no one dared to say anything. Military defense map. Lin Fan had thought that it was something good, but it was just a map. He was not interested in these things. Since the other party had kept them, they naturally had their uses. Cousin, don't let them escape. Shopkeeper, bring me a pot of tea. These people were really sick in the head. They had already told them to eat and not make a ruckus, but no one had listened. Now they had suffered the consequences of their own actions and could not blame others. Mao Ying's brow furrowed. It was too painful, but he looked at the map in his hands. This was something he wanted to bring back to King Wutong. If he lost it, his life would be in danger. Yes, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao replied. Who knew that cousin would walk in front of the King Wutong guards and grab their ankles? He clenched his fingers and there was a cracking sound. Everyone's ankles were crushed. To cousin, maybe this was the best way to prevent them from escaping. Rage points plus 100. Rage points plus 111. He gained a full 3,254 points. He felt a chill down his spine. His methods were really terrifying. Such a scene taught Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi a huge lesson. Especially Liang Yongqi, who felt really fortunate. Damn! He was so vicious. He was so skilled in Yu City. If he did this to him, he would have become trash. The shopkeeper who opened the shop here had already weathered many storms and waves. However, the waves today were a little fierce. He hid at the side to prevent himself from getting into trouble. He let the waiter serve the people present. The waiter held the teacup and his hands trembled. The place slowly became silent and no one spoke. Those people who were prepared to fight the King Wutong guards all kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to do anything. This group of strangers was really vicious and their cultivation was really strong. He was able to suppress the other party single-handedly. Even innocent people like them were affected. At this moment, a male walked over and cupped his fists. You have good skills. I am Yang Wu, who are you? He asked. Before this, he really misjudged them. He thought that Lin Fan and the others were normal people, but who knew that they were true experts? Yang Wu stared at the map on the table. This was the purpose of their trip. He couldn't let this land in King Wutong's hands, otherwise, King Wutong would know about the various defense arrangements. Zhou Zhongmao took a look at Yang Wu, and just one look caused his heart to tremble. Although he didn't look good, his strength was like he was born with it. Who were these people? Lin Fan. When one was outside, it was necessary to report one's identity. As for hiding one's real name, that wasn't his style. Lin Fan noticed that he was staring at the map on the table. He picked it up and asked, You keep looking at this, do you really want it? Yang Wu said, I won't hide it from Brother Lin. This is the defense map, and they are King Wutong's claws. If King Wutong gets it, then war will start and there will be many deaths. I was prepared to attack here, but who knew that Brother Lin would take them down? Brother Lin, you should return it to them. We are just normal people, so it is best if we don't join in. Yuan Tianchu said. He was really afraid. He had just left for a short time and faced such a thing. It wasn't good for anyone to be involved in King Wutong's battle. If he headed out, he would just head to Marshall Path Mountain. Why did he have to get involved in so many things? Yuan Tianchu thought about it. Things definitely weren't so simple. Since the defense map was so important, why would King Wutong only send these small people? He definitely had a backup plan. As for this backup plan, he guessed that it wasn't simple. There were definitely claws of King Wutong in this group of people. Yuan Tianchu lowered his head and didn't want others to remember his face. If they remembered and drew it out and put a bounty on him, the outcome would be catastrophic. As for finding a backup plan, there was no need to talk about it. It had nothing to do with him, so stop joking. Lin Fan said, since it is so important, then why are you keeping it? The best protection is to destroy the evidence so that no one can find it. The moment he said that, he placed the map on the oil lamp and lit it up. Burn it and no one will know. It is such a simple matter. Gozi said, young master is really smart. Brother Lin has a good idea. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. In the past, everyone said that this surnamed Lin had a problem with his head, but after this matter, he realized that those who said that were the ones with a problem were the ones with a problem. To think of such a good idea. Could one say that he had a problem with his head? Chapter 104. Burned. The fire was really strong, and the maps that King Wutong wanted were burned just like that. Rage points plus 333. Lin Fan found it weird. Where did the rage points come from? Moreover, it was just one of them. Weird. Brother Lin, this. Yang Wu didn't know what to say. The map that they wanted to get back was burned just like that. It burned really quickly, and they weren't able to react at all. Lin Fan said, okay, done. Waiter, give me 3 rooms. Okay. The waiter replied. This was a vicious person, and he had to serve him well. If he didn't, he wouldn't even know how he died if he did the same to him. To Yuan Tianchu, he didn't even need to think about it. One of the 3 rooms would definitely belong to him. However, the key was how many people were in it. Lin Fan got up and walked upstairs. Cousin, pay attention to these people. Don't let them save you. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. He would definitely do what cousin instructed. These King Wutong guards were mostly destroyed by him. It was impossible for them to flee, unless someone came to save them. But was that possible? He definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. Yang Wu wanted to be friends with Lin Fan, but looking at the situation, it was obvious that Lin Fan didn't want to interact with him. The people who came to get back the map didn't know what to do next. Things were always so inexplicable. It seemed like a good thing that the map was burned, but there was only one copy, and once it was burned it would be gone. It was important to King Wutong, but to them it was important too. As for finding trouble with him, forget about it. Didn't they see how strong he was? There were 3 rooms, one for Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi. To Yuan Tianchu he was mentally prepared, but to Liang Yongqi he couldn't take it. That was just too much. He was the Liang family 3rd young master, and no matter what, he was born with a silver spoon. Even if he went out and the conditions were bad, he should at least have had a single room, right? But what was this? Within the room, Liang Yongqi took off his clothes and wore his pajamas to have a good sleep. What happened outside had nothing to do with him. Even King Wutong had nothing to do with him. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? He noticed that Yuan Tianchu's back was facing him as if he was doing something, so he asked. Yuan Tianchu's body trembled slightly. He turned around and forced a smile. I'm not sleepy. I'll sleep later. One of his hands was inside his clothes, but because his body was blocking it, it could not be seen. This situation was a little weird, and Liang Yongqi thought to himself, Brother Yuan, did you hide some money? Sneaky. That was a possibility. How is that possible? Yuan Tianchu smiled. In his heart he was shocked. It turned out that Liang Yongji was not simple. He actually saw through it. However, as long as he did not admit it, nothing would happen. If you don't believe me, show me. Liang Yongji saw that Yuan Tianchu's expression wasn't right, and was even more certain that this guy was hiding some money. He had been exploited by Lin Fan until he had nothing left. He had long been unhappy in his heart. Yuan Tianchu shouted as he went forward to pull him. Don't move, don't move. Rip. 2 taels of silver fell to the ground. Liang Yongji glared and said, You really hid money. Yuan Tianchu felt very awkward. Damn. He hid it so deeply and was still noticed. Did he have to do that? I will tell Lin Fan now that you hid money. Liang Yongji wanted to wear his clothes and tell Lin Fan the truth. He had nothing, and he definitely couldn't let Yuan Tianchu have money. Yuan Tianchu pulled Liang Yongqi. Don't tell him that I have nothing. How can one survive outside without money? How about this? Don't tell him you have a share. I want half. Liang Yongqi took a look, and there were at least a few hundred. He knew that Yuan Tianchu wouldn't be willing to take it out, so it was a diversion. You are too evil. Yuan Tianchu exclaimed. I really didn't expect you to be so vicious. Half? Why don't you want it all? Liang Yongqi said, okay, I don't even want half. I will tell him now and see whether or not you can have half. The moment he said that, he was about to wear his clothes and go tell. It seemed like he couldn't be stopped at all. Yuan Tianchu pulled him. Okay, I give up. Half then. Let me tell you that Lin Fan isn't simple. Don't be so simple. Did you see what happened today? Based on my guesses, the people outside will all die tomorrow. How do you know? Liang Yongqi asked. He really didn't think that Yuan Tianchu was very smart. Big brothers don't talk about second brothers. Scoff, how do you know? That's because you don't understand him. Do you know why he didn't kill the people outside? Yuan Tianchu asked. Because they are King Wutong's men. Killing them would cause trouble. Liang Yongqi said. Yuan Tianchu laughed. Stupid. Let me tell you, that is because he is fishing. Based on my guess, he knows that King Wutong's men are in the crowd, which is why he didn't kill them. He wants to draw them out tonight. If he killed them before, they wouldn't have a reason to save them. He is really smart. If we follow behind him, we will be in danger. We have to plan ahead. This was what he had just thought about. Thinking about it, it was really terrifying. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu suspiciously. His words sounded like they were true. Do you believe that we will see tomorrow? I am a little hungry. Yangcha noodles? How can I be full? Take the money and ask the waiter to send us lamb legs and meat soup. Yuan Tianchu said. Lin Fan returned to the room and slept. With his cousin outside, it was safe. As for the defense map incident, it was something that happened, so there was no meaning to it. That night, the inn was really silent. Yang Wu and the others left at night. The mission was considered a half-failure, and they didn't get the map back. However, King Wutong didn't get it either. Lin Fan's actions were really arrogant. He actually burned the map in front of them. Who knew how to explain it to them when they returned? Mao Ying and the others fell to the ground. That unassuming fellow was too vicious. Their ankles were crushed, and they couldn't move at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even give face to King Wutong. How despicable. Zhou Zhongmao cultivated and stabilized his grade 9 martial path. At the same time, he used his heart cultivation to strengthen his internal strength. Don't worry, uncle, I will protect cousin. On the day he left, uncle personally came. He used thick internal strength to open up all his meridians, reaching 100. It was really beneficial to his cultivation. He listened to everything that happened outside. Gozi slept on the bed. He rested up as he still had to rush the carriage the next day. His strength was average and he was pretty much useless. He could only do some rough work. The sky was bright. Nothing happened last night. The first thing Yuan Tianchu did when he woke up was to push open the door to see whether or not there were many people outside. Liang Yongqi washed up and looked at Yuan Tianchu like he was saying that he was a retard. Would you die if you didn't brag? His words sounded like they were real. Until now, nothing happened. To Yuan Tianchu, this didn't make sense. It should be as he guessed. How could nothing happen? Chapter 105. The first thing Lin Fan did when he woke up wasn't to look at the situation outside, but to look at the rage points of the small support system. Rage points. 7,757. He wasn't happy. Last night it was 7,757. He left them alive to see whether or not they had potential, or whether or not they could work together. What a waste. They didn't treasure it, so there was nothing he could do. Cousin, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He cultivated for a night and felt really energetic. At his level, cultivating high cultivation techniques was like swallowing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It could strengthen one's body and allow one to not need to eat. It is okay, but it isn't as comfortable as sleeping at home. Lin Fan said. That was indeed the case. If not for his father forcing him out, he wouldn't have thought about coming out to suffer. What Marshall Path Mountain, to him it was just a broken place. He was so happy in New City. How could normal people imagine the life of a rich family young master? Outside, Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi muttered. Who knew what they were talking about? Who knew that the two of them who didn't like each other in New City would actually be able to talk to one another? Of course. If he knew that Yuan Tianchu's stash was discovered by Liang Yongqi, and he threatened him to split it, he wouldn't have thought that way. The inn was really silent. Last night, even if someone came and saw the situation within, they would be so terrified that they turned around and didn't dare to stay here. He pushed open the door and saw a bunch of people laying on the ground and crying out. Lin Fan looked down at the situation from the top of the building. These guys deserve to die. Brother Lin, they do deserve to die. Yuan Tianchu said. To him, to be safe, they had to kill these people. If they didn't, they would be a problem. So many eyes saw their true colors, and if they let them go and gather the troops, the outcome would be catastrophic. With his understanding of Lin Fan, such a smart and vicious person, how would he not know the connection between all of this? This was why he didn't say those words as a suggestion, but as a reminder. In case Lin Fan woke up in a daze and let them go. He was a little soft-hearted. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu. How despicable. Last night he bragged to him, and now that he failed, he actually wanted to stab him to make his bragging perfect. How cunning. Cousin, his words make sense. Zhou Zhongmao agreed with Yuan Tianchu's words. They had to be killed. He wouldn't leave any danger behind to threaten his cousin. Whatever, but cousin, we are outside and have limited silver on us. Plus we have 2 more mouths to feed, so we will have to spend a lot. Go see if these people have any money on them. Lin Fan said. When Yuan Tianchu heard this, he cursed in his heart. Are you still human? Limited silver. Those taels of silver belong to them, all right? It was clearly our money that supported the 3 of you. How come the meaning of your words has changed? Zhou Zhongmao left with killing intent. Mao Ying and the rest of them had been in pain for the entire night. Their faces were extremely pale, especially after one of his palms had been crushed by Lin Fan. He had been bleeding non-stop. If not for the fact that he had some cultivation base, he would have long since bled dry. Zhou Zhongmao roughly tore apart Mao Yin's clothes, as if he was molesting a little woman. Mao Yin felt wronged. Are you a demon? I am already like this, but you are still so violent. You are really a dog. Pieces of silver fell to the ground. No, it was only a few dozen taels. He was really too poor, so poor that people couldn't bear to look at him. King Wutong won't let you off. Mao Ying stared in rage. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation. King Wutong's name was actually unable to suppress these people. Was it because King Wutong didn't dare to raise his blade? Or were they thinking about going against the heavens? Peng! Zhou Zhongmao shattered Mao Ying's heart with one palm. Mao Ying's face flushed red and he looked at Zhou Zhongmao in disbelief. He didn't expect that Zhou Zhongmao would actually attack him. Lin Fan was really calm. Although cousin's methods were vicious, what were these fellows doing at night? Sleeping? He didn't provide any rage points at all, so leaving them alive was just a waste of air. He gave them a chance to buy their lives, but they didn't cherish it. Yuan Tianchu looked towards Liang Yongqi with a gleeful expression. Did you see that? What did I say? I told you that Lin Fan would definitely kill these people. I didn't lie to you last night. Now you believe me, right? Of course. He always felt that King Wutong's claws weren't limited to just these people, and there were definitely more people hiding around. But who were they? Where did those people go last night? Or did they think that they weren't as strong as Zhou Zhongmao, which was why they ran, not even saving their own family? As expected, people were cold. Liang Yongqi was shocked. He really didn't expect Yuan Tianchu to guess it right. Even this fellow could guess it right. Terrifying, just too terrifying. Yuan Tianchu didn't say any nonsense. He witnessed everything that happened in front of him. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. As expected, money was the worst of all evils. Lin Fan's methods were slowly revealed, and his personality slowly surfaced. At such a moment, who would think about exploiting the wealth of King Wutong's subordinates? Normal people wouldn't think about it, and they would just kill them and leave. But not only did he kill them, but he also took their money. The shopkeeper of the inn shrunk on the counter and his body trembled. He occasionally popped his head out to look at the situation outside, but the scenes were too terrifying. He shivered and shrunk his head, not daring to show his face. Zhou Zhongmao was decisive and killed all the King Wutong guards here. He then came to his cousin's side. "Cousin, there are only 400 silver." Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect these people to be so poor. Forget it, it was better than nothing. "Let's go, let's hurry." He didn't care much about what happened here at all. It was just a small matter that happened along the way. When they passed the counter, Lin Fan tossed some silver to the shopkeeper. He even gave a little more. "Remember to collect the corpse." The shopkeeper nodded his head in fear. When Lin Fan and the others left, the inn was totally silent. The shopkeeper walked in front of Mao Yin and looked at his tragic death. His expression was a little sad. "Don't blame me for not saving you. His strength was too terrifying and I was just protecting myself. If you treat me as a brother, then you will understand why I didn't save you. If you want me to risk my life to save you, then you don't treat me as a brother." Yuan Tianchu's guess was correct. King Wutong did have a backup plan. The original owner of the inn was killed by him. He was a fake. He wanted to kill Yang Wu and the others from the inside, but who knew that an accident would occur, causing the plan to fail? The strength that Zhou Zhongmao displayed was just too shocking. This was why he was a well-behaved shopkeeper and didn't dare to show any signs of faking. Only when Lin Fan and the others left did he dare to reveal his true identity. "Sir, since things have reached such a state, should we head back?" The waiter was also from King Wutong. He didn't want to go back. The mission had failed and it was such a huge failure. If he went back, he would definitely die. Why not just pretend to be dead and change his name to continue living? "We are not going back. Go pack your things, we will leave right away," the shopkeeper said. The waiter turned around, but suddenly with a poochie, something stabbed into his back. "You?" The waiter's eyes opened wide like he was filled with disbelief. The shopkeeper pulled out his blade and laughed coldly. "It is okay as long as I am alive. Bring the secret to accompany them. The more people that know the truth, the more dangerous it is." Chapter 106. A carriage traveled on the official road. It wasn't too obvious, so naturally nothing happened. It was quite safe along the way. Yuan Tianchu looked into the distance. That was the direction of his home. He walked further and further. It was unknown when he would return home. He had been thinking about his father's true goal for sending him out. Did he want to understand Lin Fan's personality? There was no need for that. Anyway, he knew that Lin Fan couldn't be offended, so he would just hide in Yu City. On the contrary, Liang Yongqi was much calmer. He was someone who was abandoned by the family. His big brother took away his father's love and the right to inherit the family. He understood. Boys had to be careful when they were outside. Seeing that Yuan Tianchu was in deep thought, he asked, "Brother Yuan, you said that your father sent you out. Is it because your big brother is coming back and your father wants to pass the family head position to your brother?" Yuan Tianchu had an older brother and many younger brothers and sisters. Of course, his brother was the one who had the best life. He was recruited as a disciple by the sect experts and hadn't returned for decades. "Don't mess with my mind, that is impossible," Yuan Tianchu said. But he panicked. What if Liang Yongqi was right? Lin Fan looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. He also didn't understand why his father sent him out and even sent these two burdens with him. His family's relationship with these two families wasn't very good. Few days later, an army entered the city. Lu Xian and the others rushed back from Yu City. They had failed this mission and failed to recruit Lin Wani. At the entrance of the carriage, Lu Xian and the others got off their horses and let the guards lead them away. A soldier walked over and said, "Sir, that person is still following behind." Lu Xian was shocked. "He isn't dead." He turned his head and looked at the fellow who wanted to join him in Yu City. He was wobbling like he was about to faint at any moment. During this period of time, it was like he was walking at the edge of hell. He often felt his life slipping away. If not for his willpower, he would have died long ago. "Sir, what should we do now?" the soldier asked. Lu Xian frowned. This person gave him a dangerous feeling. He was really dumb, but he was too vicious to himself. If he really climbed up, it might affect him. But for some reason, Lucien wanted to see how far this fellow could go. Send him to dig rocks, Lucien said. The soldier was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said yes. He looked at Zhu Xiang with a pitiful gaze. That place was not a place for people to stay. No one knew how many people had died there. Generally, only prisoners on death row or people who had committed major crimes would be sent there. Lucien didn't say much and hurried to report to King Wutong. In a luxurious mansion. This manor was King Wutong's territory. The aristocratic families in the city were all uprooted by King Wutong, and all their wealth was used by the military. At this moment, Lucien bowed and entered the room. He saw King Wutong sitting cross-legged and drinking tea. King Wutong's looks weren't outstanding, but the aura he gave off wasn't to be underestimated. The recruitment failed? King Wutong asked. Lucien knelt on the ground. Yes, I failed. Lin Wani rejected the offer. I expected it. You were friends with Lin Wani in the past and I was looking forward to it. I didn't expect that you would reject my good intentions. King Wutong smiled. Lucien felt like he was losing face and felt that Lin Wani wasn't good enough. No matter what, they were friends and he didn't give him any face at all. So what if he was recruited? King Wutong was talented and had the intelligence to rule the world. It was important to follow the right person. What was the point of hiding in a small Yu city? King, should we send troops to destroy Yu city? Lucien asked. To him the situation was simple. Since he didn't give King Wutong face, then he would just wipe him out and everything would be fine. King Wutong said, no need for now. I have heard rumors about Yu city's Lin Wani. Now is the time to send troops to deal with him. It isn't wise to deal with Lin Wani, so let's leave him aside for now. Lucien replied. Working beside King Wutong was a huge pressure. He wasn't the only strategist. If he couldn't get things done, then his position in King Wutong's heart would be greatly reduced. That moment, a white pigeon flew in from outside with a letter tied to its leg. King Wutong looked at the letter and frowned. He then relaxed and his expression was dark and sunken. They actually failed to get the map. The letter said that they met with an accident and were all wiped out. A few unknown people broke it. This matter made him furious. Trash, a bunch of trash, they could even fail like that. It was good that they died. Even if they returned, he would skin them alive. Such an important moment they failed. No matter who it was, they would be punished severely. Lucien saw that King Wutong's expression wasn't good and retreated. Another few days later, Lin Fan's group was already thousands of miles away from Yu City. They walked on the official path and didn't face any danger. This was a little different from what Lin Fan had expected. In his opinion, when one was outside, there would definitely be danger at all times. A journey without danger would be so boring. Another day later, the sun shone brightly. Cousin, we are already at the foot of Martial Path Mountain, Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan walked out of the carriage and raised his head to look. In front of him was a huge mountain. He could see that there were houses on it and the surrounding was covered by trees. It was very different from the thousands of mountains he had imagined. Why does it feel a little old and broken? Lin Fan said. It wasn't that he looked down on this place but that he really felt that way. Yuan Tianchu said, Brother Lin, the mountain is spiritual. This Martial Path Mountain is in the mountains, so it is definitely not bad. Where are the people? We stood at the foot of the mountain for so long and didn't even see a single person. It is just too cold. Lin Fan said. In his heart, Father told him to come to Martial Path Mountain, so this Martial Path Mountain was definitely an amazing place. A famous sect, glorious, luxurious, and deep. However, he really couldn't tell. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Fan's words made sense. He didn't see a single person. When he raised his head and looked out, there was a cold feeling. No matter what, it was really different from what he expected. Liang Yongqi was helpless. Was this where he was going to live from now on? It was just too secluded. Let's go up, Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front. Before coming, Uncle told him that Martial Path Mountain sect leader Zhang Tianshan had a relationship with him. Martial Path Mountain was developing well. Although it couldn't compare to large sects, it had its own specialties. However, it seemed like something wasn't right. Logically speaking, even if it was a normal sect, there should at least be disciples at the foot of the mountain. There was also a lot of dust on the road. It was obvious that not many people walked here. The path up the mountain wasn't tough. There were steps, and after walking for a long time they finally reached the top. The stone door was huge, with the words Marshall Path Mountain written on it. However, there was still no one, and it was really empty. Did we come to the wrong place, or did my father lie to me? Lin Fan asked. Suddenly, there was a piece of paper pasted on the stone pillar. Maybe because of the passage of time it had already turned yellow. Lin Fan walked forwards to take a look, and his pupils constricted. What? Yuan Tianchu walked over and took a look too. Damn. Liang Yongqi found it weird. What was going on? Why was he making such a big deal out of nothing? However, when he saw it, his expression became really weird and he blurted out, "Damn." Chapter 107. They were shocked not because Marshall Path Mountain had problems, but because the contents of the note pasted on the pillar were unacceptable. Notice: due to poor management, we have no rice to cook. We will temporarily seal the mountain. If you have any urgent matters, you can find me at Jiang City's Mingguang Road. Zhang Tianshan will stay. This? Lin Fan was speechless. Cousin, Marshall Path Mountain has already gone bankrupt. Shouldn't we head back? Zhou Zhongmao was filled with disbelief. How did this happen? Uncle didn't say that. That was true. Lin Wani only knew that Zhang Tianshan was doing well, but he only found out many years ago when the two of them exchanged letters. Of course, Zhang Tianshan couldn't say, "Bro, I'm doing really badly now." Could he say that? Wasn't that slapping his own face? Men couldn't say that they couldn't do it. Even if they couldn't, they had to bear it. Yuan Tianchu felt sad. What was the purpose of running such a long way? Just to read a piece of paper? Brother Lin, I suggest we return to Yu City. Marshall Path Mountain is a hole. Look at the situation, it is so tragic. Yuan Tianchu wanted to head back. But he wouldn't go back alone, otherwise, he would disappoint his father. As long as Lin Fan took the lead, he would have a reason to explain. You can't blame me for this. Marshall Path Mountain closed and Lin Fan insisted on coming back, so I could only follow. No, Uncle gave me an order that no matter what, we can't go back. Zhou Zhongmao said. The night he left Yu City, not only did Uncle help him open up his meridians, but he also instructed him not to return. No matter what the situation was, he had to stay there. He stared at Yuan Tianchu in rage. His gaze was like if he dared to trick his cousin to return, he would take his life. Yuan Tianchu was smart and understood what Zhou Zhongmao was thinking right away. He didn't dare to offend this fellow who looked so simple and honest. He was pretty much a demon hiding under that simple and honest expression. No, Brother Lin, I feel like this is Old Master Lin's test for you. A test of whether or not you can inherit the family. Old Master Lin definitely knows that Marshall Path Mountain has become like this, so he wants to see what we will do. Will we flee and return, or will we head forwards and solve the problem? Yuan Tianchu said. What did he mean? He was being threatened. He had never been threatened in his life. But sadly, in this short period of time, he was threatened by Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and Liang Yongqi. Life was so wonderful. Wait a minute. Yuan Tianchu frowned. He felt that things weren't so simple. There was a problem here. Brother Yuan, what's with your expression? Lin Fan saw his serious expression and seemed to understand something. Yuan Tianchu paced back and forth, his head lowered in deep thought. Then he raised his head, his eyes shining. Brother Lin, this is a trap to test us. Based on my guesses, Old Master Lin definitely knows about the Marshall Path Mountain situation. But he still told us to come from so far away. What is his goal? The purpose is simple. It's a test for us. To be able to open a sect in the mountain, how could it be so weak? It is obvious that this is Marshall Path Mountain's test for us, so we have to go through it and find the true path into Marshall Path Mountain. Liang Yongqi asked weirdly, based on what you mean, this isn't Marshall Path Mountain? She said it as if it was true. He felt that Yuan Tianchu was an interesting person. He only knew how to brag like he knew everything. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He felt that Yuan Tianchu's words made sense. Yuan Tianchu walked in front of the paper and pointed at the contents. Look at the content, there is a problem. Bad management, no rice to cook. What is bad management? What is no rice to cook? Normal sects have at least 100 disciples, and at most 1,000. To be able to establish a sect, There is no such thing as bad management. As for no rice to cook, that is nonsense. So many disciples have arms and legs, so how could they starve to death? Also, the environment here is a mountain, and there is a city in the distance. Catching some wild animals and selling them in the city is also money. Look at the last line, Jiang City Mingguang Street Flavor Manor Building. This is a clue for us to search for clues there. Brother Lin, one has to say that Old Master Lin has a close relationship with Marshall Path Mountain to be able to arrange such a test. After Yuan Tianchu's deduction, it did make sense. People who read a few books were really good. When Wang family young master Wang Yunfei came to Yu City, Yuan Tianchu calmed down. He recited poems with girls and discussed literature. All this knowledge was in his heart. Lin Fan thought about it and then looked at Yuan Tianchu. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Yuan Tianchu smiled in delight. It is just a small matter, not difficult at all. However, there are some details that I need to deduce. He was even panting after praising a few times. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu in disdain. What was he so proud of? What he hated the most were people who had a glib tongue. He was exactly the same as that surnamed Lin. Why didn't he notice it in the past? These are all your guesses, who knows if it is true or not? Liang Yongqi said. Yuan Tianchu smiled. Whether it is true or not, we will know when we see it. Liang Yongqi's distrust made him unhappy. What did he mean? He was looking down on him. If he had balls, then follow him to Jiang City. See how I will use facts to slap his face. Gozi, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. Young master, whatever you say. Gozi replied. Since young master asked, then he would definitely stand on the same path as young master. If young master thought that Yuan Tianchu was talking nonsense, then what he said was nonsense. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Let's go. Let's head to Jiang City to take a look. He didn't understand his father's true thoughts. He felt like there was something wrong with this. However, he really didn't know what the problem was. Jiang City. It really is a luxurious city, Lin Fan said. That was indeed the case. Even if one didn't enter the city, one could tell just by looking at the city walls. Yu City's city walls were old and really low. If one met someone who knew martial arts, they would be able to climb up right away. There were guards at the city gates. They didn't check the people who entered. It was like a decoration. The roads were paved with green bricks. The streets were really busy with people walking to and fro. If one didn't look, one wouldn't know. The gap was way too big, wasn't it? Why was Yu City so old and broken? He couldn't understand. He found a passerby and asked where Weifu restaurant was. Not long later, a luxurious restaurant appeared in front of them. This was much more luxurious than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. In Lin Fan's words, Weifu restaurant was a 5-star restaurant while Drunk Fragrance Pavilion was a 2-star restaurant. There was no comparison at all. There was an old man who set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance, using the ground as a table. There was a copper bell in his left hand. On his right was a banner which wrote, Iron Mouth God Fortune-teller Zhang Tianshan. Lin Fan and the others stood at the entrance. Go ask whether or not Zhang Tianshan is here. The fortune-teller Zhang Tianshan wanted to bluff these few people who came from other places. However, when he heard that they were looking for him, he squinted his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen. Yuan Tianchu said, I think we won't be able to get anything out of him. If we want to enter Martial Path Mountain, we have to go through this test. Lin Fan said, let's ask first. The fortune-teller Zhang Tianshan got up without changing his expression. He went to the alley to change his clothes. With a shake of his body, he looked like a celestial being. He then returned to his original spot and waited for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 108. Not long later, Liang Yongqi came out and looked at Yuan Tianchu in disdain. I told you that you are bragging. I asked around and everyone said that Martial Path Mountain closed many years ago. You said that it was a test. Let's see how you explain it. Liang Yongqi didn't care about the Martial Path Mountain situation. He just couldn't stand Yuan Tianchu. In the past, he didn't see it in Yu City. Why did he become like this after leaving home? He was speculating about everything as if he knew everything. Speak. Continue, let's see how you continue to brag. Yuan Tianchu found it weird. That was impossible, how could he have guessed wrongly? All the clues pointed to this place. Impossible, this is definitely a test. How could a sect close just like that? How useless is that Marshall Path Mountain sect leader? Anyways, I don't believe it. When Zhang Tianshan heard that, he didn't feel good in his heart. What did he mean? Why did it feel like he was scolding him? This kid didn't know how to speak and still remembered it. When he had a chance, he had to teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was helpless. Okay, let's not talk about this. Whether or not it is a test, let's find a place to rest and talk about it tomorrow. It was okay for father to let him come to Marshall Path Mountain, but at least he had to be reliable. What test? He didn't even see a single person. He was just playing around. Just as they were prepared to leave, an interesting voice spread out. Zhang Tianshan pinched his goatee and smiled. Friends, please wait. Everyone looked over. Yuan Tianchu was interested. This was a clue. Lin Fan said, I remember that you weren't like that. Although he didn't pay much attention, he remembered that he didn't dress like that. Why did he change in the blink of an eye? Zhang Tianshan smiled. I have always been like that. You all came from other places, right? Looking at your faces, you are here to learn. Lin Fan said, you are a fortune teller? Zhang Tianshan smiled and didn't say a word, pointing at the white banner beside him. Wandering clouds and wild cranes, hidden experts. The content on the banner was really direct and easy to understand. The meaning was obvious. I am amazing, I am an expert, it is really easy for me to see through you. Direct. Lin Fan nodded. Who would believe you, you big liar? Zhang Tianshan smiled. I see that your faces are bitter. It is obvious that you are in trouble. When I walk the world, I will help people solve their problems. We are fated, so I can give you some pointers. There are too many people here. Why don't we go inside and talk? He was a little hungry. It had been a long time since he had eaten at Weifu restaurant. Yuan Tianchu stared at Zhang Tianshan. This person was an expert. His aura couldn't lie. The key to the Marshall Path Mountain test was definitely this person. Lin Fan said, it's okay. Let's just talk here. You won't have a chance to get free food. Zhang Tianshan was stunned. Were kids so direct now? Damn, he saw right through me. Haha. Zhang Tianshan calmed himself down. Misunderstanding. I just saw that there were too many random people here, and didn't want to reveal too many secrets. Yuan Tianchu said, Brother Lin, Great Celestial is right, this is a test. He wanted to show off in front of Liang Yongqi. This fellow had doubted his ability so many times, which made him unhappy. He had to use the truth to let Liang Yongqi know that doubting him was a dumb thing to do. Lin Fan didn't bother about Yuan Tianchu and looked at Zhang Tianshan. What is Great Celestial's name? My surname is Zhang. Zhang Tianshan said. He didn't know where these people came from. However, after knowing that they came to Marshall Path Mountain to learn, he had thoughts of rising up. Surname Zhang. You are Zhang Tianshan. Lin Fan said quickly. Zhang Tianshan was stunned and shook his head. I am not. He suddenly realized that these fellows weren't easy to deal with. Each one was smarter than the other. He just said that his surname was Zhang and they knew who he was? Lin Fan said, my father, Lin Wani, told me to come to Marshall Path Mountain to find you. If you aren't, then I will return to you city right away. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression and didn't believe it. This kid was Lin Wani's son? He didn't look like him. Although Lin Wani was a rough person, he had a handsome face. Why did his son look so normal? However, he had no choice. This kid was a stubborn person, he was too direct. After thinking about it for a long while, Zhang Tianshan smiled and said, so it is you. Lin Fan sighed. Now I understand why Marshall Path Mountain went bankrupt. Why? Zhang Tianshan said with a weird expression. Marshall Path Mountain had gone bankrupt for a long time, so how would this kid know the reason? Lin Fan said, you are too honest. His words were true. He just casually bluffed him and he admitted it. How was he going to survive with such intelligence? Wait, this isn't a test? Yuan Tianchu couldn't accept it. How did it become like this? Hiki. Liang Yongqi mocked in disdain. What a fucking test. His brain was sick. This is a letter from my uncle. Zhou Zhongmao took it out. Zhang Tianshan took it and opened it. While reading it, he was expressionless, but huge waves rose up in his heart. He still didn't change. He used kindness to threaten me and also liked to coax me. What did he mean by he didn't have many true friends? Zhang Tianshan was one of them. He made me feel touched. However, the words at the back were a little heavy. The last sentence. Brother Tianshan, it has been decades. Normal friends need to be close to each other. But we are true brothers. No matter how long we haven't seen each other, we will speak directly. We are true brothers. I hand my son to you, please take care of him. After reading this, burn it and don't let my son see it. Zhang Tianshan felt bitter. Linwani. In the past, I was coaxed by your sweet words. Now you are doing it again. However, he had no choice. Zhang Tianshan suffered from this. No one treated him as a friend. Only Linwani treated him as a friend. After reading the letter, he tore it and then swallowed it in front of them. His actions were really familiar. He probably did this many times in the past. What did my father say? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said. Nothing much, just a few casual sentences. Just at that moment, Yuan Tianchu grabbed Zhang Tianshan's arm and said, Can you tell them that Martial Path Mountain didn't close down? Everything that happened now is just a test. This kid is? Zhang Tianshan asked. He is from my hometown. I brought him out to see the world. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan acknowledged and patted Yuan Tianchu's hand. Kid, this isn't a test. It is true. Martial Path Mountain really closed down. The situation is a little complicated, so let's not talk about it. He really didn't want to say much more. He just wanted to cry. That mountain didn't belong to Martial Path Mountain. He rented it. A year's rent wasn't small. It was a few hundred silver. The key was those Martial Path Mountain disciples. Apart from eating and drinking, they also had to give them monthly stipends. He was to blame for not having any ability as the sect leader. He couldn't get any business and couldn't compete with others. He couldn't make ends meet and couldn't take it. He could only announce that they were closing down. The disciples all went home to farm. Some were poached by other sections. Tragic. Chapter 109. They really didn't expect Martial Path Mountain to close down. They came from so far away and in the end this was the outcome. They couldn't accept it. Martial Path Mountain has already closed down, so shouldn't we head back? Liang Yongqi asked. He didn't want to stay here. Thinking about it, even if he wasn't welcomed at home, it was much better than staying by Lin Fan's side. The feeling of being on tenterhooks wasn't a good one. Yuan Tianchu was stunned as he stood there. He couldn't accept such an outcome. What he guessed was right, so why did such an outcome occur? Cousin, did my father tell you what to do if Martial Path Mountain doesn't exist? Lin Fan asked. Father probably didn't expect Martial Path Mountain to be like this. He felt that going home was the right choice. There was no future here. Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. Uncle didn't tell him about these problems, so when cousin asked him, he didn't know what to say. Zhang Tianshan wanted to rise up again, but his ability was limited, and he hadn't found a suitable chance. He felt that the chance to rise up Martial Path Mountain had arrived. At the same time, he couldn't let these few kids leave. Your father said that whether or not Martial Path Mountain exists isn't important. What is important is that as long as I am here, you have to stay here. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan said, When did my father say that? Zhang Tianshan pointed at his stomach. The letter said it, but I ate it so you can't see it. Only I know. Damn. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? He read the letter, tore it, and swallowed it. Of course, whatever he said was true. Zhang Tianshan came over and said softly, Guys, do you want to help me rise up again? Lin Fan shook his head to express that he didn't want to. Hayes, don't reject so quickly. As long as we rise up, I will be the sect leader, and all of you will be heroes of Martial Path Mountain. I can let you be the grand disciple, that is a rare chance. Zhang Tianshan said. He felt that Brother Lin sent his son over at the right time. No matter what, Brother Lin was from a rich aristocratic family. His son definitely brought a lot of money out. Lin Fan said, Stop teasing me. You just see that we have money and want us to invest. Truthfully, you definitely won't be able to rise up again. His words were so fucking straightforward. It totally hurt Zhang Tianshan's heart. Zhou Zhongmao had to let cousin stay here. He thought about it and said, It is possible to rise up again, but the position has to be changed. Martial Path Mountain sect leader has to be my cousin. Zhang Tianshan's expression was filled with shock. How is that possible? I am the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. If he is the sect leader, then what am I? Zhou Zhongmao said, as a disciple. Impossible, impossible, I am shameless. Zhang Tianshan muttered. What a joke. Asking his disciple to do so would be a laughingstock if word got out. Lin Fan looked at his cousin. What was he saying? Who wanted to be the sect leader? That stupid mountain had to clean up the mess? He wanted to go home. I don't really think about anything else. Yuan Tianchu thought about the situation. He felt that there was something wrong with this. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It seemed like he had to think about it carefully. Zhang Tianshan said, It is impossible for me to be a disciple. At least I have to be the deputy sect leader. I am familiar with the area and can help a lot. Lin Wani's letter told him to stay here, and not to let hin return to Yu City. Zhang Tianshan naturally had to do that. Anyway, Martial Path Mountain had closed down. If he could open it up again, being the deputy sect leader was a good choice. Lin Fan looked at the two of them. Are you serious? I am the sect leader? At this point, the tone of his voice was slightly raised. Zhang Tianshan sighed. Then you be. Anyway, Martial Path Mountain has closed down and you are the biggest sponsor, so you should be the one. After saying that, he exchanged glances with Zhou Zhongmao. The two of them understood. They both wanted to keep Lin Fan here, and not let him return to Yu City. To Zhang Tianshan, it was the same no matter who became the sect leader. Anyway, it was a mess. Moreover, Martial Path Mountain didn't belong to him and was rented. If one day they didn't rent it, he would have to move. Liang Yongqi felt like he didn't matter, and it had nothing to do with him. Actually, he wanted to compete for the sect leader position, but now it seemed like it wasn't decided by strength or character but by wealth. Damn, that was a little too much. Using their money to be the sect leader was just too much. Lin Fan thought about it. He definitely couldn't return to Yu City. He said that he would return to Yu City, but he was just saying it. How could he really go back? He was used to being a rich young master. All of a sudden, he didn't want to lose it. Now that he had a sect leader position, it felt good. But the key was that he was poor. What did Martial Path Mountain have? Apart from those houses, there was nothing at all. The pressure was huge. Okay, then let's try. Lin Fan didn't dare to be so sure. Who knew how much debt Martial Path Mountain had? If it gave him a headache, he would definitely retreat. Even if his father smashed his head, he had to return to Yu City. Zhang Tianshan was a little hungry. Sect leader, to celebrate today, let's go to the shop to drink some wine and celebrate. What do you think? Liang Yongqi was a little hungry. He had been out for so long and hadn't eaten at a good shop before. Just one look and he knew that Weifu restaurant was much better than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, so it was natural for him to try it. Lin Fan said, let's keep it simple. It is a waste to celebrate, so let's talk about it in the future. Gozi, bring them to the roadside stalls to eat. Cousin and I will go to the toilet in Weifu restaurant. Okay, young master, no sect leader. Gozi said. How could Zhang Tianshan not see through Lin Fan's thoughts? My stomach hurts. I will follow all of you. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide. Why? I just became the sect leader and you all dare to go against me? Zhang Tianshan dissed so much that he wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. You're such a pervert. Did he really think that he couldn't see through it? Then, Lin Fan brought cousin into Weifu restaurant. Zhang Tianshan and the others went to the roadside stalls not far away. Haze, this is a sect leader who can't share blessings. Zhang Tianshan grumbled. Afterwards, Lin Fan and cousin walked out after eating their fill. This restaurant was really good. Much better than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. A big city really was a big city. The craftsmanship was really good. Zhang Tianshan and the others drank tea at the roadside stalls. Naturally, they couldn't compare to one another. One was heaven, one was earth. The gap was just too huge. Let's go, let's head to Martial Path Mountain to take a look. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan and the others looked towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao with a bitter gaze. The two of them ate so much, but didn't they see what they were eating? Sect leader? How was there such a sect leader? No matter what. Even if they ate alone, they had to bring him, the deputy sect leader.